Marshall Peak, Chapter 4806, 20,000 meters. Yang Kai felt so scorchingly hot that it was as though he was burning. Instinctively, he shook his head and plunged into the water as he headed to the depths of the ocean. The deeper he went, the colder he felt. While he finally felt a sense of comfort, the ocean water started boiling wherever he went. In an instant, the area around him became a vacuum. He had no idea what was going on with him, but he didn't feel a sense of danger. Instead, he was looking forward to what would soon happen, though he wasn't sure what that would be. Yang Kai soon realized what was going on. Following an excruciating pain, all the bones in his body started cracking loudly. His 10,000 meters figure, which was already colossal, was rapidly expanding at a speed that far exceeded his imagination. He had obtained the golden divine dragon source when he was still in Tongxian realm in the past. When he came across Zhu Qing in the star boundary, he was taught the dragon transformation secret art by her, which allowed him to tap into the power of his dragon vein and transform into a half-dragon. Nevertheless, even after cultivating for many years, he could only transform into a 3,000-meter tall half-dragon. If not for the opportunity in Ancestral Land where he obtained the Crystal Palace of the Dragon Clan and refined a lot of ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits, it would have taken him thousands of years before he could become a Grand Dragon. It took Dragon Clan members a painfully long time to grow. Not only the Dragon Clan though, but all divine spirits suffered from this problem. That was the reason the divine spirits were not willing to leave Ancestral Land. The ancestral strength in that place was extremely important to the divine spirits as it could greatly reduce the time they needed to mature and grow. Yang Kai had already planned on heading to the Ancestral Land to cultivate in seclusion after ascending to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm so that he could further strengthen his dragon vein. However, that would only happen a long time from now. He was only in the 6th Order currently, so he still had to make it to the 7th Order before he could even think of reaching the 8th Order. Given his heritage, it wouldn't take him a long time to make it to the 7th Order, but it would require a long time for him to ascend to the 8th Order. It could be several thousand years, or even 10,000 years. With that said, it wasn't the most pressing issue at hand. Although he could be considered a pure-blood dragon after becoming a Grand Dragon, Yang Kai was still a human, and he was most reliant on his Open Heaven realm cultivation. Therefore, he was determined to make it to the 8th Order, which was supposedly his limit. Nevertheless, he had never expected that following a significant improvement in his dragon vein in the Ancestral Land, he would see another improvement so soon. Furthermore, this improvement was far more rapid, intense, and violent than the one he had experienced in the Crystal Palace in the Ancestral Land. He could clearly feel that his dragon vein was becoming purer by the breath under the inducement of a strange force. As a result, his figure was expanding beyond his control. The strength of a Dragon Clan member was manifested in their size. The bigger a Dragon Clan member was, the purer their bloodline was, and the more powerful they were. His 10,000-meter figure became stagnant after he left the Ancestral Land, but now, in just half a day, it had expanded by several dozen meters. One day later, it grew by another 1,000 meters. Even his robust Grand Dragon body was unable to bear this kind of rapid improvement. His bones kept becoming dislocated and restructured while his skin started cracking. Golden blood started streaming into the ocean, and even his dragon scales, which covered his entire figure, started shedding. Wherever Yang Kai went, he would leave a golden stain in the ocean. The beasts in the ocean seemed to have detected this metallic tang and soon swarmed over. Faced with the allure of a Grand Dragon's blood, these sea beasts with low sentience couldn't resist it as they yearned to become stronger. They opened their mouths wide and absorbed the sea water that contained the golden dragon blood with reckless abandon. Wherever it was, dragon blood was a treasure, for the blood contained the secrets behind the Dragon Clan's power, which was the greatest in the world. Many secret techniques and spirit pills required dragon blood to complete. However, pure-blood dragons were extremely rare, so it was difficult to find their blood. Hence, they could only replace it with the blood of monster beasts and spirit beasts that were dragonkin. Naturally, this solution wasn't very effective. The blood that streamed out of Yang Kai's body wasn't just pure-blood dragon's blood, it was the dragon blood of a golden divine dragon. There was no doubt that it was a rarity among rarities. Just a bit of his blood contained a horrifying power. Therefore, wherever Yang Kai went, a large number of fish and beasts lost their lives. The initially serene ocean was now filled with carcasses. His grand dragon figure was still expanding while the dragon vein in his body was becoming purer. The speed of the purification even made Yang Kai feel a sense of unease. However, when he became certain about the source of this sudden transformation, all the uneasiness vanished and was replaced by endless joy. Half a month later, he stopped feeling like he was burning while his dragon vein finally calmed down. On a certain island, Yang Kai remained in his grand dragon form as his colossal figure lay on the beach, nearly occupying the entire island. Although he had benefited greatly from the transformation, he was well and truly knackered. Additionally, despite obtaining a greater power, he wasn't used to it, so he needed to get some rest to begin adjusting. Under the scorching sun, his dragon scales radiated a golden glow that could dazzle the entire world. 20,000 meters. After half a month of agony, his figure was now twice as large. His dragon form had gone from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. When he was refining ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in the ancestral land, his dragon vein became purer by the day, and Yang Kai had thought that such speed was already outrageously fast. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he was too naive. His cultivation during that period of time back then was incomparable to his current transformation. No grand dragon in the world could double his size in half a month like Yang Kai had just gone through. So, this is the gift Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave me before I left. He had already figured it out the day after the transformation started. Previously, even though Yang Kai had thoroughly examined himself, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary, but that was because he had remained in his human form. It wasn't until he transformed into a dragon that the gift from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan manifested. Presently, there were two amazing powers that were swirling about inside his dragon bead. Only when a dragon bead developed in a Dragon Clan member's body would he be considered a grand dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai had a dragon bead as well. After he turned into a dragon, the dragon bead naturally rested under his chin. Just like what a monster core was to a monster beast, the dragon bead was the condensation of a Dragon Clan member's cultivation, so it was extremely powerful. Yang Kai didn't detect anything when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan pointed their fingers at him back then, but their powers had somehow snuck into his dragon bead, just waiting to burst out. The two of them were the ancestors of all divine spirits, so all divine spirits were like their children and grandchildren. Hence, despite their nonchalance when they pointed their fingers at Yang Kai, they could easily stimulate the power of his dragon vein and rapidly purify his bloodline. While thankful, Yang Kai also felt quite aggrieved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could have explained all this to him, but they acted mysterious instead. Yang Kai initially thought that they were just playing a prank on him, so it surprised him greatly when he realized that there was actually a gift. This purification process thoroughly exhausted Yang Kai. It wasn't that he was trying to resist it, but the speed of the purification was a grueling physical and mental test for him. Fortunately, the transformation didn't take place when he was in battle. If such a transformation in his dragon vein took place when he was in battle, he wouldn't be able to keep fighting. Instead, he would be injured or even killed when his strength went out of control. It was truly an invaluable gift, but there were a lot of complaints to be had. Presently, Yang Kai was both elated and worried. The mysterious forces from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in his dragon bead had helped him purify his bloodline and caused his grand dragon form to go through exponential growth, but they hadn't been exhausted yet and still remained hidden in his dragon bead. Yang Kai wondered if they would be activated to give him another pleasant surprise when he was unsuspecting. This move by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was like a prank from two young kids. They were previously led by the nose by Yang Kai in the chaotic dead territory, which was why they decided to give him a gift that also served as a punishment before his departure. They wouldn't care if Yang Kai would fall into danger because of that. Realizing this, Yang Kai was speechless. The powers from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could help improve his bloodline, but the problem was that he was unable to control the process. He had the urge to go back to the chaotic dead territory and argue with the two of them. However, considering the fact that he had gained such a massive benefit, he decided to give up on the idea. He could only think to himself that he had to be cautious in the future. If the powers in his dragon bead really exploded when he was in a fight with formidable enemies, he would end up in a horrible state. There was no doubt that a dragon clan member had incredible restorative powers. Although all of Yang Kai's skin had cracked during the purification process, his wounds were swiftly healed. While feeling calm, Yang Kai silently sensed the increased power in his body. When he became a grand dragon in the ancestral land, he already had the capital to fight with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that his figure had grown to 20,000 meters, the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be a match for him. Nevertheless, his power now felt a little strange to him. As a human, he was still in the 6th Order. If he was faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he might be able to go up against them, but he might not succeed in defeating such an opponent. He could hardly cross the huge gap between the 6th Order and the 7th Order. However, if he transformed into a Grand Dragon, he could instantly become a match for even a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai figured he still couldn't face an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though he had no idea how powerful an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm truly was, he had a vague understanding. As he was lost in though, Yang Kai suddenly heard some splashing sounds coming from nearby and opened his eyes to look out at the ocean. There seemed to be a big fish swimming under the water. The next moment, the sea water separated to the sides and revealed a sea carp that radiated a faint golden glow. The carp was several dozen meters away from Yang Kai's head and was staring up at him. At that moment, Yang Kai's expression turned awkward. That was because he could feel that this sea carp had a bloodline that was related to him. It was as though this sea carp was his descendant. Even though he was previously distracted by the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was still aware of the changes that his dragon blood had caused to the surrounding ocean. Those sea beasts that had coveted his dragon blood and consumed it, regardless of their sizes and strengths, were all dead by now. They were unable to bear the violent force within his pure dragon blood. Martial Peak, Chapter 4807, Golden Carp. While Yang Kai's dragon blood had caused countless sea beasts to lose their lives, there seemed to be a little survivor here. The sea carp before his eyes had obviously consumed his dragon blood, but it was lucky enough to keep its life. That was the reason Yang Kai could feel that their bloodlines were connected. The aura of this sea carp wasn't particularly powerful, so Yang Kai couldn't figure out why it could survive after chugging down his dragon blood. Supposedly, there was no reason for such a weak living creature to survive, but the sea carp had achieved just that. Yang Kai could only think that life was indeed full of mysteries. There were many seemingly impossible things in the world that had actually happened. It was exactly because of these things that shouldn't have existed that brought about endless wonder and amazing changes to this expansive universe. At this moment, the sea carp was holding a dragon scale the size of a dustpan in its mouth. The dragon scale radiated a golden glow and exuded a strong dragon clan aura. Apparently, it was a dragon scale that fell off from Yang Kai's figure. Due to the expansion of his figure, a lot of dragon scales had fallen off. After they stared at each other for a moment, Yang Kai closed his eyes. Although he was amazed by the survival of this small creature, it wasn't worth too much of his attention. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to familiarize himself with his increased strength, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fully use his power when he was in a fight with his enemies. The sea carp was initially an ordinary sea beast, but after consuming the golden dragon blood, it now had a faint dragon clan bloodline. Therefore, it could be considered a dragonborn. The dragon pressure from a 20,000 meters grand dragon should have a powerful suppression on the sea carp. Usually, a weak dragonborn like the sea carp could only shiver and hang its head low in front of Yang Kai. However, the little fish didn't seem to be affected by this kind of bloodline suppression. Although it was afraid, its eyes were also filled with a sense of yearning. The sea carp was supposed to have low sentience, but its emotions were now undulating in its heart. When Yang Kai closed his eyes, the sea carp appeared to be disappointed. As its golden tail repeatedly tapped on the ocean, the sea carp caused the water to splash. A moment later, it swam forward and crawled on the beach with difficulty before putting the huge dragon scale down in front of Yang Kai. Following that, it squirmed back into the ocean and leaped out of the water with joy before swimming towards the depths of the ocean. When Yang Kai opened his eyes 2 months later, he saw that there were a lot of his own dragon scales in front of him while the sea carp was nowhere to be seen, causing him to wonder where it was. Yang Kai tilted his head slightly and looked down at the dragon scales in silence. While dragon blood was a treasure, dragon scales were equally valuable. When he was in human form, Yang Kai could summon his dragon scales around his figure to protect himself. Even just one piece of these fallen dragon scales could be used by a skillful artifact refiner to create a sturdy artifact armor of extraordinary quality. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face when he realized that the things that he had literally shed from his body could well be the treasures in other people's eyes. There were about 1,000 dragon scales on the beach. It seemed the sea carp had patiently found them from the depths of the ocean and sent them to him. Just then, a gurgling sound was heard as there seemed to be a ferocious beast in the ocean. The next instant, the sea water separated to the sides and revealed the sea carp's figure. When the sea carp previously appeared, it was only 10 meters long, but barely 2 months later, it had grown to be 100 meters in length. Moreover, the golden glow around it had become much more dazzling as its scales were starting to look less like fish scales and more like dragon scales. There was no doubt that its aura had grown stronger as well. Even though the sea carp was still weak in Yang Kai's eyes, it had actually experienced shocking growth in just 2 months' time. The sea carp's eyes had become brighter and more intelligent as well. Presently, there was a dragon scale in its mouth that it had found from the depths of the ocean. Since it had consumed Yang Kai's dragon blood, it could easily locate those fallen dragon scales, otherwise, it couldn't have found so many in just 2 months. All the dragon scales that the sea carp had found from the ocean were sent to Yang Kai. As their eyes met, the sea carp leaped into the air as though it was waiting for Yang Kai's compliment. Then, it stared silently at him. Faced with the gigantic and majestic grand dragon, the sea carp wasn't frightened in the slightest. Instead, it was filled with joy. Yang Kai extended his dragon claw and grabbed the sea carp alongside a large area of the ocean before pulling them closer to himself. After giving it a thought, he sent them into his small universe. Since their fates were connected in a way, he decided to keep the sea carp. As for the large amount of dragon scales on the ground, Yang Kai didn't intend to give up on them. Although these things had fallen off from his body, they were all treasures. Sometime in the future, he could send them to Great Evolution Paradise and ask Grandmaster Ma Fan to make some artifact armors for him. Although the sea carp had exerted itself to bring back the 1,000 or so dragon scales from the ocean over the past 2 months, a lot of them remained under the waves. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, all the dragon scales, which were scattered around the ocean, seemed to have been summoned as they leaped out of the ocean and turned into rays of light before coming to Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, these dragon scales were left behind after his transformation, so he could easily summon them. He then dispelled his dragon form and turned back into a human. As he looked in a particular direction, he leaped into the air. 100 kilometers away in that direction, several figures saluted him and watched him leave respectfully. They were the great emperors of this universe world. In fact, they had already detected it when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this universe world and arrived at this place. After all, they were the great emperors acknowledged by the heavenly way of this world, so they were fully aware of everything that was going on in it. However, Yang Kai's dragon pressure was far too intimidating, therefore, even though these great emperors had noticed the arrival of a powerful cultivator, they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only watch over him from a distance. Over the past 2 months, these great emperors had been on pins and needles. After all, they didn't know whether Yang Kai was an ill-intentioned person who wanted to harm this universe world. It wasn't until Yang Kai appeared in his dragon form and lay on the beach that they realized he was a legendary dragon clan member. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by a sense of admiration. Wherever they were, dragons were a symbol of the most powerful beings. This universe world was no exception. The great emperors could also finally set their minds at ease. After all, they had never heard of dragon clan members committing acts of evil or slaughter without provocation, so they could stop worrying. On the other hand, it was their greatest honor to personally see a dragon clan member. When Yang Kai left, they saluted him as it was a form of respect for a more powerful being. In the meantime, a loud boom sent a shockwave across Seven Stars sect in Yang Kai's small universe. No one knew what had happened in the sect as they just felt the ground shaking. Sect Master Shang Guanji and the other elders quickly came over to find out what was going on, and it didn't take long before they were dumbfounded by the sight before them. That was because there was initially a huge and beautiful mountain valley in the sect, but now, it had turned into a lake. The lake was filled with clear water that reflected the blue sky. A doubtful Shang Guanji asked the other elders, "Has there always been such a lake in our sect?" All of them shook their heads with Guanxian Xing replying, "This should be Serene Light Valley. I visited this place yesterday. Why did it suddenly become a lake?" It was inconceivable that a mountain valley had turned into a lake, and if not for the tremor just now, they wouldn't have noticed anything at all. With that said, they were certain that the loud boom had something to do with this transformation. After giving it a thought, Shang Guanji hypothesized, perhaps it's the ancestors' doing. No one knew how powerful the ancestor truly was, not just the other great forces in the Void Continent, but even the people in Seven Stars sect. These people had tried to probe Su Yi regarding this matter, but even this legacy disciple knew little about it. Yang Kai had never showcased his true power in front of Su Yi, and even if he did, Su Yi wouldn't be able to comprehend it given his current vision. If Shang Guanji were to describe the ancestors' power, the only word that came into his mind was inscrutable. Everything could be explained if this was really the ancestors' doing, however, they still had to find out whether that was indeed the case. Just when Shang Guanji was preparing to head to the ancestors' residence, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. The next moment, a dangerous aura swept out. "Watch out!" Shang Guanji cried out in panic. He was now in the First Order Emperor realm, and other than the ancestor, he was the only Emperor realm master in Seven Stars sect. Therefore, he was the first one to detect the aura. Before the group even came to their senses, a large golden carp suddenly leaped out of the lake. Under the brilliant sun, the golden carp radiated a golden glow so bright that these people were almost unable to keep their eyes open. All of them couldn't help but narrow their gazes, pfff. The next instant, the golden carp sprayed out a mouthful of water at all of them. With a solemn expression, Shang Guanji activated his Emperor Qi and blocked off the water. Soon after though, he realized that the water sprayed out from the golden carp's mouth wasn't harmful at all. It was as though the sea beast was just playing a prank on them. Certainly, the golden carp was puzzled by his action. After falling back into the lake, it stared at them for a moment before it became elated. As it flapped its tail, it took in a lot of water and leaped into the air before spraying it at Shang Guanji and the others again. Shang Guanji raised his hand again, but this time, he could feel a bit of power from the water sprayed out of the golden carp's mouth. As he kept blocking the water, the golden carp increasingly exerted more force until he was unable to fend off the water. In that instant, the leaders of Seven Stars sect were all soaked in water, causing them to appear quite embarrassed. Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile, thinking that it must be the ancestor who placed the golden carp and lake here, otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. He could clearly feel that this golden carp was significantly more powerful than him. The only reason he had persevered for such a long time just now was that the other party was teasing him. When Su Yi came over in a rush and saw Shang Guanji and the others in such a state, he was naturally shocked. As though Su Yi was their savior, Shang Guanji hurriedly asked, "Martial nephew, what's going on with this fish and lake? Has the ancestor said anything?" Su Yi quickly saluted all of them and replied, "Honored master was the one who placed the fish and lake here. He told me to take good care of it. Upon hearing that, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated that it was the ancestors' doing, it wasn't until Su Yi confirmed it that they could be certain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4808, Chen Xiu. Yang Kai had spent some 30 years in the chaotic dead territory. During this period, roughly 100 years had passed in the small universe. Presently, the flow of time in the small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world. When Su Yi ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe accelerated from 2 times to 3 times that of the outside world. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, Origin King Realm, and so on. When Su Yi made it to the Saint King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm, the flow of time in the small universe didn't change. However, when he broke through to the Origin King Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe became 4 times faster. Now, Su Yi was already at the peak of the Origin King Realm. If Yang Kai hadn't told him to suppress his cultivation, he would have made it to the Tao Source Realm already. The growth of Su Yi was neither slow nor fast. In just 100 years, he had grown from a mortal without any foundation to an Origin King Realm Master. The average person would have been proud of such an achievement, but Su Yi was different. He was Yang Kai's 3rd disciple and was living in Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, he had cultivated a secret art named the Great Nothingness Scripture that had been passed down from ancient times. It wasn't surprising that he had made such an achievement. The reason Yang Kai told him to suppress his cultivation was that he wanted him to get prepared for ascending to the open heaven realm. It was just like how he wanted Zhao Ye to suppress her cultivation in the past. The star boundary was now a cradle to nurture future open heaven realm masters, and the lower one's cultivation, the more benefits they could gain by cultivating there. Although Su Yi didn't have a chance to start his martial Tao and the star boundary from childhood, which would allow him to gain the greatest benefits from the world tree, he would still achieve great things in life if he started cultivating in the star boundary as an Origin King cultivation. Above the Origin King realm were the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm. Once he made it to the Tao Source realm, he wouldn't gain a lot of benefits by simply heading to the star boundary at this point. Yang Kai planned on making him ascend to the Tao Source realm in the star boundary. In that case, his potential might be fully cultivated, which would allow him to stand a chance to be on par with the growth rate of his eldest senior brother and second senior sister. However, Su Yi would have to suffer a little because of that. Over the years, he had mainly relied on his dreams to cultivate, hence, whenever he cultivated, he would doze off, and he was now used to going to sleep every night. Since Yang Kai wanted him to suppress his cultivation and not achieve a breakthrough, it meant that he couldn't sleep. Initially, he would always feel sleepy and there were times when he almost slumbered off. Fortunately, Yang Kai managed to awaken him in time so that the latter didn't have to bear the consequences of ascending to the Tao Source realm. Gradually, Su Yi became used to fighting against sleepiness. When Yang Kai told him to take care of the golden carp, he really felt that this fish had come at the perfect time. After all, there was nothing else he could do since he was not allowed to sleep or cultivate. Nevertheless, Su Yi soon realized that the golden carp was simply too naughty. Every day, the fish would soak him in water, which caused him to constantly look disheveled and embarrassed. The news that there was now a sect protecting divine beast spread like wildfire. Many disciples came over to see the sea beast, and when they saw the golden carp revealing itself, they would all exclaim in amazement. The idea of a sect protecting divine beast came from Shang Guanji. Regardless of where the golden carp came from, it had to be given the title of sect protecting divine beast since it was brought to this place by the ancestor. Those who saw the golden carp before knew that this sect protecting divine beast was naughty and mischievous. The golden carp always seemed joyful when there were a lot of people around, therefore, the disciples didn't mind getting splashed with water as they would always come to the lake to play with the fish, which actually saved Su Yi a lot of trouble. While 7 Stars sect in the small universe was bustling with noise, Yang Kai traveled across the void round the clock and finally arrived at Yinyang territory. Although he had benefited greatly from the gift given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan before his departure, a lot of uncertainties remained. He had no idea when the two forces hidden in his dragon bead would act up again, so he constantly had to keep an eye on them. He was still reeling from the shock after the first experience. Although his dragon form and dragon vein would grow exponentially when the two forces exploded, it would also put him in a precarious situation. Fortunately, despite not knowing when they would explode again, Yang Kai had determined that it wouldn't happen anytime soon. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited Yinyang territory. However, he had tagged along Suing Shua and Qing Kuei previously, while this time, he was on his own. Just like Langya Paradise, those from Yinyang territory wouldn't restrict anyone from entering or leaving this great territory. After all, there was a first-class star city in Yinyang territory that was hustling and bustling with activity. If they imposed any restrictions, the popularity of the star city would be affected. The reason the territory gates of Yinyang territory were cordoned off previously was that some of the cave heavens and paradises had worked together to make things difficult for Yinyang heaven since the Tao Theory Assembly was just around the corner. Nevertheless, it was obviously different now. The core area of Yinyang territory was where the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven was located. Gazing at it from the void, one could see that the gigantic spirit province looked like two Yinyang fish with their heads and tails connected. In the periphery of this spirit province that looked like Yinyang fish, there were other spirit provinces of different sizes. They were all considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. With his previous experience in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai was now familiar with how to enter the cave heavens and paradises. Now, he was no longer a nobody as he had become a household name across the entire 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, he was a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. This identity alone warranted a serious treatment from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai headed straight to the Star City and found the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was in charge of the Void Dock. After telling the person his name, he revealed his intention and asked him to send a message to Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Certainly, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew who Yang Kai was. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held in the past was to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. The incident sparked a commotion in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven and her aptitude and beauty were among the top in the world. Some of the disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven who were a match for her wanted to marry her. Unfortunately, she had violated the rule which stated that all the cave heavens and paradises had to stay united. Faced with external pressure, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had no choice but to give an explanation. The Tao Theory Assembly was the result. It could be said that the popularity of Chu Huashang in Yinyang Cave Heaven was on par with, if not greater than that of Gu Linger in Langya Paradise. After all, Chu Huashang was a core disciple while Gu Linger was not. There was a difference between their statuses. Initially, the Tao Theory Assembly was a plot devised by those cave heavens and paradises. They were ready to let their Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven and become a partner of the core disciple. However, a guy named Yang Kai came out of nowhere and forced the cave heavens and paradises to change their strategy, which saved the reputation of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Eventually, Yang Kai defeated all other competitors and won first place, which was shocking for everyone. After the event, he became a household name across the 3,000 worlds. The series of changes that took place during the Tao Theory Assembly caught everyone off guard, especially when the core disciple of Thousand Crane disciple, Zhao Xing, was killed. The consequence of it was that his honored master, Zhuo Quanhui partnered with Heavenly Sword Union to launch a war against Void Land. On the other hand, many of the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were grateful to Yang Kai for what he had done during the Tao Theory Assembly. If he hadn't interfered, Chu Huashang would have been forced to marry a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of those great forces. It would be an intolerable outcome for everyone in Yinyang Cave Heaven. In comparison, Yang Kai didn't come from one of the cave heavens and paradises, nor did he have a powerful background. Furthermore, he only made it to the Fifth Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so his future was dimmer compared to Chu Huashang's. It could be said that he was not an equal match for Chu Huashang. However, since he had killed Zhao Xing, it didn't seem unacceptable to let him become a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Cultivators always respected the strong. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years as punishment for her actions. Now that 100 years had passed, Chu Huashang had stepped out of confinement. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up at this point. Instead, they heard a lot of strange news from the outside world. Therefore, when the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in charge of the Star City's Void Dock, saw Yang Kai, he was surprised and doubtful. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he didn't make things difficult for him as he told him to get some rest in a room and hurriedly send a message to the sect. Certainly, Yang Kai had seen the surprise and doubt in that person's eyes. He had a feeling that his visit to Yin Yang Cave Heaven this time wouldn't be smooth sailing as he had imagined. With that said, he was here to meet up with Chu Huashang following the 100-year promise. With Su Linggong around, he wouldn't have to worry about anything as the latter would just solve any problems that were thrown at him. He had come into contact with quite a number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, including some of the Eighth Order ancestors, hence, the mystery and pressure surrounding the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't affect Yang Kai anymore. Those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven reacted quickly. 1 hour after Yang Kai sat down, an elderly man, who was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, personally came over. Upon opening the door, the elderly man looked smilingly at Yang Kai and nodded. It said that the next generation will always be better than the previous one. It's when I see young people like you that I realize I'm old. Yang Kai quickly saluted him. Greetings, Martial Uncle. You're still very strong. He was puzzled. Initially, he thought that either Qin Kuei or Suing Shue would meet him and bring him to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, none of them came to this place. Instead, there was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he didn't know. Without reading too much into it, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask your name, Senior?" The elderly man replied with a smile, "My name is Chen Xiu." "So it is Martial Uncle Chen." Yang Kai saluted him again. "This is not a suitable place to have a talk. Come to the sect with me." "Yes." With Chen Xiu leading the way, it was easy for them to enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven. When Yang Kai visited this place previously, he was told to stay on a certain spirit peak. He had also been to Chu Huashang's residence, so he still remembered the route. However, Chen Xiu didn't intend to lead him to see Chu Huashang or Su Linggong. Instead, he was heading to an unfamiliar spirit peak. Yang Kai looked around with a calm expression. Apparently, this spirit peak was where Chen Xiu cultivated. Upon arriving at the spirit peak, they entered a grand hall and each took a seat. Soon, an alluring and demure woman entered the hall. With her head hung low, she appeared to be quite bashful. The bit of redness on her cheeks was as beautiful as sunset. What surprised Yang Kai was that the woman exuded a powerful aura which suggested that she was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Although her face was alluring, her eyes were as pure as spring water. Her clear eyes reflected everything that she could see. Charm and innocence perfectly integrated into her being, giving her a fascinating attraction. Martial Peak, Chapter 4809, Tao Ling Wan. The woman poured a cup of tea for Chen Xiu before elegantly walking up to Yang Kai. In an instant, a pleasant fragrance tickled his nose. "Please have some tea, senior brother," the woman said in a small voice, which sounded as delightful as a silver bell. As she spoke, she took a quick glance at Yang Kai before lowering her gaze. "Many thanks, junior sister." Yang Kai nodded in response. The woman started blushing and held the tray in her arms. Then, she strode towards Chen Xiu and stood obediently behind him. Chen Xiu said with a smile, "She became my disciple when she was a young child, and has never stepped out of the sect before. She's pretty bashful as she has rarely met outsiders. Please don't laugh at her, martial nephew." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Junior sister is beautiful and innocent. It's rare to find anyone with such a temperament in this world." When the woman behind Chen Xiu heard his compliment, she hung her head even lower as her chin almost came into contact with her plump chest. What happened to you, martial nephew? Qin Xiu didn't seem to have the intention of talking about his disciple as he quickly changed the topic. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he replied, "It's a long story. After I left Langya Paradise, something happened and held me up for quite some time." "Has senior sister Chu been released from her confinement, martial uncle?" Qin Xiu nodded. "She was released almost 10 years ago, and she had been waiting for you. Unfortunately." As he spoke, he shook his head as though he felt sorry for Chu Huashang. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Did anything happen to senior sister?" Qin Xiu waved his hand, "Not really. It's just that since you never showed up after she waited for a long time, she decided to cultivate in seclusion. She hasn't exited even now." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. When he saw Qin Xiu's expression just now, he thought that something had happened to Chu Huashang. Now that he knew she was fine, there was nothing he had to worry about. "Martial uncle, where is martial uncle Su? What about senior brother Qin Kuei and senior sister Suing Shui? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai was curious about this point. He was a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law on paper. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Qin Xiu naturally had the right to receive him. However, this matter had something to do with Su Linggong, so he should have been the one to show up. Even if Su Linggong wasn't in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven at the moment, could Qin Kuei and Suing Shui be busy as well? Qin Xiu explained, "Senior brother Su and his disciples were given an important task, so they left the sect almost 100 years ago." Yang Kai was stunned. 100 years ago? It had been 100 years since Chu Huashang was confined, and Su Linggong had left Yin-Yang Cave Heaven at around the same time. In other words, not long after the Tao Theory Assembly ended, Su Linggong left the sect with his 2 disciples. After making some calculations, Yang Kai reckoned that the incident happened after the matter regarding the world tree in the star boundary was settled. After all, Su Linggong was still in the star boundary at that time as he introduced the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises to Yang Kai. Then, he was also the one who helped persuade the higher-ups to let Yang Kai enter the universe temples to study the universe array. Yang Kai had the urge to ask what kind of task Su Linggong was given that the latter still hadn't returned from after 100 years. However, as an outsider, it wasn't his place to ask about such things. This task must be important and highly confidential, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Su Linggong to do it. He had even brought his disciples with him. Yang Kai reckoned that if Chu Huashang hadn't been confined, she would have been taken as well. It was no wonder that he hadn't seen Su Linggong or any of his disciples. Upon that realization, he set his mind at ease. Yang Kai was previously nervous as he thought that Su Linggong was displeased with the fact that he hadn't shown up on time. Perhaps the older man was hiding in the shadows somewhere, just waiting for a chance to hack at him with his sword. "Martial uncle, where is senior sister Chu now? I'd like to see her. Can you tell me?" Yang Kai asked politely. Yang Kai found the issue to be thorny as Su Linggong and his disciples were not in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Other than Su Linggong and his disciples, he basically knew no one else in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. With that said, the other issue he was worried about could be dealt with at a later time. He was a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he supposedly had to get married into the sect. Nevertheless, he naturally wouldn't agree to this. It wouldn't have mattered if he were on his own, however, he was the leader of Void Land and High Heaven Pavilion. He was tangled up in many issues, so it was unrealistic for him to get married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so there was no way they would let her go. Initially, Yang Kai planned on having a discussion with Su Linggong so that they could come up with a solution that was acceptable for both parties. He had the intention to offer some compensation to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven since he had obtained immense rewards from the chaotic dead territory. Just by taking out a small part of it he would be able to tempt the leaders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven to let Chu Huashang go. However, since Su Linggong wasn't around, there was no one he could talk to about this issue. Having said that, this matter could be delayed for now. Open Heaven Realm Masters enjoyed a very long life, so the matter between Chu Huashang and him didn't have to be dealt with immediately. Regardless, he had to meet Chu Huashang and find out what was on her mind. If she was willing to leave with him, he wouldn't mind paying a hefty price for it. Nonetheless, if she wasn't willing to do so, he wouldn't force her. Upon hearing this question though, Chen Xiu appeared hesitant. There has not been any news about Martial Niece Chu since she started cultivating in seclusion, so it won't be easy to see her. I'm sure you're aware that a cultivator is most wary of external disturbance when he or she is cultivating in retreat. If that happens at a critical moment, they will suffer from cultivation dissonance. Or worse, lose their life. Yang Kai nodded as he was fully aware of this truth. Thus, he cupped his fist and said, "Please tell me where she is, martial uncle. I'll not disturb her as I'll just wait outside. There will come a day when she steps out of it." After pondering on it with a frown, Chen Xiu nodded, "Good. Before senior brother Su left, he told me to help handle the matter between you two. Since you're here, there's no way I'll sit back and do nothing. I can gather some information on your behalf, but you mustn't be overly anxious about it. Martial Niece Chu is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it's normal that she might spend decades in seclusion. During this period of time, you can just stay here. I'll come to you if there's any news." "Many thanks, martial uncle." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. All of a sudden, Chen Xiu grabbed the elder token on his waist and probed it in silence for a while before rising from the chair. "Something has happened in the sect. I have to take my leave now." He then turned to his disciple, "Wanner, you have to take good care of your senior brother Yang." The woman replied respectfully, "Yes." Following that, Chen Xiu flashed an apologetic smile at Yang Kai, "Martial nephew, please wait here for a few days. I'll inform you if there's any news." Upon finishing his words, he strode out of the hall. Presently, only Yang Kai and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Wanner were left in the Grand Hall. Just now, she had been hiding behind Chen Xiu. When Chen Xiu spoke to Yang Kai, she was too bashful to even lift her head. The situation exacerbated since only the two of them were left now. Her face was as red as blood while she clenched the tray in her arms as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Yang Kai looked up at her and happened to see her stealing a glance at him. As their eyes met, the woman quickly looked away as though she was a frightened little animal. She appeared to be on pins and needles. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face when he saw her behaving like this. If she wasn't pretending, she must be very naive and innocent. However, Yang Kai couldn't see any traces of pretense, so he reckoned that the woman was indeed just sheepish. "You're junior sister Wanner, right?" Yang Kai asked in a gentle voice as he was worried that he would shock her if he spoke any louder. With her head hung low, the woman nodded and replied in a small voice, "Tao Ling Wan." Yang Kai reckoned that it was her name, thus, he got up and said, "Please get me a room to stay, junior sister." Tao Ling Wan seemed to be in a dazed state and she didn't seem to hear him. It wasn't until Yang Kai repeated his words that she anxiously walked out of the hall. Please come with me, senior brother." After a nod, Yang Kai followed her in a relaxed manner as he kept a distance of 10 steps behind her. The pleasant scent coming from the woman was like countless gentle hands that were tickling his heart. Soon, they arrived at a room. Tao Ling Wan's head remained low as she pushed the door open and stepped aside. "How do you find this room, senior brother?" Yang Kai didn't have any demands when it came to the room he had to stay in as he was just waiting for news from Chen Xiu, so he nodded, "Many thanks, junior sister." Upon entering the room, he realized that the place was small and there were barely any decorations. He then closed the door and took a seat. He was surprised by the information he had heard from Chen Xiu on this day. It had been 100 years since Su Linggong and his disciples left Yinyang Cave Heaven. He wondered what kind of task they were assigned. On the other hand, Chu Huashang started cultivating in seclusion several years ago. Was she furious at the fact that Yang Kai didn't show up on time? He felt somewhat apprehensive. Although it was because he had been held up in the chaotic dead territory, that was ultimately his own fault. If not for his curiosity, he wouldn't have followed the giant spirit god and barged into the chaotic dead territory. He could have just returned to high heaven territory after leaving Langya Paradise. In that case, he would have ample time to head to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. He reckoned that he had to sincerely apologize to Chu Huashang when they met again. Fortunately, Chu Huashang wasn't a small-minded woman, so he believed that she would understand after he explained everything to her. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow. After rising from the chair, he opened the door and looked out. "Why are you still here, junior sister?" Just now, he could sense that Tao Ling Wan never moved away from the door. Even the tray was still firmly held in her arms. "Is there anything you need to tell me?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Tao Ling Wan quickly shook her head. "Nothing. It's just that honored master has told me to take good care of you." Yang Kai burst into laughter. "There's no need for that. Just do your own things. I'm fine with being alone." With her head hung low, Tao Ling Wan said in a small voice, "It's an order from honored master." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After giving it a thought, he said, "Junior sister, why don't you get some rest first? I'll call out to you if I need anything." Tao Ling Wan didn't say anything, nor did she take any action. It seemed that Yang Kai was unable to reason with her. He had no idea whether Chen Xiu had told her anything or it was just her nature. However, it wasn't like he could let her keep standing outside the room. She wasn't a maidservant but a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If the others from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven saw that Tao Ling Wan was standing outside his room as though she was ready to serve him, they would definitely chastise him. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-10, Cultivation Dissonance. Yang Kai had learned just how influential a popular woman was to the fellow brothers of the same sect while he was in Langya Paradise. Although Tao Ling Wan was bashful, she was strong and charming. It was expected that she was popular in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. He then persuaded her for a bit, but she never replied to him. Faced with his persuasion, she only kept shaking her head. This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he had never expected that Chen Xiu would leave behind such a difficult problem. After giving it a thought, he walked out of the room. "I'll take a stroll. Please tend to your own business, junior sister." Without waiting for her response, he directly left. Instead of doing her own things though, Tao Ling Wan followed him, keeping a distance of several dozen meters. It was as though she was a maid who was ready to serve him at any moment. The situation had only exacerbated. If those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven saw it, they would definitely misunderstand him. Hence, Yang Kai only walked around for a bit before returning to his room. Seeing that Tao Ling Wan stood obediently by the door again, he decided to just ignore her. After closing the door, he started cultivating. He could feel that he was just a step away from the seventh order. In fact, if not for the 100-year promise with Chu Huashang, he would have started cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the seventh order. However, just by looking at the proprietress situation, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't make it to the seventh order in a short time. It had been over 100 years since she started cultivating in seclusion, but she hadn't managed to achieve an ascension yet. Therefore, he decided to settle the issue in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven before attempting to break through to the seventh order. With that said, even though Yang Kai had rarely cultivated in retreat over the years, his heritage continued to grow due to the uniqueness of his small universe. Furthermore, with the help of Su Yi, who cultivated the Great Nothingness scripture, the flow of time in his small universe was now 4 times faster than the outside world. As a result, the growth of his heritage had also accelerated. Nevertheless, he had spent quite some effort to nurture more stalks of profound Yin bamboo, which required the consumption of the world force in his small universe. If not for this, he would have reached the threshold of the seventh order sooner. For the next half a month, there was no news from Chen Xiu at all, which made Yang Kai feel doubtful. Before Chen Xiu left, he had said that he would help gather some information for him. A long time had passed, so he should have finished such a simple task. After all, he was the inner elder of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Moreover, Chu Huashang was cultivating in seclusion, so it shouldn't be hard to find out her whereabouts. Hence, Yang Kai felt uneasy at the fact that Chen Xiu hadn't shown up for a long time. One day, when Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard someone groaning outside the room. The voice sounded suppressed and awkward. At that, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Tao Lingwan had been standing outside the room, so there was no doubt that it was this sheepish woman who made the noise. Over the past half a month, just like a piece of wood, she had never made a noise or moved one step. Yang Kai felt guilty for that, but there was nothing he could do since she wouldn't listen to him. At this moment, something seemed to have happened to her. Yang Kai listened attentively, but he could no longer hear anything. Just when he was about to use his divine sense to check the situation, he suddenly heard a thud, as though something had fallen to the ground. He quickly got up and dashed towards the door. Upon opening it, he saw Tao Lingwan curling up on the ground and shivering. Cold air could be seen billowing from her body as it froze the walls and ground around her. Besides that, the aura coming from her body was clearly unstable. She's suffering from cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He couldn't figure out why this woman was suffering from cultivation dissonance all of a sudden. Recently, she had only been standing outside his room. Yang Kai had never detected her cultivating, so this shouldn't have happened. Furthermore, she was now a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so why would such a thing even happen to her? Could it be a hidden health concern she was left with when she just started out cultivating in the past? Without any delay, Yang Kai crouched down and lifted her up. In an instant, he could feel that the woman was cold all over, as though he was carrying an ice block. On the other hand, her figure remained soft and supple, which gave off a contradictory feeling. Upon feeling the man's warmth, Tao Lingwan, who was usually bashful, stuck closer to Yang Kai as though she was trying to merge with him in an attempt to seek his warmth. Her actions made Yang Kai feel uneasy, so he quickly walked up to the bed and tried to set her down, but he was unable to do that because she had wrapped her arms around his neck and clung on to him like an octopus. Junior Sister Tao. Junior Sister Tao. Yang Kai anxiously called out to her. It wasn't certain whether Tao Lingwan had heard him, but she opened her eyes and looked at him with a seductive gaze. Yang Kai was most familiar with this kind of gaze, which suggested that this woman wanted to bed him. The enchantress Shan Qing Luo and the charm demon Yu Ru Meng would always seduce him in such a way. He immediately realized that something was off. Without any time to ponder on it, he apologized to her and pressed his palm against her forehead. The next moment, he activated the power of his small universe in an attempt to help restore the chaos in her body to order. This was the most common way of assisting someone experiencing cultivation dissonance, and Yang Kai couldn't think of anything else to do to help. Moreover, he wasn't sure about what kind of secret art Tao Lingwan had cultivated, so he was unable to give her the exact treatment she needed. He was only doing all he could to help her, but it was up to the heavens to decide whether she would recover. From the looks of it, she hadn't completely lost her mind as she was seemingly trying to deal with the danger that came with cultivation dissonance. Surprisingly, the treatment was working. Yang Kai could feel that the power of his small universe could be perfectly absorbed by Tao Lingwan, without a hint of conflict at all. This revelation astounded him. It had to be noted that the Tao every open heaven realm master was good at was different, so the powers of their small universes were never the same. He and Tao Lingwan had cultivated secret arts that were not connected in any way, and they grew up in vastly different environments. Supposedly, even if there were no conflicts between the powers of their small universes, they wouldn't have been perfectly matched. Nevertheless, such a thing had actually happened. Tao Lingwan's small universe had accepted his power without any repulsion. As time passed, she stopped shivering as her body regained some warmth. It wasn't until half a day later that Yang Kai retracted his hand. At this moment, Tao Lingwan was seated in front of him while breathing stably. Her face was slightly red, and her long eyelashes fluttered. There was no doubt that she was fully conscious. Previously, she would start blushing just by taking a glance at Yang Kai, but after what she had done following the cultivation dissonance, it seemed she didn't even have the nerve to open her eyes. She could feel Yang Kai examining her, so she started trembling again as her face turned as red as blood. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "If you feel any discomfort, you can tell me about it. If everything is well now, you don't have to say anything." Tao Ling Wan remained silent. Upon getting her hint, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, you can get some rest here, and I'll go to another room. Just call out to me if there's anything you need help with." There was a room just beside this one. Previously, Yang Kai told her to stay in that room and stop standing outside his door, but she refused. Now, Yang Kai had to stay in that room. However, before he could make a move, he felt two powerful auras approaching from the distance. Upon sensing who they were, he became elated. That was because he knew both of them. One of them was Chen Xiu, who hadn't shown up for half a month now. It wasn't surprising that he was coming, but the other one was Yu Xiangdai. After Su Linggong and his two older disciples left the star boundary, Yinyang Cave Heaven sent Yu Xiangdai to be stationed in the star boundary. Yang Kai had frequently come into contact with her, and they had previously worked on the Langya Paradise issue together. It could be said that Yu Xiangdai had taken good care of him. Yang Kai had never expected that she was in Yinyang Cave Heaven, as he thought that she was still in the star boundary. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Chen Xiu say, "What are you doing, junior sister? Why did you come here without informing me? If you had told me earlier, I could have prepared a welcome party for you." Yu Xiangdai snorted, "Do you think I have no idea what you're up to? Where's Yang Kai? Brat, get out here now." Yang Kai, who was initially joyful, shrank his neck upon hearing that. He had no idea how he offended Yu Xiangdai that she suddenly became so aggressive towards him. Certainly, he didn't dare to be negligent. Chen Xiu didn't seem like a reliable person. Other than telling a sixth-order female disciple to serve Yang Kai, he hadn't even come back with any information after half a month. Since Yu Xiangdai was here, Yang Kai naturally had to see her. Before Yang Kai could even respond though, Yu Xiangdai scanned the spirit peak with her divine sense and instantly found him. The next moment, a figure abruptly appeared in front of his room. "Martial Aunt Yu," Yang Kai saluted her. When he was in the star boundary, he was the great emperor of the universe world who was in control of the world tree, thus allowing him to be on an equal footing with the envoys from the cave heavens and paradises. However, in this place, he was just a junior. Yu Xiangdai nodded firmly, but when she caught a glimpse of Tao Ling Wan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, her expressions changed drastically and she questioned, What did the two of you do?" An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly explained, "Don't get us wrong, Martial Aunt Yu. Just now, junior sister Tao suddenly suffered from cultivation dissonance for some reason, so I just assisted her. Whatever it was, I was fortunately able to be of some use to junior sister Tao. We didn't do anything else." Upon hearing that, Yu Xiangdai's jaw dropped for a time before letting out an exasperated sigh. What a disaster. Her expression seemed to suggest that Yang Kai had done something terribly wrong, which made his heart skip a beat. "What are you trying to say, Martial Aunt? We really didn't do anything." Just then, Chen Xiu finally arrived. While standing outside the room, he took a glance inside and put on a smile, as though everything was going according to his plan. Yu Xiangdai turned and glared at him. "Are you happy now?" Chen Xiu shook his head. "What are you talking about, junior sister? I don't understand." Yu Xiangdai delivered a swift kick, but the well-prepared Chen Xiu easily dodged it. "What are you doing, junior sister?" Chen Xiu asked in shock. Yu Xiangdai said through clenched teeth, "Despicable." Upon finishing her words, she ignored Chen Xiu entirely and glowered at Yang Kai before shouting, "Come with me." Martial Peak, Chapter 48:11, Making a Mistake with Good Intentions. Chen Xiu didn't intend to stop Yang Kai from leaving with Yu Xiangdai. He only gazed at Yang Kai with a meaningful smile as they departed. Yang Kai had no idea why Yu Xiangdai was furious, but he wouldn't dare to ask her about it as he followed her in silence. 1 hour later, they arrived at a different spirit peak. He realized that the view around him looked familiar. After looking around, he recalled that he had been somewhere near this place before. Su Linggong's spirit peak was in a nearby place. It seemed that he and Yu Xiangdai were neighbors. There were many people on the spirit peak who should be Yu Xiangdai's disciples. She was an inner elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she had the right to take on disciples. Upon seeing her, all of them saluted her in a respectful manner. Yang Kai, who was behind her, grew curious. Without looking at these disciples, Yu Xiangdai directly passed through them in a manner that befitted her status as the leader of the spirit peak. These disciples wouldn't dare to say anything. Yu Xiangdai was usually a mild-tempered person who wouldn't put on airs and would respond to any disciple who said hello to her in normal times. Something seemed to have happened on this day as she sported a cold expression. That was the reason they were anxious. Soon, they arrived at a room as Yu Xiangdai turned around and ordered, "Stay here for a few days. I need to gather some information." Yang Kai nodded without hesitation, yes. Yu Xiangdai glared at him before turning to leave, but she soon turned back and ordered, "Other than me, don't meet anyone who comes to see you." What's going on here? Yang Kai was puzzled. His experience in Yinyang Cave Heaven this time was very different from what he had imagined. First of all, he hadn't even had the chance to meet Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Then, he was brought to Chen Xiu's place and stayed there for half a month. Following that, Yu Xiangdai stormed in while feeling furious. He had only lent Tao Lingwan a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, which shouldn't be a big deal. Given the situation, he couldn't have turned a blind eye to her suffering. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Xiangdai had misunderstood something, but he had already explained it clearly to her. Previously, after Chen Xiu said that he had to gather some information, he went missing for half a month. Now, Yu Xiangdai has said the same thing. Yang Kai wondered what kind of information she had to find out. However, since she was infuriated at the time, he didn't dare to say anything and simply agreed to her demands. For the next 3 days, Yu Xiangdai didn't show up. It wasn't until the 4th day that she appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Martial Aunt Yu," Yang Kai saluted her respectfully. There was a conflicted expression on Yu Xiangdai's face as she gazed at him. Her eyes seemed to suggest that she was heartbroken for what had happened with a hint of disgruntlement towards him. A moment later, she let out a long sigh and extended her hand, "Have a seat." Yang Kai bowed his head. After she was seated, he did the same and waited for her to speak. Then, Yu Xiangdai fell silent for quite some time. Just when Yang Kai was running out of patience, she suddenly asked, "How do you find Wanner?" "Wanner?" Yang Kai looked doubtfully at her, then came to his senses. "Are you talking about junior sister Tao Lingwan? She's a kind-hearted and innocent person. It's just that, she can be a little obstinate." Yu Xiangdai glowered at him. "I didn't tell you to remark on her temperament." A stunned Yang Kai asked, "What do you want me to say, then?" Cutting to the chase, Yu Xiangdai asked, "Do you love her?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. "It's only been a short time since we first met, and we have rarely spoken to one another. Why would I even have any feelings for her? Moreover, you know the reason I'm here." Before he could finish his words, Yu Xiangdai cut him off by raising her hand. "But Wanner loves you." A dumbfounded Yang Kai asked, "Are you pulling my leg, martial aunt?" Yu Xiangdai stared seriously at him. "Moreover, it has come to a point where she can no longer love any other man in her lifetime." Yang Kai increasingly felt that she was just messing with him. Just like what he had said, it had only been a short time since he and Tao Lingwan first met, and they had rarely talked to each other. Why would they even have any feelings for each other? Even if she had really fallen in love with Yang Kai due to her inexperience in worldly affairs after Yang Kai lent her a hand while she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, it couldn't have come to a point where she would no longer love any other man in her lifetime. They hadn't kept each other company for any significant period of time, nor had they experienced any life or death moments together. Why would she even develop such deep feelings for him? However, Yu Xiangdai didn't seem like she was pulling a prank. Following another sigh, she said slowly, "There are 2 major factions for the disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven. One of them is the heartless Tao while the other is heartfelt Tao. Although there are two different factions, they lead to the same goal. Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly changed the topic, but he still listened attentively. He had heard Chu Huashang mention the heartless Tao and heartfelt Tao before. The heartless Tao was the one she had cultivated. At that time, she had to fall in love with Yang Kai and then cut off those emotions to achieve a breakthrough and make it to the open heaven realm. Certainly, he didn't understand the secrets behind this, nor did he know anything about heartfelt Tao. Warner has cultivated heartfelt Tao. You've come into contact with her before, so I'm sure you can feel that she's bashful and timid. Yang Kai nodded. Wuxia Dai explained, that is not a pretense. It's mostly because of the secret art's influence, and a small part of it is due to her natural temperament. She is inexperienced and as pure as a piece of white paper because of the secret art she has cultivated. It's hard to find women like her nowadays, Yang Kai remarked. Tao Ling Wan was a sixth-order open heaven realm master after all. She must have cultivated for a long time to achieve her current cultivation, but she remained pure and innocent. Only the cave heavens and paradises had the capital to nurture disciples like her. The open heaven realm masters of most ordinary sects had experienced a lot of hardship during their cultivation journey. Such masters were often the pillars of their sects who carried great burdens on their shoulders, so they didn't have the right to be innocent. But now, Wuxia Dai shot him a glare. This piece of white paper has been marked with your brand. An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, Martial Antu, there was really nothing that happened between junior sister Tao and me. I only lent her a hand when she suffered from cultivation dissonance. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it. Wuxia Dai slowly shook her head, I know you're telling the truth. Nothing more than what you said happened between the two of you. The problem is that you assisted her in the first place. A speechless Yang Kai said, are you saying that I shouldn't have helped her? Should I have just watched her suffer and die? She wouldn't die. Even if you hadn't helped her, she would have stabilized her condition on her own. Moreover, this isn't the first time she has experienced such an incident. I also went through such episodes in the past. Yang Kai became dumbfounded for a while before asking, have you cultivated heartfelt Tao as well, Martial Ant? Wuxia Dai nodded gently. Although Yang Kai was still doubtful, he had somewhat figured out what had happened. Wuxia Dai said that the white sheet had been left with his brand, and that Tao Ling Wan would never fall in love with another man in her lifetime. He reckoned that it had something to do with the heartfelt Tao and the fact that he had helped her when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance. After straightening his face, Yang Kai said, please enlighten me, Martial Ant. Wuxia Dai was pleased with his attitude. After measuring her words, she replied, the heartless Tao and heartfelt Tao are two major factions of Yin-Yang cave heaven that have been existent since time immemorial. Although there is some competition between the two, we generally coexist harmoniously. With that said, we obviously have different cultivation methods from each other. I'm sure Chuer has told you that she has cultivated the heartless Tao. Only by falling in love and then cutting off that love could she ascend to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai nodded his head as he was aware of this. After all, Chu Huashang didn't hide anything from him. As for the heartfelt Tao, we don't have to go to such lengths to make it to the open heaven realm. Cultivators of this Tao won't face any difficulty when ascending to the open heaven realm. The problem starts when we want to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. Cultivators of the heartfelt Tao have to look for suitable partners when they are in the sixth order open heaven realm and obtain their Yin Qi or Yang Qi. Only when Yin and Yang are merged can they achieve completion and break through to the seventh order. At the same time, their small universes would also materialize. However, before that, the more powerful a cultivator of the heartfelt Tao is, the more hidden concerns she would be left with. I'm sure you understand that Yin or Yang cannot grow on their own, so these hidden concerns break out from time to time. Cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai finally understood what had happened. Wuxia Dai nodded, yes, cultivation dissonance, but different from ordinary cultivation dissonance. While the two look similar on the surface, even without any external aid, one who had cultivated the heartfelt Tao can overcome these episodes with enough focus and effort. That wasn't the first time Warner suffered from cultivation dissonance, but no one ever helped her in the past. An embarrassed Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. I had no idea. She was suddenly struck with cultivation dissonance, so I just tried to. Yu Xiangdai sighed. It's not your fault. Any conscientious person wouldn't have turned a blind eye to it in that situation, but that was where you made a mistake. Did you feel anything strange when you were helping her? Yang Kai nodded. My strength perfectly merged with hers. That's the uniqueness of the heartfelt Tao, Yu Xiangdai explained. She can perfectly accept the first power from the opposite sex and merge with it, thus becoming the life companion of that man. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, Martial Ant, didn't you say a cultivator of heartfelt Tao has to look for a partner? Yu Xiangdai replied, there are two ways of selecting a partner. One of them is to fall in love. If Warner had really fallen in love with anyone, that would be her choice. The other way is to merge her power with another party. This way is more forceful and dominating. One might fall out of love with their partner, but since their strength has already merged, it can never be untangled. Many disciples of heartfelt Tao are unable to bear the pain of the cultivation dissonance, so they look for their partners using this method. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. Martial Ant, are you saying that junior sister Tao and I? With a solemn expression, Yu Xiangdai nodded. You are now the only man she can have in her life. Just like what I've said, she has been left with your brand. Other than you, she will never love anyone else. No way. Yang Kai quickly waved his hands. You know what I came to Yin Yang Cave Heaven for. I didn't have a choice when I helped junior sister Tao. Moreover, we know nothing about each other, so how can we suddenly become a couple? I'm afraid it's not up to you to decide. Yu Xiangdai slowly shook her head. Although Warner is not a core disciple of the sect, she has the highest hope of ascending to the seventh order in the last hundreds of years. Without your help, her martial Tao would end at the peak of the sixth order. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-12, Embarrassing Situation. Yang Kai had never expected that his attempt to help someone would end up causing such a big problem. He reckoned that the secret arts of Yin Yang Cave Heaven were indeed abstruse. If it was just like what Yu Xiangdai had said, Tao Ling Wan would never be able to accept another man's Yang Qi as her small universe had absorbed Yang Kai's strength. In that case, without Yang Kai's help, she would never be able to make it to the seventh order in her lifetime. It wasn't something those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven wanted to see. A seventh order open heaven realm master was valuable to every cave heaven or paradise. Tao Lingwan had high hopes of ascending to the seventh order. If her future was ruined by Yang Kai, those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't let him off. Yang Kai felt helpless while his mind was a mess. It had only been a short time since he and Tao Lingwan first met, and they had barely even spoken to each other. However, if her future was destroyed because of him, he would feel guilty. Nevertheless, he couldn't bring himself to simply accept her. He had come all the way to this place for Chu Huashang. It wasn't the right thing to do if he was tangled up with another woman while he hadn't even met Chu Huashang. Chen Xiu. Yang Kai suddenly cursed. He was puzzled previously, but upon hearing Yu Xiangdai's explanation, he seemed to have realized something. It was Chen Xiu's doing, right? Tao Lingwan was Chen Xiu's disciple, so he must be fully aware of her situation. Perhaps he knew that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon at that time, so he insisted on making her serve Yang Kai. After that, he went missing for half a month. On the other hand, he never told Yang Kai anything. Chen Xiu knew that once Tao Lingwan suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai, the latter wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. The moment Yang Kai decided to help, he would fall into the trap. This probably wasn't a well-thought-out plan. After all, Chen Xiu had no idea when Yang Kai would visit Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so he had most likely improvised it. When Yang Kai arrived, it just so happened that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon. Yu Xiangdai parted her lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. You figured it out, after all. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "But, why?" Regardless, Tao Ling Wan was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master who was also strikingly beautiful. If such a beautiful woman got together with Yang Kai, outsiders would think that he had found a partner that was out of his league. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out Chen Xiu's intention for doing this. It wasn't like he didn't know that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were engaged. The titles of Yang Kai, which included Star Boundary Great Emperor and Void Lands Lord, were probably not prestigious enough to make him sacrifice a legacy disciple just to establish a connection. "It's for Chuer," Yu Xiangdai replied. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai became even more doubtful. Yu Xiangdai explained, 100 years ago, you won first place in the Tao Theory Assembly and became engaged with Chuer. Supposedly, you should have come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven a few years ago. Yang Kai nodded. That was my plan, but I was held up by something. It was the chaotic dead territory, right? Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? The ancestor who is responsible for monitoring the chaotic dead territory is from Luoxing Cave Heaven. When he saw that you entered the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god, he asked around to find out about your identity. That was how all cave heavens and paradises knew that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai nodded gently. The appearance of a giant spirit god and someone entering the chaotic dead territory were both major events. Since the ancestor from Luoxing Cave Heaven had seen it, he would definitely inform everyone about it. The cave heavens and paradises naturally had channels to communicate with each other, hence, it wasn't a secret that Yang Kai had barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god. The chaotic dead territory is a dangerous place. Even the eighth-order ancestor from Luoxing Cave Heaven could only stay in the periphery for a short moment before having to retreat. What do you think the outsiders would speculate when you had gone missing for decades? Yu Xiangdai stared at him and asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, they must have believed that I was dead. Yu Xiangdai nodded, exactly. In fact, I just came back from the Star Boundary not long ago. I was also shocked when I heard that you had entered the chaotic dead territory back then. I too believed that you were killed, however, when I asked the head manager of High Heaven Pavilion, she firmly declared that you were fine. If I hadn't seen you with my bare eyes this time, I wouldn't have believed it. At that time, she was puzzled by Hua Qingxi's confidence. No one could survive after entering the chaotic dead territory, but Hua Qingxi told her to rest assured and said that her sect master must be fine. As for when he would leave the chaotic dead territory, she didn't have a clue either. Yu Xiangdai didn't probe her further. Since Hua Qingxi had said so, she chose to believe her. When she returned to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she really met Yang Kai. While Yu Xiangdai didn't understand the reason behind it, Yang Kai knew why Hua Qingxi was so certain. That was because he had the loyalty list which had 9 names written in it. The life or death of those 9 hinged on Yang Kai. If something happened to him, Mao Zhe and the others would instantly lose their lives as well. Since Mao Zhe and the others were still alive and kicking, it meant that Yang Kai was fine. But others wouldn't think of it this way. All the cave heavens and paradises believed that you were dead. This speculation was further verified since you didn't show up after the 100-year promise was due. Yang Kai appeared worried. Did senior sister Chu enter seclusion because of this? Yes. Yu Xiangdai nodded. If you were still alive and had come to this place on time, those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't have gone back on their word. You would still be a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, since you were thought to be dead, the engagement became invalid as well. Chuer is one of the sect's core disciples who has a bright future after all. Given the uniqueness of the secret art she has cultivated, those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven decided to look for a partner for her. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, what did senior sister Chu think about the idea? Yu Xiangdai shook her head. She naturally refused. It was because of this that she decided to cultivate in seclusion. Out of sight, out of mind. At the same time, she wanted to wait for you to appear. Yang Kai fell silent, thinking that he didn't deserve Chu Huashang's trust. If he had simply come on time, all this wouldn't have happened. Chuer's stance was firm. However, since she is a core disciple, the sect has the right to interfere in her affairs. She can't change anything on her own. If Brother Su were still around, he could have put in a word for her. However, since he's gone, Chuer was all by herself while I was far away in the star boundary. There was no one in the sect who could speak up for her. She had tried her best by choosing to cultivate in seclusion to avoid this problem. So, who is the partner that your noble sect has selected for Senior Sister Chu? Yu Xiangdai shot him a glance. Chuer is a core disciple who has the hope to ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm one day and become an ancestor. There are not many people in the sect who are a match for her. First of all, his aptitude must be similar, and his seniority comes next. With that said, there is a suitable person. He is Chen Xiu's disciple as well as Tao Ling Wan's junior brother, Feng Qingxi. He was the most recent core disciple before Chuer who had directly ascended to the 6th Order. Although he's much older than Chuer, they are of the same seniority. In fact, the sect's managers initially wanted Chuer and Feng Qingxi to get together. However, since she had violated the taboo, they had no choice but to hold the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. According to you, Feng Qingxi is Chen Xiu's disciple, so why would he set me up to help junior sister Tao Lingwan resolve her cultivation dissonance? He wouldn't gain any benefits out of it, nor would it be beneficial to junior sister Tao. It would be terrible if they had to be tied up for life because of this, as it had only been a short time since they first met. It probably wasn't Tao Lingwan's intention either. She was just forced to obey her master. He wouldn't get any benefits out of it, but his plan could perfectly resolve the embarrassing situation that Yinyang Cave Heaven is facing, Yu Xiangdai explained. Although I don't agree with what he's done, and I think that he's too short-sighted, there's no doubt that he's doing it to protect the sect's interests. I hope you'll understand that he didn't have any ill intentions against you. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, those from the sect thought you were dead, so they had designated a partner for Chuer. However, with you being alive now, the sect would have to go back on their word. That's the embarrassing situation the sect is facing. Yang Kai could somewhat understand it. Following her explanation, he deduced, so, Chen Xiu thought of a way to resolve this conundrum, which is to pair me with his disciple as a form of compensation. He would probably force me to give up the engagement as well. In that case, Yinyang Cave Heaven could get away with it, and outsiders couldn't blame your sect. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Yes, that's exactly his plan. Strictly speaking, Wan'er is not bad. It's just that her aptitude is not comparable to Chuer's. If you're happy with her, it will be a win-win situation. Do not think that just anyone can make Chen Xiu sacrifice his legacy disciple. If not for your amazing achievements over the years, he wouldn't have the heart to use Wan'er to set you up. Back then, Wan'er directly ascended to the 5th Order, and her cultivation journey has been smooth sailing over the years. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll make it to the 7th Order within a few hundred years. You directly ascended to the 5th Order as well, so outsiders would think that you and Wan'er are a perfect match. On the other hand, Chuer would be out of your league. Yang Kai fell silent for a while before letting out a sigh. Junior sister Tao has sacrificed the most in this matter. Yu Xiangdai sighed. She must have thought of it when she decided to obey her master. Although she's innocent, she's not a fool. No fool can ever attain her achievements. Since she didn't reject it, it means that she's at least fond of you. Yang Kai shook his head, but it's different from becoming partners for life. It's indeed an embarrassing situation for Yinyang Cave Heaven, and it's the same case for you. So, I have to ask you seriously. Are you willing to accept Tao Lingwan and give up on Chu Huashang? In that case, everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy? Yang Kai snorted. I don't think so. Has anyone asked what senior sister Chu thinks about it? What is really on junior sister Tao's mind? What's my stance on this matter? No one has bothered to ask. Only those from Yinyang Cave Heaven will be happy with this. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-13, Difficult Challenge. Yu Xiangdai breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Those from the sect told me to ask you about it. Since that's what you think, you've given me an answer, and I have a reply to them. Although Brother Su is not around, I won't allow anyone to bully Chuer as I had watched her grow up. An idea suddenly flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he examined Yu Xiangdai. She had said that she had cultivated heartfelt Tao, and she had gone through the same experience as Tao Lingwan. Now, she was already in the seventh order open heaven realm. In other words, her crisis was resolved when she suffered from cultivation dissonance in the past, which allowed her to break free from her chains. That was why her small universe had materialized, and she had ascended to the seventh order. So, who was the partner she had selected back then? Involuntarily, the image of Su Linggong sprang into Yang Kai's mind. After Su Linggong left the star boundary in the past, Yu Xiangdai came over to be stationed there, and she had taken good care of Yang Kai. Now, she seemed concerned about Chu Huashang. The average martial ant wouldn't have gone to such lengths. It seemed to suggest that Yu Xiangdai was very close to Su Linggong and his disciples. While Yang Kai was amazed by the revelation, he asked, "What do you plan on doing, martial ant?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head. "It's about what you have to do, not what I plan on doing." A humble Yang Kai asked, "Please enlighten me, martial ant." Yu Xiangdai replied, "The place where Chuer is cultivating in seclusion is special. It's a place in Yin Yang Cave Heaven where a cultivator's heart is trained. It's called the Samsara Pavilion. Those who enter it will experience a number of reincarnations, but remain unaware of it. Only when one finds her true love would she be able to break through the fog and retrieve her true heart." Yang Kai frowned as he didn't understand. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, "The Samsara Pavilion is where many female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven would select their life partners. Any female disciple who enters the Samsara Pavilion will temporarily lose her memory. She will only remember the things in her current life after the reincarnation. During the rounds of reincarnation, she will come across many people and events while her heart is tempered. The male disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't lose their memories after initially entering. If two people are destined to be together, they will find each other in the Samsara Pavilion." Those from the sect insisted on getting Feng Qingxi to be Chuer's partner. She's on her own and powerless to resist it, and she couldn't dodge the problem with the usual way of cultivating in seclusion. The Samsara Pavilion was the only place she could go. If no one pulls her out of it, she will fall into oblivion for her entire life. When she finished her words, Yu Xiangdai appeared to be melancholic. The outsiders thought that the female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven were loose women who would just bed any man, but they had no idea that these women were actually the most loyal partners of all. That was because almost every female disciple who had found a partner had to go through the tests of the Samsara Pavilion. Only by not giving up on each other through several reincarnations would they remain together forever. Since time immemorial, there had been countless female disciples who had fallen into oblivion in the Samsara Pavilion because they couldn't find their partners inside. Yu Xiangdai had a senior sister who was just like her real mother or elder sister. However, she had not appeared since entering the Samsara Pavilion. It was certain that this senior sister wasn't dead, but she was still going through rounds of reincarnation in the Samsara Pavilion and would never see the outside world again in her lifetime. Has Feng Qingxi gone to that place? A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't hard to figure out. Since those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven wanted these core disciples to get together, Feng Qingxi would definitely be the next to enter the Samsara Pavilion after Chu Huashang. If he could pull her out of the Samsara Pavilion, that would be the outcome those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven wanted to see. Good, Yu Xiangdai nodded. He entered the place not long after Chuer started cultivating in seclusion. That means he's been inside for a few years already. Yang Kai let out a sigh, thinking that he was too late to join the race. Yu Xiangdai raised her hand to motion for him to calm down. Even though he entered the Samsara Pavilion a few years earlier, it's not really an advantage. Only with a sincere heart would one find their partner in the Samsara Pavilion. You are the one who occupies Chuer's heart, so that's your biggest advantage. Feng Qingxi is no match for you in this regard. Moreover, I suppose the heart barrier that Chuer set when she entered the Samsara Pavilion wouldn't be easy to break. Feng Qingxi wouldn't achieve his goal in a short time. Heart barrier? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Yu Xiangdai explained, every female disciple who wishes to enter the Samsara Pavilion to wait for her partner will set a heart barrier before she loses her memory. Only by breaking this heart barrier can a male disciple bring back her memory and take her out of the Samsara Pavilion. The lowest level of a heart barrier is 3 lives while the highest is 9 lives. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai asked, in other words, I have to find her through a minimum of 3 reincarnations to a maximum of 9 reincarnations and win her heart in order to break her heart barrier. Am I right? Exactly. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Chuer has temporarily lost her memory after entering the Samsara Pavilion. Others might take advantage of it if the heart barrier is too easy. Yang Kai nodded. What level of heart barrier do you think senior sister Chu has set for herself, martial aunt? Yu Xiangdai replied, 3 lives would be too easy as others might take advantage of her while 9 lives would be too difficult. To be honest with you, the Samsara Pavilion has been in existence for countless eons, but no disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven have ever broken a heart barrier of 9 lives before. That's because the more rounds of reincarnation there are, the more difficult it becomes to obtain the other party's acknowledgement and win her heart. Chuer is waiting for you, but she doesn't intend to make things difficult for you, hence, the heart barrier she has chosen wouldn't be too easy or difficult. As for how many lives you must experience, you'll only find out after you find her. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai grinned and revealed his white teeth. That's a pretty difficult challenge. Yu Xiangdai snorted, I hope you'll still be confident when the time comes. I'll tell you this, if you can't bring Chuer out of there, you should just stay inside forever. Yang Kai bowed his head, don't worry, martial aunt. I'll bring senior sister Chu out of the Samsara Pavilion safely. However, as an outsider, do I have a right to enter the Samsara Pavilion? I'm afraid Chen Xiu wouldn't agree to it. Yu Xiangdai scoffed, I'll handle it. That shameless old fart has used such a dirty trick. I'll let him know what it means to go for wool but come back shorn. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly appeared dejected, it's just that Wanner will have to suffer. Yang Kai remained silent as he felt helpless about this point as well. He had been dragged into an improvised plot while he was unsuspecting. Regardless of what the outcome would be, Tao Ling Wan would be hurt. Yu Xiangdai soon left as she had to get prepared to help Yang Kai enter the Samsara Pavilion. Not long after she was gone, Chen Xiu arrived with Tao Ling Wan. Upon seeing Yang Kai, he sported a smile and took a seat. Nephew, it's thanks to you that my disciple wasn't harmed during cultivation dissonance. I initially wanted to thank you, but junior sister Yu brought you away in a rush. The only reason we've come all the way here this time is that Wanner wants to personally express her gratitude. I'm sure you're aware that she's pretty timid, so I have to come with her. Previously, he called Yang Kai martial nephew, but it was nephew now. It seemed that he now regarded the young man to be his family member. Yang Kai remained calm as he nodded, don't mention it, martial uncle. It was the least I could do. Chen Xiu waved his hand. It might be the least you could do, but you have saved Wanner's life. Wanner, you should express your gratitude to your senior brother now. After taking a step forward, Tao Ling Wan saluted Yang Kai in an elegant manner and said in a hushed voice, many thanks for lending me a hand, senior brother Yang. Strictly speaking, Tao Ling Wan was older than Yang Kai, and she had started cultivating much earlier. She was supposed to be his senior sister, but Chen Xiu told her to call him senior brother, so his intention was pretty conspicuous. Yang Kai gazed at her and replied gently, you don't have to be overly polite with me, junior sister Wanner. He then turned his head and stared at Chen Xiu, martial uncle, to be honest with you, I'm preparing to enter the Samsara Pavilion to look for senior sister Chu. Upon hearing that, Tao Ling Wan shook a little while the smile on Chen Xiu's face froze. A moment later, he nodded. It seems that junior sister Yu has told you everything. Yes, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Qin Xiu grunted and ran his fingers through his beard. After giving it a thought, he said, "Nephew, this king didn't mean any harm by doing this. I had no other choice, so I hope you'll forgive me." Tao Lingwan was supposed to be the one to decide whether she would forgive Qin Xiu, not Yang Kai, hence, he didn't respond to him. "However, Wanner's future now hinges on you. I don't object to you looking for martial niece Chu, but what about Wanner? Are you going to abandon her?" Yang Kai replied, "There's a solution to every problem in the world." He then turned to Tao Lingwan and spoke gently, "Junior sister, we didn't know each other in the past as we just met half a month ago, and you know nothing about me. Are you resigned to being tied to me forever just because of the secret art's influence?" Faced with his question, Tao Lingwan hung her head low. A while later, she replied in a small voice, "I'll obey my master." Yang Kai felt sorry for her as he shook her head, "Junior sister, you're an adult who is in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so you're supposed to have your own opinions. To put it bluntly, there will come a day when Martial Uncle Chen passes away. If you only listen to him all the time, what will you do when that day comes? Will you be unable to keep on living?" Qin Xiu was infuriated upon hearing that. Although he was old, he still had many years to live as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai was practically cursing him and hoping he would die sooner. "This brat is so resentful of me, but he just doesn't show it on his face," Qin Xiu thought. Yang Kai then turned to look at Qin Xiu, "Martial uncle, you've raised your disciple wrongly, and you'll suffer a setback because of it sooner or later." Faced with a junior's criticism, an embarrassed Qin Xiu flicked his sleeve and rose from the chair. "I don't agree with what you've said, martial nephew. I do everything with a clear conscience." From his point of view, if Yang Kai could just follow along with his plan, not only would Enyang Cave Heaven be saved from the embarrassing situation, but he could also find a suitable partner for his disciple. Therefore, there wasn't a hint of guilt in his tone when he said that. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-14, My Decision. After Qin Xiu left in a huff, Tao Lingwan followed him closely. Before that, she looked apologetically at Yang Kai, who put on a smile and waved his hand to motion for her not to mind it. For the next half a month, Yu Xiangdai was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until 20 days later that she appeared while looking fatigued. When she found Yang Kai, she said, "Everything is ready. I'll bring you to the Samsara Pavilion with me in 3 days." "Many thanks for your help, Martial Aunt," Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. Although he was a Enyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law on paper, he wasn't from the sect after all. Since the Samsara Pavilion was the place where the disciples of Enyang Cave Heaven trained their hearts, it must be a top-secret restricted area. Only their disciples would be allowed to enter. It took Yu Xiangdai a long time to come back, so it was apparent that she had put in a lot of effort to persuade the sect's management to let Yang Kai enter the Samsara Pavilion. "However, there's one thing I have to make clear to you." Yu Xiangdai stared solemnly at him. "Although the higher-ups have agreed to let you enter the Samsara Pavilion, they have a condition." Yang Kai replied, "Please go ahead, Martial Aunt. It will all be fine if you're able to bring Chuer out and your engagement will still be valid. However, if you fail, you have to get married to Wanner." Was this Qin Xiu's idea? Yang Kai arched his brow. Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's the manager's idea." Tao Lingwan was most likely able to make it to the Seventh Order, but Yang Kai was an indispensable part of that. There was no way those from Enyang Cave Heaven would give up on Tao Lingwan, so it was expected that they had come up with this condition. "Understood." Yang Kai nodded, "I won't fail." "I'm glad that you're confident." Yu Xiangdai slightly set her mind at ease. "There's something I need to ask you about, though. What is the situation inside the Samsara Pavilion? Since senior sister Chu has set up a heart barrier and lost her memory, how should I find her? Would her appearance change?" "No one can be certain whether her appearance has changed. You'll only find out about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion after entering it. As for how you'll find Chuer, you'll meet each other if you're fated to be together." If your destinies are not connected, you'll not recognize her even if she's right in front of you. There are no techniques you can use during the heart training session in the Samsara Pavilion. Sincerity is of utmost importance. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Although he could fully understand what she meant, sincerity was an elusive thing. It was too abstruse. With that said, he and Chu Huashang had experienced life and death moments together before. In the past, they were hunted down in the blood monster cave heaven and they both helped each other to survive. That was when they developed feelings for each other. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai focused on cultivating in his own room as demanded by Yu Xiang Dai. 3 days later, she brought him to the Samsara Pavilion. Yang Kai initially thought that the Samsara Pavilion was somewhere like a grand hall or a sealed world, but it wasn't until he arrived at this place that he realized it was very different from his imagination. It was a spirit province that was densely covered with huge trees. The world energy that flowed through the entire spirit province like a fog was rich and ample. Even from a bird's eye view, one was unable to make out what the spirit province looked like. It was an important place in Yinyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that there was an open heaven realm master who guarded this place. Moreover, the person was a 7th order open heaven realm master. There was no doubt that this guard and Yu Xiang Dai knew each other, and he was aware that she would bring Yang Kai to the Samsara Pavilion on this day. Therefore, after a bit of small talk with Yu Xiang Dai, he allowed them to pass. Upon entering the spirit province, they arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Yang Kai could instantly see a large-scale shopping district where many disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven moved around together. Some of them were unwilling to part ways as they bid each other farewell with loving words. After that, the female disciples would steadfastly enter the forest and disappear while hoping that their partners would find them. The male disciples would wait for a moment before entering the forest as well. There were also some men and women who entered the forest on their own. On the other hand, there was a loving couple who just stepped out of the forest. The woman's smile was as sweet as honey while the man looked lovingly at her. It was as though she was the entire universe and there was no one else in the world in his eyes. However, there were also some dejected men and women whose faces were covered in tears. Looking at the young disciples who entered and left the forest, Yu Xiang Dai sighed. Many couples who think that their love for each other would never change are unable to pass the tests in the Samsara Pavilion, and they have to part ways as a result. This place is where the disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven look for their partners, but it's also the source of suffering for many of us. Yang Kai asked curiously, Martial Ant, didn't you say that a female disciple would fall into oblivion in the Samsara Pavilion if her heart barrier is not broken? Why do I see some female disciples leaving the forest while sobbing? I suppose their male partners didn't manage to break their heart barriers. Yu Xiang Dai explained, a female disciple will indeed fall into oblivion if her heart barrier is not broken. However, if she has only set up a heart barrier of 3 lives for herself, she'll still be able to retrieve her memory after 3 reincarnations even if the male disciple is useless. However, this wouldn't happen if there are more than 3 incarnations. The more rounds of reincarnations there are in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult it would be for the female disciple to recognize herself. Yang Kai nodded, got it. Go in now. There's nothing you need to do. Just allow nature to take its course. Yes, Yang Kai replied and stepped forward and his figure was soon engulfed by the fog. Yu Xiang Dai stayed on the same spot for a while before deciding to leave. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw 2 people walking towards her. She frowned and looked doubtfully at them. What are you doing in the Samsara Pavilion, senior brother Chen? These 2 were none other than Chen Xiu and Tao Lingwan. While Chen Xiu was walking at the front, Tao Lingwan followed closely behind. Chen Xiu shot her a dispassionate glance and replied, what else can we do here? Yu Xiang Dai took a glance at Tao Lingwan, who was behind him, and instantly realized what was going on. Her expression changed drastically as she snapped, are you out of your mind? Do you not care about her life or death just because you want to let your other disciple get all the benefits? Are you even human? There was an impassive expression on Chen Xiu's face as he was unfazed by her accusation. He simply turned to Tao Lingwan and said, "Go in now. Be careful." Tao Lingwan nodded and stepped forward. All of a sudden, she turned around and fell on her knees before gently pressing her forehead against the ground 3 times in front of Qin Xiu. After she got to her feet in silence though, Yu Xiangdai blocked her way and persuaded her by saying, "Waner, don't be so foolish. Just tell me if anyone has forced you to do this. I'll stand up for you." Tao Lingwan hung her head low and shook her head. "Listen to me. Go back with me, and we'll have a talk," Yu Xiangdai said and extended her hand. Nevertheless, Tao Lingwan dodged it and replied in a hushed voice, "Please let me go in, martial aunt." "No." Yu Xiangdai directly rejected her. "Even if the ancestors were here to persuade me, I'll not let you enter the Samsara Pavilion. That's not a place you should go." She then glowered at Qin Xiu. "You're really a good master to her, aren't you? What has Waner done to be unlucky enough to become your disciple?" Qin Xiu stared calmly at her without any intention to refute her. Just when Yu Xiangdai wanted to speak further, Tao Lingwan suddenly looked up and gazed at her. "Please don't blame my master, martial aunt. This is my decision." Yu Xiangdai sneered, "I'm fully aware of your temperament. There's no way this is your decision. It's obvious that this old fart has forced you to enter the Samsara Pavilion to achieve his goal." Faced with her fierce accusation, Qin Xiu never explained anything and just looked down. Tao Lingwan spoke in a firmer tone, "Martial aunt, this is the first decision I've made for myself after all these years. Please don't make things difficult for me." Yu Xiangdai frowned as she darted her gaze between Tao Lingwan and Qin Xiu. At that moment, she doubted herself. Furthermore, she had never seen Tao Lingwan speaking in such a loud voice with a determined gaze before. She stared fixedly at Qin Xiu in an attempt to find the answer, but he only nodded in silence. At that instant, Yu Xiangdai was in a dilemma. It took one a lot of courage to decide to enter the Samsara Pavilion. She initially thought that it was Qin Xiu's order, but it didn't seem to be the case now. After giving it a thought, she said, "Waner, why do you want to enter the Samsara Pavilion? Young boy is looking for Chuer. Even if you go in, you might not be able to come out again. In that case, you'll be trapped inside forever." Tao Lingwan spoke in a small voice again, "I'll be careful." "No." Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's not like you'll be safe just by being careful. I can't let you go in. If you enter that place, you'll end up in a horrible state. Even if I can't go in today, I'll do it tomorrow. Even if I can't go in tomorrow, I'll do it the day after tomorrow, unless you can stay here forever." Tao Lingwan looked into her eyes without the intention to back down. Yu Xiangdai was lost for words. Every disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven had the right to enter the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't like she could stay here forever to block her path. She wasn't supposed to stop her from entering the place to begin with. If she was doubtful just now, she was now 100% certain that Qin Xiu hadn't forced Tao Lingwan into this. It was indeed her own decision to enter the Samsara Pavilion. While she was in a dazed state, Tao Lingwan suddenly dashed forward. When Yu Xiangdai came to her senses, she quickly extended her hand. Qin Xiu instantly appeared in front of her and pushed out his palm. Both of them were sent flying away for several dozen meters. Yu Xiangdai glowered at him, "Do you want her to die?" Qin Xiu replied in a grim voice, "She wants to go in to find her own answer. Do you think I didn't intend to stop her? None of you actually know what she's like. Once she has made a decision, no one can change her mind. I took her on as a disciple when she was just a baby and raised her all by myself. She may be my disciple, but she's also like a daughter to me." Yu Xiangdai was rendered speechless. She now recalled that Qin Xiu had indeed always treated Tao Lingwan like a precious treasure. If not for him overly doting on her, she wouldn't have grown up to be such a timid and inexperienced person despite being a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Certainly, such a master who loved his disciple so much wouldn't sacrifice her one day for the sake of another disciple. Yang Kai is a talented young man who is a good match for Waner. She's an adult now, and it's impossible for me to stay by her side forever. Over the years, I found quite a few potential partners for her, but none of them were to my liking. Yang Kai is not bad. It will be perfect if Wanner can marry him. However, it seems that I've done something wrong. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-15, Reincarnation. There were countless ancient trees in the Samsara Pavilion. Every tree was covered with leaves, and each was so huge that it would take several people to hug it. A white fog flowed through the entire forest. While walking through it, one might think that he was lost in a dream. Yang Kai sauntered through the forest in silence. Millions of branches hung low from the ancient trees. Although there was no wind, they swayed gently as though they were welcoming the guests who visited this place. Most of the trunks were fully sealed. Only some of the trunks had gaps in them, which looked like tree caves that could accommodate people. There were two types of trees that corresponded to different genders. Other than the ancient trees with sealed trunks, some of the trees had gaps that were near the roots while some of the gaps were in the middle of the trunks. All of the disciples who entered this place had to enter a tree cave and stay inside the tree of their choice. With the help of the forest's mysterious power, they could enter the real Samsara Pavilion and go through reincarnations to train their hearts. Previously, Yu Xiangdai had told Yang Kai about the things he had to take note of in the Samsara Pavilion. Hence, he knew that the gaps that appeared in the middle of the trunks were for the female disciples while the tree caves near the roots were for the male disciples. Although they appeared similar on the outside, they were starkly different inside. If one had selected the wrong tree cave, they were unable to enter the real Samsara Pavilion. The difficulty of the heart barriers that the female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven set up had something to do with the locations of the ancient trees. The further they went, the more difficult the heart barrier they would be able to set up. Those who just wanted a heart barrier of 3 lives could just find an ancient tree in the periphery. They didn't have to go further into the forest. However, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had established must be more than 3 lives, so Yang Kai reckoned that he should travel deeper. For the male disciples, the locations of the ancient trees didn't matter, but Yang Kai wanted to get closer to Chu Huashang, though he had no idea which ancient tree she was in. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the depths of the forest where he was blocked by a certain ancient tree. There was a gap near the roots of the ancient tree that had formed a tree cave that could accommodate a person. The branches that hung low kept swaying back and forth. Just when Yang Kai was ready to go further, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at his own shoulder. Above his shoulder, there was a curly branch that seemed to have turned into a petite hand and hooked his clothes at some point. Yang Kai decided to stop moving forward. Instead, he turned around and shuffled towards a nearby tree cave. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where hearts were trained, and sincerity was of utmost importance. Yu Xiangdai had told him to let nature take its course, and he was ready to follow her advice. Upon entering the tree cave, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed. The tree cave was pretty big, so he didn't feel cramped while sitting inside. After he emptied his mind for a bit, the tree cave suddenly started squirming and closing until he was fully covered by it. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any traces that suggested there was once a tree cave here. Upon realizing that his thoughts were running wild, Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and stopped resisting. There came a moment when his soul seemed to have left his body as it passed through a colorful passage and reached for an unknown place. Everything was going just like what Yu Xiangdai had described, so Yang Kai just waited patiently. A moment seemed to have passed, but it also felt as if millions of years had gone by. Finally, a glimmer of light came into sight at the end of the colorful passageway. The light rapidly expanded until Yang Kai could no longer see anything else. In the meantime, he realized that his soul finally landed on the ground, and he was equipped with a new body. He could hear the sounds of weapons clanging with each other. The place was bustling with noise, and the people around him were clearly cheering. Yang Kai looked around and realized that he was standing close to an arena. He was basically sandwiched among a group of people. On the stage, 2 figures were locked in an intense battle as they wielded their weapons. After a moment of observation, Yang Kai realized that even though their techniques appeared sophisticated, they were really just flashy without much power. With a frown, he examined himself and realized that there was a special power flowing through his meridians. This was not world energy, though it was similar. What he found unsatisfactory was that the power was far too weak, equivalent to maybe an initial element realm third stage cultivator. Before he could familiarize himself with the situation, the crowd was heard cheering again as there was a winner on the stage. This didn't seem to be a life or death battle. One person was obviously more powerful. While the loser cupped his fist and conceded defeat, the winner responded to him with respect. The atmosphere was harmonious. This was the real Samsara Pavilion, which could also be called the Samsara World. There were innumerable Samsara worlds in the Samsara Pavilion. The Samsara world every person entered could be different. Only two people whose hearts were connected had a chance to enter the same Samsara world and go through reincarnations together. From the looks of it, Yang Kai reckoned that the martial Tao of the Samsara world he had entered was quite low, but that didn't matter. The reason he was here was to look for Chu Huashang, unlike his previous experience in the small source world where he had to rise to become an overlord of that world. Hence, the low martial Tao wasn't a big deal. He was certain that Chu Huashang was also in this Samsara world. As for where to look for her, he was clueless. Certainly, he wasn't interested in the battles on the stage. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to find out more about this world and look for Chu Huashang. Just when he turned around and was ready to leave, an old man with a goatee appeared on the stage with a piece of yellow silk cloth. After sweeping a glance over the people around the stage, he announced, "The next fight. Yang Kai vs. Luo and Gua." Yang Kai turned to look at the stage and arched his brow. A burly figure emerged from the crowd and walked up the stage in a few steps. His heavy build caused the stage to shake a little. The man, who looked like a bear, swept a condescending glance over the crowd and ripped his top apart, which revealed his hairy chest. He then demanded provokingly, "Where's Yang Kai? Come out so I can destroy you." Yang Kai put on a smile, thinking that this was what Yu Xiang Dai meant by allowing nature to take its course. The way a cultivator was trained in the Samsara Pavilion was similar to that of the small source world. After he entered this Samsara world, he was given a new identity. It was just that his name was never changed as he was still Yang Kai. Just now, he had no idea where to look for clues that would help him find Chu Huashang. Now, it seemed that the fight on the stage might help him with it. He turned around and ambled towards the stage. The crowd took the initiative to separate to the sides. When he reached the stage that was around waist height, he pressed his hands against it and leaped up. Seeing that, the crowd broke into laughter. Everyone who went on stage would do their best to show off their prowess. The different skills and movements would elicit applause from the crowd. It was the first time they saw someone clumsily climb up onto the stage like what Yang Kai had done. On the stage, Luo and Gua gaped at the frail Yang Kai, whose limbs seemed as thin as twigs, and put on a grin. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He had just discovered that there was a sword hanging there. It was then he realized that he was supposed to be a swordsman in this Samsara world. As such, he decided to play along. Even though he had never cultivated the sword Tao before, with his vast experiences and high cultivation, he could just use any weapon fairly well. With his left hand on the sword, he put on a gentle smile and nodded, "Yes." A ferocious glint flashed through Luo and Gua's eyes as he bellowed, "I'll destroy you with just one move." The moment he started speaking, his burly figure dashed forward. By the time he finished his last word, his huge fist was already coming right at Yang Kai's face. It was the first time Yang Kai arrived in this Samsara world, so he knew nothing about this place. He had the intention to find out the difference between his own martial Tao and the other man's, so he didn't attempt to dodge the attack. To the onlookers, he seemed to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Following a loud boom, the entire stage shook a little. Luo and Gua's devastating attack didn't destroy his opponent though. Faced with the fist that could kill a tiger, Yang Kai rapidly extended his fist and directly met the attack. As a result, Yang Kai couldn't help but stagger backward until he reached the edge of the stage. He quickly stomped his foot on the ground to stabilize himself. Upon impact, cracks started appearing on the wooden floor around his foot. On the other hand, Luo and Guo only staggered backwards for a bit before he managed to stabilize himself. He then gazed at Yang Kai with surprise. In the meantime, the onlookers broke out into a clamor. Those who laughed at Yang Kai earlier were staring at him in shock. The two people on the stage were starkly different when it came to their builds. The onlookers initially thought that the winner would be revealed with just one move, and the loser might even lose his life. Unexpectedly though, Yang Kai, who appeared thin and frail, managed to fend off Luo and Guo's attack. Although he appeared a bit discomfort, he had still managed to succeed. To the onlookers, only when two opponents were equally matched would the fight be interesting. It was boring to watch a battle where one could easily defeat the other party. Seeing that Yang Kai was defiant, they immediately cheered for him to keep him motivated. Luo and Guo frowned as he was embarrassed at the fact that he was unable to smash Yang Kai with only one move, just like what he had boasted. He then snorted, "You're indeed something, brat. You've successfully fended off my attack once. Let's see whether you'll be able to ward off my second and third attacks." The next moment, he dashed towards Yang Kai with his feet thudding on the ground. After the exchange of moves, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. There wasn't a huge gap between his power and Luo and Guo's. The only difference was that his physical strength was weaker than the other parties, which was why he suffered a setback just now. At that instant, he was torn between laughter and tears. Over the years, he had never suffered a setback when it came to his raw physical strength. It was a new experience for him in this samsara world. He was already on the edge of the stage, so if he kept moving backwards, he would fall off. Therefore, faced with Luo and Guo's strike, he bolted forward and met him head-on. With his left hand on the hilt, he unsheathed the sword as a glint flashed through the weapon and dazzled the onlookers. After the two figures brushed past each other, Yang Kai slowly sheathed his sword. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-16, Meng Manor. The boisterous crowd abruptly fell silent as they looked dazedly at the two figures on the stage. Most of them didn't have a sharp vision, so they were unable to make out the abstrusity of the exchange of moves just now. Only a small number of the onlookers narrowed their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai with serious expressions. There was now a winner on the stage. There were no restrictions when it came to the battles today. It didn't matter whether one would like to use a weapon or fight with his bare hands as long as he could win the battle. Hence, Yang Kai didn't break the rules by using his sword. Luo and Guo didn't collapse, but when he touched his throat, he realized that it was wet. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered with blood. It wasn't until this moment that he felt a pain coming from his neck. A myriad of expressions came over him. He knew that the other party didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been beheaded instead of getting cut slightly. Despite that, this kind of outcome was still unacceptable for him. During the exchange of moves just now, he didn't even manage to make out how Yang Kai unsheathed his sword. He didn't have a chance to counterattack as the other party's attack was too fast for him to even perceive. The old man with a goatee seemed to have received an instruction as he quickly went on stage and announced, "The winner is Yang Kai." Following that, he told the two of them to leave the stage and spoke no further. For the next half a day, more people jumped on stage to fight. Some of them were weak cultivators with only flashy moves while some of them were truly powerful. As Yang Kai observed it, he realized that there seemed to be a selection process going on here, though he wasn't sure what it was for. Fortunately, the people around him were talking among themselves, so he could deduce what was going on from the chatter. The Meng family ran one of the largest businesses in White Jade City, so it was expected that they were extremely wealthy. However, their wealth was coveted by many people as a result. Just a few days ago, the mountain bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak demanded that the Meng family give them 100,000 silver coins and 10 beautiful maidservants every month, otherwise, they would destroy the Meng family. Hidden Treasure Peak was initially occupied by a small group of mountain bandits, and they didn't pose any real threat at all. Some time ago though, a lot of fugitives came over and joined Hidden Treasure Peak, which significantly strengthened their ranks. In order to make a name for themselves, these new members of Hidden Treasure Peak decided to target the wealthy Meng family in the nearby city. Although there was a city lord in White Jade City, who had his own soldiers, the Meng family wouldn't dare to entirely rely on others. Hence, they decided to set up an arena on this day and offered attractive salaries to hire some powerful private guards to protect them. As Yang Kai listened to the people around him, he soon realized the situation he was in. Supposedly, he was there to apply for a job. Is senior sister Chu in the Meng family? Yang Kai couldn't help but have this speculation, otherwise, he couldn't explain why he had to take part in a selection battle right after entering the Samsara world. Considering all this, he started looking forward to what was ahead of him. It wasn't until evening that the competition ended. There were some powerful cultivators from the Meng family who were hidden from the crowd here to watch the battles on the stage and make their judgments. Those who were qualified would be brought back to the Meng family manor, while those who were not good enough would be given some money and told to go home. Yang Kai had performed pretty well, so at the end of the day, the old man with a goatee called out to him and announced that he had passed the test. Luo Ngua, who was defeated by Yang Kai, was also accepted. Although he had lost the battle, his power could not be underestimated. It was just that he had come across a stronger opponent named Yang Kai. The powerful cultivators from the Meng family had acute eyesight, so they didn't accept the candidates solely based on the results of the battles. Instead, they made their own judgments. Those who were knocked out didn't have any complaints as they were fully aware of their true strength. The reason they even took part in the competition was to get some money from the Meng family. Now that they had achieved their goal, they were more than thankful. There were many people left as there were 40 to 50 of them. With a servant clad in green clothes leading the way, they entered the Meng manor through a side door and arrived at a courtyard. They would receive some training in this place for half a month. The captain of the private guards would tell them where they could and could not go in the Meng manor. He would also tell them the rules they had to follow and the consequences of breaking them. On the first day, someone broke the rules. Perhaps he had lost his way while looking for the restroom, so he wandered into the nearby inner court. Seeing that, the personal bodyguards in that place immediately captured him. The captain had the intention of punishing this man to serve as a warning to everyone else. After this person was brought to him, he crippled him and threw him out of the manor right in front of everyone's eyes. The new batch of private guards were horrified. It wasn't until this moment that they realized it wasn't so easy to earn the attractive salaries the Meng family offered. In this place, rules were everything, and one would end up in a horrible state by not following them. The Meng family was wealthy, so it was expected that their manor was huge. However, Yang Kai and the others could only stay in the same courtyard. Since the incident on the first day, no one dared to walk about as they pleased. There was a test 3 days later, and more than 10 people were eliminated. After familiarizing himself with this place for 3 days, Yang Kai decided to take action. He wasn't interested in becoming a private guard in the Meng manor. Since he had speculated that Chu Huashang might be in the Meng family, he had to look for her. Chu Huashang was likely a female member of the Meng family. Although Yang Kai had no idea about her identity in the Meng manor, she must be living in the inner court as she was a woman. When darkness descended, he walked out in silence and headed to the inner court. There were many private guards who were hidden in different corners of Meng manor. However, Yang Kai could easily detect them and avoid getting caught. Just when he was ready to enter the inner court, he realized there was a problem. The security in the inner court was obviously much tighter. He could detect that there were many pairs of eyes in the periphery of the inner court that were paying close attention to the surroundings. It was impossible for him to sneak into the inner court without getting caught given his current power. He waited patiently for 2 hours but still couldn't find a chance, so eventually, he decided to take it slow and come up with a plan first. Just when he was preparing to leave, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past in the darkness. The person seemed to have the same intention as him. Since there was no chance for him to get into the inner court, he had no choice but to give up. However, this man gave up earlier than Yang Kai did, which was why Yang Kai noticed him. Although it was pitch black in this place, it still couldn't conceal his burly figure. Yang Kai frowned as he recognized this person and he wondered, what is he doing here? When did he come? Yang Kai was careful with every movement he made, so he was certain that this other intruder didn't notice him. After the person was gone, he silently left. When Yang Kai returned to his place, he jumped through the window and entered the room. His roommates were still sound asleep and no one realized that he had left and returned. In the morning, they still had to receive training. The captain of the private guards became even more demanding. As a result, some of the arrogant candidates were beaten up and thrown out of Meng Manor. There were initially 40 to 50 people, but presently, only about 30 were left. At night, Yang Kai pretended to be sound asleep as he waited patiently. Last night, regardless of what the intention of that person was, he hadn't achieved his goal, so he would definitely take action again tonight. As expected, in the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard a faint noise. If he hadn't paid close attention to the surroundings, he wouldn't have heard it. Upon making sure that his roommates were still fast asleep, Yang Kai got up in silence. After leaving the courtyard, he saw the burly figure dexterously navigating the darkness and heading straight to the inner court. Yang Kai followed him closely, however, he still couldn't figure out the person's intention tonight. Just like last night, the person remained hidden and observed the surroundings for 2 hours before leaving. For the next half a month, other than receiving training every day, Yang Kai couldn't discover anything. He hadn't even managed to sneak into the inner court. After this period of time, only 20 people remained, which was less than half of the initial number. On the other hand, the captain was pleased with that. Standing in front of these 20 people, he swept a stern glance over them and said, "Since all of you are still here, it means that you're pretty strong. Those who are weak have all been chased away. Moreover, we've looked into your backgrounds, and no problems have been found. Since you've passed the test, you are now members of the Meng Manor. As long as you're loyal to the Meng family, you'll not be mistreated. As private guards, we have to always be ready to protect the Meng family even if we have to lose our lives. Those who don't have the determination to do so can leave now. I won't blame you." Certainly, no one left. Regardless of their reasons for wanting to become private guards, the salaries offered by Meng Manor were attractive. They couldn't get a better job elsewhere. As expected, the captain was satisfied while he nodded lightly. "It seems that none of you are willing to leave. Good. I have one last question. Does any one of you have any ill intentions against Meng Manor? Just be honest with me. I promise not to kill you." When the captain saw that no one responded to him a moment later, he went on to say with a smile, "It seems that you're not willing to admit it." He then turned his head and gazed at a stern-looking young man, Lin Xiaoshan. "How are the managers on the mountain doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the private guards, who were behind him, instantly surrounded Lin Xiaoshan. A sense of fluster flashed through Lin Xiaoshan's face as he stared at the captain. "What are you doing?" The captain replied impassively, "You know what we're doing." Lin Xiaoshan frowned, but he soon put on a relieved smile. "How did you find out?" The captain slowly shook his head. "We have our own ways." Lin Xiaoshan nodded. "It seems that the managers have underestimated the Meng Manor. Since you found out about it, you can just kill me as you please." The captain replied, "I certainly hope to kill you and send your head to those on the mountain. However, Master doesn't like to shed blood unnecessarily, so he has ordered that you be allowed to leave this place alive. However, you have to pass on his words to the managers." "Go ahead," Lin Xiaoshan said in a calm and collected manner. The captain replied, "Master has said that the Meng Manor is a business entity, and he doesn't want to offend the people on the mountain. So, let us be friends instead." Lin Xiaoshan grinned. "What can you offer, then?" The captain clapped his hands, then someone came over with a package. He took the package and tossed it at Lin Xiaoshan. "This is what the master can offer, and the same amount of money will be sent to you all every month." Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoshan opened the package and saw a lot of banknotes. After some calculations, he realized that they were worth about 20,000 silver coins. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-17, Night Attack. After examining the banknotes in the package, Lin Xiaoshan frowned. It's too little. The managers want 100,000 silver coins, and there's a lack of women on the mountain. The captain of the private guards shook his head. This is what Meng Manor can offer. We won't give you any more or any less. Lin Xiaoshan stored the package. Got it. I'll bring this back to the managers. However, as for what decision they'll make, I have no right to interfere. Upon finishing his words, he leaped onto the roof and stepped on the tiles in light steps. He soon left the place. The personal bodyguards of Meng Manor didn't intend to stop him as they watched him leave. In fact, Meng Manor had offered them a lot of money. Nevertheless, if those from Hidden Treasure Peak were not satisfied with it, the conflict would still be irresolvable. Therefore, they didn't dare to fire any more personal bodyguards. After half a month of training, new private guards that included Yang Kai were given some tasks. Yang Kai hoped to be stationed inside the inner court. In that case, it would be easier for him to gather information in the inner court and look for Chu Huashang. With that said, he knew that it was an unrealistic idea. Regardless of anything else, they were new private guards whose loyalty was not time-tested. They would be given some tasks, but they would not be stationed in important places. As expected, Yang Kai was told to watch over some courtyards in the outer court, and he had a veteran private guard named Yin Zhiyong as his partner. Another 4 people were going to work with them. There were 3 shifts in a day, and 2 of them would respectively guard the place for 8 hours. The task was neither difficult nor simple. They familiarized themselves with each other and came up with a passcode for changing shifts, after which Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong hid in a corner and monitored their surroundings to prevent any ill-intentioned people from barging in. It would be peaceful for the next 3 days. When they were not on duty, Yang Kai would buy some wine and food to share with Yin Zhiyong. Certainly, Yin Zhiyong was pleased with Yang Kai's tactfulness, so he became more amiable to him. Therefore, barely 3 days later, Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong became good friends. One day, Yang Kai brought back some wine and food again. They were seated across from each other while drinking and chatting. Thinking that it was about time, Yang Kai pretended to be drunk as he said, "Brother Yin, I know nothing about the Meng Manor since I'm new. You've been a private guard here for more than 10 years. Do you have any advice for me?" Yin Zhiyong stuffed some peanuts into his mouth and looked smilingly at him. "Of course I have a lot of advice for you, but it's not like I can say it all at once. Just stay here for a few more years, and you'll get the hang of it. The Meng Manor is a good place. There's practically no risk we have to face as private guards, and the salaries are attractive. Countless people scramble to get in here every year." Yang Kai filled the cup with wine for him. "Just tell me anything, Brother Yin. I'm all ears. It's just between you and me." Over the past few days, Yang Kai had bought him a lot of delicious food and wine, so it was hard for Yin Zhiyong to turn him down. After giving it a thought, Yin Zhiyong decided to tell him some basic information. According to him, the Meng family started out as salt sellers, and they gradually branched out into different businesses. Their properties were all over the world, and their revenue was counted in the millions of silver coins every year. Presently, the Meng family patriarch, Meng Deyi, was 50 years old. He had more than 10 wives, 4 sons, and 3 daughters. The family businesses were practically managed by the sons, while 2 out of 3 daughters were married to men who were equal matches in terms of their statuses. Only the eldest young lady has been giving the patriarch a headache. Yin Zhiyong frowned at the mention of the eldest young lady. A sensitive Yang Kai asked, "What's going on with the eldest young lady?" All of a sudden, Yin Zhiyong looked around. Still feeling worried, he rose from the chair and opened the door. Upon making sure that no one else was around, he took a seat and said to Yang Kai in a small voice, "In the Meng Manor, the eldest young lady's affairs are a taboo. You must not mention it as you please." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Yin. I won't." Yin Ji Yong took a sip of the wine and said, "In the Meng manor, the fourth young lady and the fifth young lady are married, but the eldest young lady is still single. Don't you think it's weird?" Appearing to be shocked, Yang Kai asked, "The eldest young lady is still single? How old is she now?" Yin Ji Yong shook his head, "I'm not sure, but I suppose she's 26 or 27 years old." 26 or 27 years old? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He asked in a hushed voice, "Is no one interested in the eldest young lady because she's ugly?" A flabbergasted Yin Ji Yong quickly placed a finger on his own lips and anxiously looked around. "Are you sick of living? How dare you slander the eldest young lady? Don't drag me into this." Yang Kai hurriedly patted his own mouth. After pulling himself together, Yin Ji Yong went on to say, "I'm telling you, the eldest young lady is not ugly. Rather, she's incredibly beautiful." A curious Yang Kai asked, "How do you know, Brother Yin?" Yin Ji Yong replied with a smile, "I've been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, after all. When I was still a rookie here, the eldest young lady was just a teenager, and she was already beautiful at that time. There's no way she'd be ugly after maturing fully. Since many years ago, the eldest young lady has rarely stepped out of the inner court. Even when she does, she'd be wearing a veil and a hat. However, 3 years ago. Yes, it was exactly 3 years ago when I caught a glimpse of the eldest young lady's face. She was truly stunning. This Yin can be considered an experienced person, and I once spent a lot of money to bed the most beautiful woman in a famous brothel in this city. She could be considered alluring, but she was in no way comparable to the eldest young lady." Yang Kai didn't seem to believe him. "Are you serious, Brother Yin? It sounds unbelievable." Yin Ji Yong seemed to be thinking back to that time with fondness when he heard what Yang Kai said. He impatiently waved his hand and snapped, "It's fine even if you don't believe me. It's the truth regardless." He wasn't willing to keep talking about the eldest young lady's beauty, as though it would be blasphemy to do so. Yang Kai thus took the initiative by asking, "Since the eldest young lady is so beautiful, why is she still single? Could it be that she had extremely high standards when it comes to men?" Yin Ji Yong shook his head, "Who knows? Maybe. In any case, the Meng Manor is wealthy, so even if she really was ugly, many men would still propose to her. Moreover, the patriarch has been looking for suitable men for her since she came of age. Over the years, he has found a lot of talented young men who are from wealthy families as well, but the eldest young lady wasn't interested in any of them." Yang Kai nodded. "She must be demanding when it comes to men, then." Yin Ji Yong chuckled. "Rumor has it that the eldest young lady once told a maidservant the reason she's not married up until now isn't that she thinks those talented young men are not good enough. Instead, she's been waiting for a man who is destined to be with her." "Pfft, destiny, what nonsense." Since he was tipsy, Yin Ji Yong began spouting nonsense. He lamented that life was unfair to him. Despite being powerful, he wasn't given any important tasks. He had been loyal to the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, but he was still a mere guard. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was Chu Huashang. In this samsara world, the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was already 26 or 27 years old. The patriarch had been looking for potential partners for her since she came of age, which was about 10 years ago. Chu Huashang had entered the samsara pavilion at around the same time. Furthermore, she had been waiting for a man who was destined to be with her. After entering the samsara pavilion, Chu Huashang set up a heart barrier and reincarnated into this samsara world. Although she had lost her memory, the heart barrier was real. Under the influence of the heart barrier, she would do things that were true to her heart. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to go to the inner court and see the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. Only by doing so could he be certain whether she was the real Chu Huashang. While he was lost in his thoughts, a flustered voice was heard shouting from somewhere in the Meng Manor, "Fire! There's a fire!" Yang Kai looked out the window and indeed saw a tinge of redness. A shocked Yang Kai quickly got up and opened the door before leaping onto the roof. As he looked around intently, he saw that a particular place in the Meng Manor was on fire while everyone was flustered and in a panic. A lot of servants rushed over with buckets of water in an attempt to put out the blaze. A tipsy Yin Ji Yong appeared beside him and frowned as he had a bad feeling. "Brother Yin," Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Don't make any rash moves without orders." Although Yin Ji Yong was slightly drunk, he was still clear-headed. As a person who had worked for the Meng Manor for a long time, he knew that it was a taboo to be absent from one's duties without permission during a crisis. The best way to deal with the situation was to stay where they were supposed to be. Just when Yang Kai was about to nod his head though, he suddenly felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that over 10 people had appeared on a higher roof with bows in their hands. Under the night sky, cold glints flashed off the arrows from the fire in the distance. Enemy attack. Yang Kai growled and tackled Yin Ji Yong down from the roof. The next moment, several arrows struck the place where they were standing just now. The violent force directly broke the roof. Yin Ji Yong instantly sobered up as he got to his feet and nodded at Yang Kai as a form of gratitude. Nevertheless, before they could compose themselves, they felt gusts of wind coming from both left and right sides. Instinctually, Yang Kai unsheathed his sword with his left hand and slashed it across the person behind him. A short shriek was heard as the attacker behind him was killed. Another sword brushed past his chest and cut his clothes open. An agile Yang Kai stepped forward and wielded his sword as shrieks were continuously heard. When he finally stopped, 6 people had already collapsed to the ground behind him. All of them were respectively killed with a single stroke. Blood could be seen dripping from the sword and dyeing the ground crimson. A dumbfounded Yin Ji Yong gazed at Yang Kai. Just now, by the time he unsheathed his sword, the enemies had all fallen to the ground. A moment later, he praised the young man by saying, "Little brother, you're incredible." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai came right at him with the sword as murderous intent was written all over his face. Yin Ji Yong felt his legs trembling as he instinctively raised his sword. Yang Kai dodged it and pressed his hand against the older man's shoulder. Upon impact, Yin Ji Yong was forced to whirl around. It just so happened that he dodged an arrow that was coming from behind as a result. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-18, Eldest Young Lady was captured. Yin Ji Yong was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that Yang Kai had saved him once again. In just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had saved his life twice. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly raised his sword and fought against the enemies alongside Yang Kai. Since he had been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he was naturally strong. The experiences just now made him feel furious, so he was especially ruthless when dealing with the enemies. The attackers were mostly weak, but there were a lot of them, and they had hidden themselves in darkness earlier. Now that they had been exposed, there was no way they could defeat the 2 of them. A moment later, all the attackers were either killed or running for their lives. Soon, the courtyard fell into silence. Despite that, they could hear the sounds of intense battles coming from other parts of the manor. Just then, a high-pitched whistle was heard. The captain of the private guards was trying to gather his subordinates together. Yin Ji Yong shouted at Yang Kai, "Come with me." With blood still dripping from his sword, he leaped over the wall and led Yang Kai to another courtyard. More than 30 private guards had gathered together in this place. All of them were covered in blood while some people were badly injured. Since they were in a perilous situation, the captain didn't have time to explain anything in detail as he said, "Those from Hidden Treasure Peak are here, and there are a lot of them. However, all of you don't have to worry. I'm sure those from the City Lord's mansion have gotten wind of this and will send some people to help soon. We just have to persevere for a while, and we'll all be safe. Now, we're on the same boat. If we can't fend off the enemies, all of us will be killed." He then started giving orders. Yang Kai and Yin Ji Yong were still partners. They were told to guard a route that the attackers must pass through if they wanted to leave the Meng Manor. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had snuck into the Meng Manor. Regardless of what their goal was, they definitely had to leave after achieving their objective. It was a chance to weaken the power of those from Hidden Treasure Peak, so the Meng Manor would never want to miss it. Other than fending off the enemies, they also wanted to work with the City Lord's mansion to destroy the bandits. The others were also given some tasks. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong left the courtyard. On the roof of a tall building, they crouched down and waited patiently. They were like the shadows in the darkness. No one could detect their presence without taking a closer look. Some of the bandits passed by this place from time to time, but before they even realized it, they had already lost their lives. Yin Ji-yong increasingly admired the strength that Yang Kai had showcased. The chaos in the Meng Manor continued. Yang Kai stared intently at the inner court. Noises of intense battles could be heard coming from over there, but they were all in the periphery. The core area of the inner court was serene, and all the lights were off. A moment later, a large group of bandits tried to escape out of the Meng Manor. The private guards, who had been waiting at the important routes, appeared and hacked them to death. The place Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were in was especially bustling with noises. While Yang Kai was still fine, Yin Ji-yong felt immensely pressured. His thigh was injured as it was now covered in blood. However, with Yang Kai around, he seemed able to easily ward off the attackers. As long as it wasn't dozens of bandits coming at him all at once, he could effortlessly kill 3 to 5 people at the same time. Presently, more than 20 corpses had been piled up on the roof. Meanwhile, the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart intensified as he felt that something was off. After killing another bandit, he suddenly realized what was amiss. When they had gathered together just now, he didn't see Luo and Guo's burly figure. Luo and Guo was also a new private guard. Unless he was already killed, he was supposed to have joined them earlier. Nevertheless, he was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai instantly looked at a particular spot in the inner court where Luo and Guo had been hiding for several nights in the past. As the fire flickered in the distance, he saw a burly figure leaping over the wall from the inner court and heading to a place where security was weak. There seemed to be some helpers over there as they quickly left the place with the burly figure. Yang Kai immediately jumped off the roof. An astounded Yin Ji-yong called out in alarm, "Where are you going, little brother?" He didn't get any response from the young man. On the other hand, some bandits came at him from the side as they intended to flee. Yin Ji-yong couldn't help but shudder. His thigh was injured. Without Yang Kai working with him, he would be killed by those bandits. However, he would be considered to be absent from his duties if he left just like that. After the dust settled, he would be punished by those from the Meng Manor. Between death and punishment though, Yin Ji-yong steadfastly chose the latter. He quickly leaped off the roof and followed Yang Kai. At the front, Yang Kai ran after the burly figure on the roof and soon left the Meng Manor. A large group of people could be heard coming from behind. Supposedly, the support from the City Lord's mansion had arrived. On the other hand, Yang Kai stared fixedly at the burly figure ahead. It wasn't until this moment that he realized there was something on the sturdy figure's shoulder. Despite that, it didn't affect his agility as the towering figure remained as dexterous as a rabbit. Around him, his companions were seen charging forward. Sensing that there was someone running after him, Luo and Guo turned his head to take a look without stopping in his tracks. Meanwhile, 2 of his companions turned around and dashed towards Yang Kai. Their gap soon shortened. Barely 30 meters away, those 2 people lifted their weapons and came at Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai directly brushed past the 2 of them as a glint flashed from his sword. When Yin Ji-yong arrived at this place, he saw 2 corpses lying on the roof. Although the gates of White Jade's city were closed, it couldn't stop a powerful cultivator like Luo and Guo from fleeing as he was well prepared. With the help of a claw hook, he climbed up the wall and soon jumped off to the other side under the night sky. When Yang Kai arrived, 2 of Luo and Guo's companions were still climbing up the wall. He leaped into the air like a bird and hovered above the two of them for a moment before landing a kick on the one nearest to him. The person crashed into his companion as they fell to the ground together. Upon landing on the top of the wall, Yang Kai sported a dark expression, for he could hear the sound of a horse neighing. Looking down, he saw that Luo and Guo was mounting up. Luo and Guo looked up at Yang Kai and grinned. Then, he made the horse turn around and gallop off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and leaped off the wall before rushing forward. However, even though he was fairly powerful in this samsara world, with such low cultivation, he could never be as quick as a horse. Despite seeing that Luo and Guo was getting further away from him, Yang Kai didn't give up. Instead, he raced after him following the horse's hoofprints. About a cup of tea's time later, Luo and Guo was nowhere to be seen while Yang Kai was feeling extremely anxious. Just then, a horse could be heard galloping towards him from behind. He turned his head and saw Yin Ji Yong rushing towards him on horseback. The horse stopped in front of Yang Kai as Yin Ji Yong panted and said, "The eldest young lady was captured." When he saw Yang Kai leaving the Meng Manor to chase after someone just now, he still had no idea what was going on. But soon, the Meng Manor descended into chaos because while they were locked in an intense battle with the bandits, someone snuck into the inner court and abducted the eldest young lady. Yin Ji Yong immediately thought of the person that Yang Kai was running after. With no time to report the matter to the higher-ups, he took a horse from the stable and dashed off in the direction of Hidden Treasure Peak. He faced an obstacle when trying to pass through the city gates, for they were already closed. The people guarding the gates were from the city lord's mansion, and a mere private guard from the Meng Manor had no authority to make them open the gates. Fortunately, Yin Ji Yong was friends with the leader of the guards on duty, and he told him what was going on. He also promised a reward from the Meng family before he was allowed to pass through the gates. He believed that if his speculation was right, Yang Kai was just in front of him. Just as he had expected, he soon found Yang Kai. Following that, he leaped off the horse and said grimly, "Only you can save the eldest young lady, little brother. If you're able to do it, we won't have to worry about money ever again." He had seen Yang Kai's true strength just now, so he had confidence in him. Moreover, there was only one horse, and he was injured, therefore, he wasn't willing to follow him to slow him down. "Don't worry," Yang Kai nodded and jumped onto the horse. After clenching his thighs, he galloped off in a hurry. Yang Kai wasn't sure where Hidden Treasure Peak was exactly, but fortunately, Luo and Guo had left behind some traces while escaping. Furthermore, Luo and Guo was a burly man, and he had to carry the eldest young lady with him, therefore, it was expected that Yang Kai could outpace him on his horse. At the break of dawn, Yang Kai had a feeling that he was getting closer to his target. After galloping a few more kilometers, he indeed saw Luo and Guo. The noise from behind alerted Luo and Guo, and when he turned his head and saw someone chasing after him, he was astounded. The distance between them was getting shorter. Luo and Guo turned his head several times and finally made out Yang Kai's face. Instantly, he burned with murderous intent. He could never forget about the humiliation inflicted upon him by Yang Kai, who defeated him with his sword on the selection stage. Nevertheless, he didn't show it on his face over the past few days. After all, he was on a mission in the Meng Manor, so he didn't have time to settle the score with Yang Kai. However, when he saw Yang Kai relentlessly pursuing him at this moment, he was infuriated. Since Yang Kai's horse could apparently run faster, there was no way he could flee. After giving it a thought, Luo and Guo slowed his horse down and turned around, choosing to wait on the same spot in silence. A moment later, Yang Kai stopped at a spot a few dozen meters away from him. As their eyes met, Luo and Guo put on a grin while Yang Kai remained calm and collected. "Brat, you're pretty bold. How did you have the gall to chase after me on your own?" Luo and Guo cracked his neck. Yang Kai took a glance at the horse and saw a black cloth bag. There seemed to be a person who was squirming in the cloth bag. Perhaps her mouth had been sealed, so she could only grunt. "Do you want to save the damsel in distress?" Luo and Guo sneered. "Release her." Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword with a cold expression. Luo and Gua scoffed. You just joined the Meng Manor recently. Why are you pretending to be loyal? Brat, you're pretty strong. Why don't you follow me to the mountain? You can get all the money and women that you want. It's better than working as a private guard in the Meng family. Release her. Yang Kai repeated his words dispassionately. The smile on Luo and Gua's face disappeared. I wanted to offer you an opportunity since you're quite talented. However, since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rough with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air. The horse was unable to bear the impact as all its legs broke while it neighed in pain. While in mid-air, Luo and Gua bellowed, Do you seriously think you're more powerful than me just because you beat me back then? I'll show you my true power. In the next instant, his fists turned into countless shadows that rained down on Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-19, Liar. Like an eagle descending towards a rabbit, Luo and Gua came right at Yang Kai from above. His towering figure gave off immense pressure to his opponent. If a timid person was faced with such a violent attack, he would be scared out of his wits before even making a move. In that case, he wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they were equally matched. Nevertheless, Luo and Gua was surprised at the fact that Yang Kai remained calm and collected. Yang Kai leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword with his left hand as a glint flashed through his weapon. As the two figures brushed past each other, they landed on the ground with a thud and grunted. Luo and Gua widened his eyes and covered his neck with his hands. Blood could be seen spurting out through the gaps of his fingers. Disbelief was written all over his face. In the past, he had hidden his true power on the stage, so he was unresigned after he was defeated by Yang Kai with a sword. Therefore, when he saw Yang Kai racing after him just now, he intended to show his true power to the other man. Nevertheless, he never expected that this would be the outcome. Just like what had happened on the stage, he was defeated by Yang Kai with a single slash once more. However, the attack was even quicker this time, and he was completely unable to ward it off. The difference was that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill him on the stage back then, but this time, he had sent him to hell. Luo and Gua still hadn't figured out how Yang Kai managed to defeat him. It was supposedly impossible for Yang Kai to unsheath his sword from that angle, and the timing at that moment was beyond a human's control. However, he really did it. As a result, Luo and Gua's blood was rapidly leaving him as he felt cold all over his body. He didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to be a private guard in the Meng Manor since the latter was such an expert in martial arts. Regardless of how hard he tried, Luo and Gua was unable to stop his blood from spurting out as he gasped in pain. Nevertheless, he wouldn't die so soon. He fell on one knee with a thud as he was engulfed in the fear and pain of death. Yang Kai put his sword back into the sheath and shuffled forward without sparing him a glance. However, after just taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He wasn't sure about the level of Luo and Gua's power according to the standards in this samsara world, but he reckoned that the latter couldn't be considered weak. In comparison, his current cultivation was weaker than that of Luo and Gua. The battle on the stage some time ago had proven it. A cultivator with Yang Kai's current strength, born and bred in this place, would undoubtedly be defeated by a powerful cultivator like Luo and Gua. Nonetheless, Yang Kai reincarnated into this world as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his skill and vision were far greater than the limits of this world. The chance that was impossible to grasp in Luo and Gua's eyes could easily be captured by Yang Kai. That was why he could defeat the other party despite being weaker. With that said, it wasn't without a price to pay. 3 of Yang Kai's ribs must have been broken after his chest was struck by Luo and Gua. He could even feel that his throat was filled with blood. Yang Kai forcefully choked down the sweet liquid and stabilized himself before walking up to Luo and Gua's horse. The horse's limbs were broken after it bore the impact of Luo and Gua leaping into the air. Presently, it was lying on the ground and wailing. The person in the cloth bag was still squirming on the horseback as she groaned and grunted. Yang Kai opened the bag and revealed an alluring face that was covered in tears. The bumpy ride had caused her hair to become a mess and she must have cried for a long time as her eyes were all red, which could easily arouse a man's sympathy. Looking at this familiar face, Yang Kai smiled. "I've finally found you, Senior Sister Chu." Her current identity was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. The eldest young lady was originally flustered and horrified, but upon seeing the man's soothing smile, she instantly calmed down. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai while a sense of confusion flashed through her eyes. She found the man before her eyes familiar, but she was sure she had never seen him before. This feeling made her doubtful. Yang Kai took out the cloth from her mouth and drew a deep breath. "Don't be afraid, eldest young lady. I'm a private guard from the Meng Manor. I'm here to save you. The bandit who captured you is dead." It was only then that the eldest young lady saw the corpse kneeling on the ground up ahead. The puddle of blood horrified her as the color drained from her alluring face. She exclaimed and instinctively crashed into the oddly familiar guard's arms. Yang Kai grunted as blood leaked out of his mouth. Some of his ribs were broken to begin with, and this impact exacerbated his injuries. Upon hearing his groan, the eldest young lady looked up and saw that her rescuer seemed to be in pain, so she asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai helped her up. "We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to get back to the Meng Manor as quickly as possible." The eldest young lady nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai led her to his own horse and helped her get on. Just when they were preparing to leave though, he heard some noises coming from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw some dust rising in the air. There seemed to be some horses coming right at them. Quickly making a decision, Yang Kai pointed in a particular direction and shouted, "Eldest young lady, ride in that direction. Don't ever stop." The eldest young lady looked down at him. "What about you?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "I'll get some rest before leaving." Upon finishing his words, he unsheathed his sword and slapped the horse's bottom with the back of the weapon. The horse then neighed and galloped off with the eldest young lady on its back. Following that, Yang Kai turned around and took the sword with his right hand as he waited in silence. Luo and Guo's helpers from Hidden Treasure Peak had arrived. The dust rising in the distance was surely caused by those bandits. Perhaps they had agreed to meet up in a particular place, but since Luo and Guo hadn't shown up after a long time, they decided to look for him. More than 100 horses came into Yang Kai's sight as he licked the blood around his mouth while feeling excited and high-spirited. In this place, he couldn't rely on space principles or his powerful sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation. All he had was the powers given to him in this samsara world and his own experiences. Despite his profound skill, it was impossible for him to deal with more than 100 people in his current condition. Although he supposedly didn't have a chance to survive, it had ignited his fighting spirit and fierce nature. What would happen if he was killed in this samsara world? Yu Xiang Dai never told him about it. However, Yang Kai knew that he must not die. Before the heart barrier of Senior Sister Chu was broken, she wouldn't be able to move into the next reincarnation. Just then, Yang Kai heard the sound of a horse galloping towards him from behind. With a frown, he turned around and saw that the eldest young lady had returned. Her beautiful face was pale as she was terrified to see that more than 100 horses were coming at them. Despite that, she still summoned her courage and didn't hesitate to come back. The eldest young lady apparently had some excellent riding skills as she accurately stopped the horse in front of Yang Kai. With a furious expression, she snapped, "Liar." This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he asked, "Why did you come back?" I don't know," the eldest young lady stammered. She had no idea why she decided to come back just now, but she instinctively turned around when she heard the noises from behind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and took the reins before leaping onto the horse. He said beside her ear, "Hold on tight." He then turned the horse around and rushed towards White Jade City. It was unrealistic to tell the eldest young lady to leave on her own now, for the other party had seen her already. If they separated to chase after her, she would be in a perilous situation. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to take matters into his own hands and protect her personally. On the horse, the eldest young lady hung her head low while blushing. She had never come into such close contact with a man before. The bumpy ride caused her back to rub against the man's chest from time to time. The panting she heard from the man made her feel flustered while she felt as if there were butterflies in her stomach. More than 100 horses arrived at the place where Luo and Guo was killed soon after. Someone examined the figure that was kneeling on the ground, and upon confirming that Luo and Guo was dead, all of them were agitated as they chased after Yang Kai and the eldest young lady. The reason Yang Kai was able to catch up to Luo and Guo earlier was that his horse could run faster. After all, Luo and Guo had a heavy build, and he had to bring the eldest young lady with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was on his own. That was the reason he could reach Luo and Guo. Nevertheless, it was the opposite now. While Yang Kai had to bring the eldest young lady to safety on a single horse, more than 100 bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak riding down on them. The distance between them was shortening while the sounds of hooves thudding on the ground became louder. The eldest young lady was no longer in the mood to let her thoughts run wild. For a moment, a sense of anxiety flashed through her face. However, she seemed to recall something all of a sudden as she soon calmed herself down. Right then, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The distance between both parties was short enough, so an expert in archery among the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak shot an arrow at Yang Kai. However, he missed his target as the arrow landed on a spot that was 10 meters away from the left of Yang Kai. More arrows came from behind as the sounds of breaking through the air were continuously heard. Most of the arrows were not threatening at all, and for the ones that posed a risk, Yang Kai turned his head and accurately slashed across them. Behind him, a person with a hooked nose at the front of those bandits was dumbfounded by this sight, for he had never expected Yang Kai to be so strong and skillful. It was only then that he realized it wasn't just bad luck that Luo and Guo was killed. Yang Kai was apparently an expert in martial arts given his dexterity and eyesight. The hooked-nosed man had his interest piqued as he didn't know that there was such a powerful cultivator in the Meng Manor. Since Luo and Guo was dead, the losses could be made up for if they could make Yang Kai join them. The prerequisite was that they had to capture him alive. As the gap shortened, more arrows were seen flying. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to ward them off, his defense wasn't impenetrable. An arrow jabbed right into the horse's thigh and almost caused it to collapse, but a nimble Yang Kai quickly tightened the reins and used his force to help the horse stabilize. It was obvious that they were unable to flee. They couldn't run as fast as the other party to begin with, and the fact that the horse was injured exacerbated the situation. Nevertheless, it would still take them 4 to 5 hours before they could return to White Jade City. Yang Kai initially hoped that those from the Meng Manor or City Lord's mansion could send some people to help so that the two of them could stand a chance to survive, but they were still nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only save himself and the eldest young lady. He went through the route he had taken to reach this place in his mind in an attempt to find a useful place. The sounds of breaking through the air were heard again. Although Yang Kai warded off some of the arrows, one of them still jabbed into the horse's stomach. The horse that had helped Yang Kai flee for the entire night collapsed to the ground after running for another kilometer. The eldest young lady, who was seated at the front, exclaimed while Yang Kai promptly wrapped his arm around her waist and stomped his feet on the horseback. They leaped into the air and then stably landed on the ground. "Wrap your arms around me," Yang Kai ordered. A flustered eldest young lady nodded and quickly draped her arms around the young man's neck to stabilize herself. While holding his sword with one hand, Yang Kai placed his other hand on the eldest young lady's body to support her weight before rushing forward in a particular direction with all the speed he could muster. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-20, Bloody Battle. The eldest young lady's vision shook. As she looked over the shoulder of this young private guard, she could see more than 100 horses chasing after them. The faces of the horsemen were hideous and gave off a horrifying feeling. Nevertheless, she had never been calmer than at this moment. The scene and the feeling were somehow familiar to her, as though she had experienced it before. However, she had always lived in the Meng Manor, and she had never stepped out of White Jade City before. When had she ever experienced getting hunted down while she was protected by a man? Did it happen in a dream? Was it an experience from her previous life? She was supposed to feel uncomfortable in such close contact with a man she didn't know, but at this moment she was drowned in happiness as she exerted more force with her arms around the young private guard's neck. It was as though she was trying to merge into his body. She knew that this man wouldn't abandon her even if he had to lose his life. When she saw more than 10 arrows coming right at them, she exclaimed, "Watch out." Then, her eyes were dazzled by the glint from a sword. Yang Kai didn't whirl around as the eldest young lady was in front of him. If he turned around, she would be struck by the arrows. Instead, he accurately slashed across the arrows without turning at all, as though there were eyes on the back of his head. Most of the arrows were warded off, but one of them pierced right into his shoulder. The eldest young lady stared fixedly at that arrow, which was about the length of an arm. While it was deep in the man's flesh, not much blood had streamed out. Nevertheless, she felt her chest tightening at the sight of it. She reckoned that the young private guard must be in pain, but he never even grunted. More arrows were coming at them while Yang Kai zigzagged to dodge them. The gap between both parties was shortening rapidly, and it was expected that they would be surrounded by their enemies in no time. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned left and rushed forward as there was a call over there. Perhaps he could make use of the terrain. Soon, he dashed past the call with the eldest young lady in his arms. It was a lucky day for him as he soon saw that there was a cave at the bottom of a mountain wall. The cave wasn't big as it could accommodate one person. Yang Kai rushed over and put the eldest young lady down. "Get inside, now." The eldest young lady nodded and climbed into the cave on all fours and tried her best to curl up inside it. When she looked up, she saw the young private guard standing in front of her like a mountain that could fend off all storms. "What's your name?" she asked. "Yang Kai." He raised his hand to grab the arrow stuck in his shoulder and snapped the shaft off, leaving the tip inside his flesh. He then turned his head and flashed a smile at her. "My name is Yang Kai." The eldest young lady repeated it as though she was trying to imprint the name in the deepest part of her mind. She extended her hand to adjust her messy hair and put on a charming smile. "My name is Meng Ru." Yang Kai nodded his head. "A beautiful name." The sounds of hooves stepping on the ground were heard as more than 100 horses arrived at this place. The man with a hooked nose raised his hand, after which all of the horses stopped in their tracks. These bandits then stared fixedly at Yang Kai. As their eyes met, the man with a hooked nose could barely contain his admiration for Yang Kai as he sized him up. "Brat, did you kill Luo and Gua?" Yang Kai replied grimly, "Yes." With a gloomy expression, the man with a hooked nose said, "Luo and Gua was the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. You formed a grudge with us by killing him." "He shouldn't have kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor then." Yang Kai shook his head. "Anyone who dares to harm her must die." The man with a hooked nose sneered, "You're indeed loyal, but you're also extremely foolish. Luo and Guo was weaker than you, so he only had himself to blame for getting killed. However, he was still the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. Since you have killed him, I have to avenge his death as the head manager." "How are you going to do that?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man with a hooked nose grinned. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How do you think I'm going to avenge his death?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "If you want my life, you're welcome to try to take it. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." The man with a hooked nose scoffed, "Compared to your life, I'm more interested in you. Why don't you give the woman behind you to us as a gesture of sincerity and follow me back to the mountain? Our grudges will be resolved then." Yang Kai frowned and lowered his gaze. After giving it a thought, he replied, "I can follow you back to the mountain, but I can't pass the eldest young lady to you. Let her go back to White Jade City, and I will agree to your demand." The man with a hooked nose shook his head. "No. We have spent a lot of effort to get her. Many of our brothers were killed, including the second manager. It was so hard for us to get this woman out of the Meng Manor, so how could we let her go? Don't worry. After you follow me back to the mountain, this woman will belong to you. Yang Kai said steadfastly, I only have one request. The eldest young lady must safely return to White Jade City. The expression of the man with a hooked nose darkened. He had paid Yang Kai due respect and expressed his willingness to let him join Hidden Treasure Peak, but the other party rudely turned him down. I'll go to the mountain. The voice of the eldest young lady Meng Ru was suddenly heard coming from behind. Don't speak nonsense. Yang Kai snapped. Meng Ru obediently shrunk back into the hole. It seems that there's no room for discussion, then. The hooked-nosed man found it to be a pity as he waved his hand and ordered, kill. Upon realizing that he was unable to make Yang Kai join them, he immediately ordered his death. There was no doubt that he was a decisive person. More than 10 archers were already well prepared as they pulled the bows taut. The next moment, a dozen or so arrows came at Yang Kai from different angles. However, everyone soon became dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai wielded his sword and easily fended off all of the arrows. He didn't even seem to have moved as he stood in front of the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor like a wooden stake. The man with a hooked nose was stunned. He knew that Yang Kai was an expert in martial arts since the latter could kill Luo and Gua. Yang Kai's performance during their pursuit also confirmed his speculation. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that the head manager realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. If he were faced with the same situation, he could have warded off those arrows as well, but he could never have done it so effortlessly. It was also impossible for him not to move a single step. These archers were flushing as they felt embarrassed. Before the head manager even gave the order, they started shooting arrows at Yang Kai again. Just like before, Yang Kai easily fended off all the attacks. The archers became furious. Instead of shooting arrows at the same time, they did it intermittently so that they could find a chance to impale him. An incense stick later, these archers helplessly lowered their bows as their faces were all red. The mockery from their companions made them hang their heads low. There were more than 10 archers, but after 20 rounds of shooting at Yang Kai, the man still wasn't harmed one bit. On the other hand, they had no more arrows left. The head manager sported a gloomy expression as well. He reprimanded the people who were laughing and pointed at Yang Kai before giving the order, "You guys over there, go kill him." The smiles of those who were ordered to kill Yang Kai froze as they sported bitter expressions. However, they could not disobey the head manager, so they had no choice but to drive their horses forward. At the very least, they knew that they had to work together. They separated and surrounded Yang Kai from different directions. As they exchanged glances, one of them suddenly charged towards Yang Kai and hacked at him with a sword while the others seized the chance and dashed forward. Yang Kai lowered his figure to dodge the attack and unsheathed his sword as a glint flashed across his weapon. The second person extended his sword while the third person, who had excellent riding skills, leaned far off his horse and swept his sword at Yang Kai's legs while brushing past him. The others showcased their skills and launched fatal attacks on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai as the center, several horses crisscrossed each other. However, many fell off their horses and collapsed to the ground, apparently dead. Only 2 of them survived, and when they turned their heads, their faces instantly paled. Yang Kai remained on the same spot. His top had been cut open as the flesh around his wounds rolled up. His figure was already covered in blood. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to care about it one bit. Blood dripped from his sword and made some pattering sounds on the blood puddle, which was piercing to the ears. The head manager had never been more embarrassed in his life as he growled, "Wastes. You can't even kill a single person. All of you, go get him. You don't have to follow me back to the mountain if you can't kill him." The death of their companions left the others fuming with fury. Although Yang Kai appeared powerful, he was all alone after all. There was no way they were unable to kill him when there were more than 100 of them. They drew their weapons at the same time and drove the horses forward. They appeared as intimidating as a storm. Yang Kai tried his best to stabilize his breathing and pulled off his tattered top from his body. He then fastened it around his sword-holding hand so he wouldn't drop it. As soon as he was done with that, 100 or so horses came charging towards him from all directions and engulfed him. Following a guttural roar, Yang Kai slashed his sword as blood was seen spurting out from his enemies. Shrieks were continuously heard. There was an upside as well as a downside when he told the eldest young lady to hide inside the cave. The upside was that he didn't have to worry about her safety. As long as he stood steadfastly in front of her, he could ensure that she wouldn't be harmed. The downside was that he was unable to move around freely. Once he revealed the woman behind him, those from Hidden Treasure Peak might be able to capture her. Once that happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to save her despite being stronger than these bandits. It was the same case for those from Hidden Treasure Peak. While they were pleased to see that the eldest young lady was confined to a spot by Yang Kai, they were unable to freely deal with him in such a small place. Yang Kai only had to face 7 or 8 of them at the same time while the others could only circle around in the periphery. There was nothing they could do. As more people were killed, the spot in front of the cave began running red with blood. The smell of blood was nauseating. However, the eldest young lady, who was hiding in the hole, realized in shock that she wasn't afraid of such a situation. She couldn't figure out what was going on as it was the first time she saw dead people. Any other young lady would have passed out in this situation, but she remained clear-headed while she was still able to monitor the young private guard's condition. All of a sudden, a corpse collapsed in front of her. It was a bandit who tried to capture Meng Ru while Yang Kai wasn't paying attention. As soon as he reached this place though, Yang Kai directly killed him with his sword. It was apparent that the bandit was horrified before his death. Presently, the corpse was right in front of the eldest young lady. She shot a glance at the corpse before snatching the sword from his hand. While clenching the hilt with both hands, she pressed the tip against her chest. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-21, Fate is a Bitch. This young private guard named Yang Kai was indeed powerful. Despite being an ordinary person, the eldest young lady could see that. With that said, she was also aware that there was no way he could defeat so many enemies all on his own. She had no idea how much longer this young private guard could persevere, nor did she understand why he still steadfastly stood in front of her in the face of death. After all, they had never even met each other before today. There was one thing she knew, though. If this young private guard collapsed, she would end up in a more horrible state than death, therefore, she had to be prepared. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against her chest and formed a cut on her skin, which made her feel a slight tinge of pain. She stared fixedly at the young private guard from behind to monitor his condition. In the worst-case scenario, they would probably perish together here. While she was in her wild thoughts, she felt a sense of longing, as though she was almost looking forward to it. The head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak never stopped cursing. As more of his subordinates collapsed, his voice became louder while his saliva spouted out of his mouth. As the bandits were continuously reprimanded, they were furious while they became increasingly ruthless with their moves. Although their ruthlessness had inflicted a lot of injuries on this private guard from the Meng Manor, they could not make him fall. Presently, the private guard from the Meng Manor was covered in blood while his clothes were all tattered. There was a long cut on his forehead from which blood slid down his face and dyed his eyes scarlet, which made him look like a mad, ominous beast. His sword had become crooked from all the hacking and slashing, so he randomly took up the blade of a nearby dead bandit so he could wield 2 weapons at once. Nevertheless, the cutlass was also badly chipped, so there was no way it could last for a long time. About 20 to 30 corpses had been piled up in front of him. Blood streamed past his feet and made him look extremely terrifying. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were horrified. They knew that as long as they persevered, there would come a moment when this private guard from the Meng Manor collapsed to the ground, but before that, many of their lives would be sacrificed. They were afraid that they would be the ones who died uselessly here. The bandits, who were initially high-spirited following the order from the head manager, started becoming timid as they launched attacks less frequently. An infuriated head manager killed a bandit who was trying to flee. He then drove his horse forward as he apparently planned to enter the battlefield personally. Just then, the ground started shaking as the sounds of hooves could be heard rapidly approaching from a distance. The head manager felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that the dust was rising in the distance as a lot of people were rushing towards them on horses. Reinforcements from White Jade City had arrived. Upon that realization, the bandits became flustered as they instinctively moved backwards. Many of them turned to the head manager and awaited his order. The head manager stared at the private guard from the Meng Manor, who had been standing resolutely in front of the cave all this time. After a moment of hesitation though, he shouted through clenched teeth, "Retreat!" A lot of soldiers from White Jade City were approaching, so there was no way their weakened group could ward them off. They might even lose their lives by staying here. It would be an unwise decision to do so just because they were not willing to give up their prize. The bandits were already frightened by Yang Kai's actions to begin with, so upon hearing the head manager's order, they turned their horses around and ran for their lives without hesitation. A moment later, more than 100 knights clad in sturdy armor arrived at this place with a young man leading the way. The young man looked in the direction the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were fleeing with narrowed eyes, but he didn't have the intention to chase after them. He turned his head and took a glance at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood. Despite being an experienced man, he was still astounded at the sight. The attention of the knights behind the young man was also attracted to Yang Kai. He was standing there like a statue, as though he was trying to protect something. His figure was covered in cuts of different sizes, and his clothes were in tatters. The corpses of the bandits had been piled up in front of him, and his feet were drenched in a puddle of blood. His murderous intent seemed to have materialized, and the horses beneath the knights were unable to bear it. They neighed and instinctively stepped backwards. None of them had seen such a sight before, but they could imagine how intense the situation had been. A lot of bandits must have continuously launched attacks on this young man in an attempt to defeat him. However, like a rock amidst the storm, he was still standing strong in the end. It was obvious that after his sword became bent, he picked up a cutlass that was also chipped. Even with such broken weapons, he wielded them to kill these bandits. "Is it him?" the young man asked. The person beside the young man was Yin Ji-yong, who was also a private guard from the Meng Manor. Upon hearing that, he quickly nodded, "Yes, it's him." After he finished speaking, he leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Little brother! Little brother!" Before he could get close though, he saw a sword slashing at him. He exclaimed in fright and fell on his bottom, his soul almost leaving his body. When he came to his senses, he quickly examined himself. Upon confirming that he wasn't injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. While reeling from the shock, he called out, "Little brother, it's me, Yin Ji-yong. Don't you recognize me?" He had no idea why Yang Kai would suddenly hack at him. If he were killed just like that, he would have passed away full of grief. "He has already passed out," the leading young man suddenly said. Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded. "He has? How could Yang Kai still attack him when he was unconscious?" Upon closer look though, Yin Ji-yong realized that there was indeed something off about Yang Kai. He was glowering at the front, but never batted his eyes. The blood from his forehead streamed down his face, which made him look horrifying, but his eyes seemed to have lost focus as he looked hollowly in no particular direction. Nevertheless, he remained unmoving with the weapons in his hands. "Don't go near him. He will only react on instinct now," the young man ordered. A dazed Yin Ji-yong nodded. Despite his age, it was the first time he saw someone who was still able to react out of reflex while unconscious. How resolute must one be in order to achieve that? He's really something. The young man stared at Yang Kai with admiration written all over his face. He turned to Yin Ji-yong, "What's his name?" Yin Ji-yong quickly replied, "Young city lord, his name is Yang Kai. He's a new private guard in the Meng Manor." "Yang Kai?" The young city lord narrowed his eyes as his expression became conflicted. Yin Ji-yong didn't notice it as he looked worriedly at Yang Kai, little brother Yang is badly injured, young city lord. We can't go near him now, however, if we don't help stop his bleeding, he'll surely lose his life. The young city lord fell silent. Just then, some noises could be heard coming from behind Yang Kai. Yin Ji Yong bellowed, "Who goes there?" After he finished speaking, he saw a curvy woman whose hair was a mess crawling out of the small cave behind Yang Kai. There was a sword in her hands as she appeared vigilant. Eldest young lady. Yin Ji Yong was flabbergasted. He only saw Yang Kai when he arrived at this place, and never paid attention to anything behind him. It wasn't until the eldest young lady crawled out that he realized that there even was a cave behind Yang Kai. All of them finally realized who the person was that Yang Kai was protecting. The young city lord became startled as he examined the eldest young lady's face. All of a sudden, he put on a wry smile. He thought that life was truly full of surprises. Over the past few years, he had been looking for a particular person, but he still hadn't managed to achieve his goal. Nevertheless, he had never expected to come across her today. Fate was really a strange thing in this samsara world. Despite having entered this world much earlier, he still hadn't gained any advantage. On the other hand, the one who came at a later time had a chance to get close to the person he had been looking for almost immediately. Greetings, eldest young lady. My name is Yin Ji Yong, a private guard from the Meng Manor. He cupped his fist, then quickly added, "Be careful. Please don't go near Yang Kai." The eldest young lady pressed her lips together and tossed the sword away. After making up her mind, despite the warning, she still shuffled towards Yang Kai. She had heard the conversation between Yin Ji Yong and the young city lord while she was hiding inside the cave, so she was aware of Yang Kai's current condition. But, so what? This man was willing to protect her with his very life. She didn't believe that he would harm her in any way. Upon seeing that, Yin Ji Yong turned pale. Since the eldest young lady was fine, he and Yang Kai would be given handsome rewards after returning to the Meng Manor. However, if Yang Kai harmed her in any way, he would be doomed. Before Yin Ji Yong could stop her, the eldest young lady was already standing in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai didn't even try to harm her. Instead, his expression became more hideous as though he was trying to suppress something. Yin Ji Yong felt his heart leaping to his throat as he was worried that Yang Kai would hack his sword at her in the next instant. When that happened, the alluring eldest young lady would surely lose her life. Tears could be seen sliding down the eldest young lady's face. She covered her mouth with her hands as her shoulders uncontrollably trembled. The person in front of her didn't have any part of his skin intact. He was soaked in blood, and through his tattered clothes, she could see that he was covered in deep cuts with his flesh rolling up around his wounds. Every wound and every drop of his blood was proof that he had resolutely protected her from harm. While suppressing her tears, she extended her hands and took the weapons from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't resist. Just now, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were unable to make him lose grip of his weapons no matter what they tried, but at this moment, the frail eldest young lady easily took them from his hands. She tossed the blood-covered weapons to the ground. When she looked up, she realized that his eyes had closed, and faint breathing could be heard coming from his nostrils. Does anyone have medicine? Help treat him, now. The eldest young lady turned her head and sought help from them. Given his injuries, he would surely journey to the Yellow Springs if he wasn't treated in time. Although the eldest young lady had rarely stepped out of the manor, she was aware of such common knowledge. The young city lord motioned to one of his subordinates. The subordinate quickly leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai. Upon making sure that the man posed no threat, he helped him lie down on the ground. Yin Ji Yong hurriedly came over to help out. Seeing that the eldest young lady was still standing nearby, he encouraged, "Please go somewhere else, eldest young lady. I'm worried that you'll feel nauseated at the sight." The eldest young lady nodded and stepped back. The young city lord walked up to her and examined her before saying, "Eldest young lady Meng, I am the young city lord of White Jade City, Feng Qingxi. I just returned from my studies abroad. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to save you earlier. The eldest young lady shook her head. I'm fine. Her eyes never looked away from Yang Kai though, as she was apparently full of worry. When Feng Qingxi saw that, he secretly cursed, thinking fate was really a bitch. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-22, Unparalleled Gallantry. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak had launched a night attack on the Meng Manor. The second manager, Luo Ngua, personally made a move and kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng family amidst the chaos. A new private guard from the Meng Manor chased after him and intercepted him in a place that was over 100 kilometers from the city. He fought against the enemies on his own and killed many of them. Eventually, he successfully saved the eldest young lady. Everyone in White Jade City was shocked when the news spread. Rumor had it that the power of the new private guard from the Meng Manor was inscrutable. Faced with over 100 bandits, he never backed down as he beheaded them with a saber and a sword like he was cutting fruits or vegetables. It was also rumored that he was 10 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. The hearts of the bandits were dug out and eaten by him. By relying on his ferocity, he persevered until the young city lord of White Jade City arrived with the knights to end the calamity. They eventually destroyed the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and returned victorious. While everyone who heard this news was shocked by the power of this private guard from the Meng Manor, they also admired him for his loyalty. Hidden Treasure Peak was a nest of bandits. Had someone like the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor been captured by them, everyone could imagine what would have happened to her. It was thanks to this loyal private guard that the eldest young lady's modesty was saved. They also found out this private guard was hired at the arena that the Meng family had set up some time ago. Many families secretly felt envious and thought that the Meng Manor had found a treasure. Nowadays, it was hard to find a loyal guard like him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still unconscious in the Meng Manor. He had exhausted himself from battling against the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. If not for his determination to save the eldest young lady, he would have collapsed much earlier. Had the soldiers from City Lord's mansion come any later, he would not have been able to persevere. After Yin Ji Yong and the others treated his wounds, the young City Lord, Feng Qingxi, escorted the eldest young lady back to the Meng Manor. Yang Kai, who had made the biggest contribution in this matter, was given special care. Before he even regained consciousness, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had already rewarded him with a lot of money and his own private residence. There was also high-quality healing medicine that the maidservants would use to apply on his wounds every day. It was unprecedented that an outer court's private guard be given such rewards. The steward of the Meng Manor personally visited Yang Kai and told Yin Ji Yong to inform him as soon as Yang Kai awakened. Certainly, Yin Ji Yong directly agreed to it. Many private guards also came to visit Yang Kai. Although it had only been a short time since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, and they were not close to each other, he had risked his life to save the reputation of these private guards. After all, the eldest young lady was kidnapped on their watch. Had Yang Kai not promptly decided to chase after the bandits, these private guards would have been punished by the Meng Manor by now. Some of them might even have lost their lives. When everyone who visited Yang Kai saw his injuries, they fell silent. That was because he was horrendously wounded. There was no part of his body that was intact. His entire figure was covered in bandages, which had been dyed crimson by his blood. No one knew how he was still alive given his injuries. The crooked saber and the chipped sword were brought back by Yin Ji Yong following the eldest young lady's order. They were the best proof that Yang Kai had used these weapons to kill those bandits. Every day, the eldest young lady would send a maidservant named Qian Qian to visit Yang Kai. She would then go back and report to her on Yang Kai's condition. If possible, the eldest young lady was more than willing to personally visit him. However, she was an unmarried woman as well as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. It would be inappropriate for her to visit Yang Kai given her status. Even though Yang Kai had made a significant contribution, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had never visited him. He only told his most trusted steward to come here once. After all, their statuses were too different, and it was the private guard's duty to risk their lives to protect the Meng family members. 7 days later, Yang Kai finally regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in excruciating pain. His entire figure was aching and his throat felt like it was burning. This was the first time he had been so horribly injured since he began cultivating. Although he was in a samsara world, everything felt so real. He darted his gaze around and saw Yin Ji-yong sitting at the table. He was holding a maidservant's hand as he seemed to be reading her palm. The maidservant hung her head low with a flushing face. She wanted to retract her hand, but it seemed she didn't have the strength to do so, and she wouldn't dare to call for help. She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Yin Ji-yong pretended to not see it as he spouted nonsense by saying that her life wouldn't be smooth sailing, but she would eventually meet a person who would extricate her from her suffering. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai knocked on the bedside. Hearing the noise, the maidservant became shocked and quickly retracted her hand. Yin Ji-yong turned to look at Yang Kai and became elated. "You're finally awake, little brother Yang." He walked up to Yang Kai and asked caringly, "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Water," Yang Kai said as he felt his throat burning. "Oh, water. Water." Yin Ji-yong quickly beckoned to the maidservant, who picked up a jug of water and took a seat beside the bed before helping Yang Kai drink it. After Yang Kai finished the water, he finally felt much better. Yin Ji-yong said smilingly, "Did you know how worried I was? I was worried that you would never wake up." Yang Kai didn't think the older man looked worried at all. Yin Ji-yong went on to say, "Since you're awake, you'll be fine. Just stay here and recuperate. I'm sure you'll enjoy plenty of good luck after surviving this disaster." "How is the eldest young lady?" Yang Kai asked in a hoarse voice. In fact, he was already muddle-headed at the last moments of protecting the eldest young lady. He faintly remembered that there seemed to be reinforcements approaching, and those from Hidden Treasure Peak were forced to flee. Supposedly, the eldest young lady was safe. Yin Ji-yong replied, "The eldest young lady is well, just a bit frightened. She now sends someone to visit you every day. Since you're awake, I believe she'll set her mind at ease as well." He then said to the maidservant, "It's time to help little brother Yang reapply his medicine." The maidservant nodded in agreement and put down the jug before getting busy with a red face. Yin Ji-yong then went on to talk to Yang Kai about the incident on that day and expressed his admiration for him. If he were in the same situation, he would have surrendered and begged for mercy. It wasn't that he was disloyal to the Meng manor, however, loyalty no longer mattered in the face of certain death. It was during a life-and-death moment that a person's temperament was put to the test. While the maidservant was busy, Yin Ji-yong left the place to inform the steward of the Meng manor. 1 hour later, the old man with a goatee, who appeared on the selection stage previously, stepped into the room and gave Yang Kai some words of praise. He said that the patriarch was pleased with his loyalty and had rewarded him with many good things, including his current residence and a lot of money. All the new private guards would go through a probation period of a few years. However, since Yang Kai had risked his life to save the eldest young lady, the probation ended earlier, and he was now an official private guard of the Meng manor. The steward didn't stay for a long. After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Before that, he told Yang Kai to recuperate with peace of mind, saying that the Meng manor wouldn't mistreat people who had made contributions. Yin Ji-yong was also rewarded. In fact, he didn't spend much effort in the fight against the bandits. However, without him, Yang Kai wouldn't have successfully saved the eldest young lady. At that time, Yang Kai was chasing after Luo and Guo on foot. It was Yin Ji-yong who sent him a horse and then ran back to White Jade City to inform the soldiers about what was going on. In the end, they arrived in time and forced the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak to retreat. While Yang Kai had made the most significant contribution in saving the eldest young lady, Yin Ji-yong was the second greatest contributor. Therefore, he had also obtained a lot of rewards. The money that was given to him was enough to let him buy a lot of delicious food and wine for the next 3 years. With that said, He had no idea why he followed Yang Kai on a whim at that time, as it was no different from deserting his duties. However, it was thanks to this rash move that he made a contribution. From his perspective, Yang Kai was his lucky star. It had only been half a month since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, but Yin Ji-yong managed to get the attention and honor he had never enjoyed even after 10 years of service. These days, the captain of the private guards and some younger stewards had been amiable to him, which made him feel elated. Therefore, he was more than willing to take care of Yang Kai every day. The speed Yang Kai recuperated made Yin Ji-yong doubt whether the younger man was really human. He regained consciousness barely 7 days after he passed out, and was able to get out of the bed and start walking 3 days after that. Another 3 days later, he was clearly on the mend. It only took him 20 days to almost fully recover. While Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded, he persuaded Yang Kai to lie on the bed for a few days more. That was because he was responsible for taking care of Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was still lying on the bed, he could get some rest for a few days more lest he was exposed to the sun or rain. Fortunately, the steward didn't immediately assign any tasks to them, so, for the time being, they had nothing else to do. Every day, Yin Ji-yong would pester the maidservant while Yang Kai refused to stay idle. He would practice martial arts in the courtyard and let his clothes soak in sweat. The martial Tao in this samsara world was very low, but he could still slowly get stronger. Strength would be necessary in this world, so he reckoned that he had to quickly get stronger. Yin Ji-yong had tried exchanging moves with him once, but he would never want to do that again, for it was utterly humiliating. There was an overwhelming difference between their powers, and it only took Yang Kai one move to defeat him. While cultivating, Yang Kai pondered on how to approach the eldest young lady. It was confirmed that Chu Huashang had reincarnated into this world as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor, Meng Ru. Before she reincarnated, she had set up a heart barrier. Only by breaking this heart barrier would her memory be restored. In order to break the heart barrier, he had to win her heart. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't care about the difference between their statuses, as he was a private guard while she was the eldest young lady. However, he didn't know how to win a woman's heart. Although he had a lot of wives, he had rarely wooed a woman before. There was not much he could do when it came to pursuing a woman romantically. The most important thing for him now was to approach the eldest young lady so that they would familiarize themselves with each other. If he couldn't even get close to her, how was he going to break the heart barrier? Fortunately, the fact that he had saved her life must have left a good impression. The proof was that she would send her trusted maidservant, Qian, to visit him every day. While Yang Kai was lost in his thoughts, a chance presented itself. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-23, Personal Bodyguard. One day, Yang Kai was wielding a sword and a saber in the courtyard when the captain of the private guards entered the place. Upon hearing the noise, Yin Ji-yong quickly got out of the room and asked passionately, "Big Brother Chu, why are you here?" The captain was surnamed Chu, so the private guards would call him Big Brother Chu in private. Big Brother Chu replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Can't I visit you two without any important matter? Have you forgotten about us just because you've made some contributions now? Are you looking down on us?" Yin Ji-yong put on a bitter expression as he said, "What are you talking about, Big Brother Chu? It's thanks to your guidance over the years that I've had a chance to make a contribution. I would never dare to look down on you all." Big Brother Chu extended his hand and poked him. "You're such a smooth talker, aren't you?" All of a sudden, he put on a solemn expression and changed the topic. "Anyways, there's indeed an important matter now." Yin Ji-yong quickly said, "Please tell us right away, Big Brother Chu." Big Brother Chu turned to look at Yang Kai. "How are you feeling?" Yang Kai moved his shoulders a little. "I'm fine." "Good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to take on this task." Yin Ji-yong asked with concern, "What kind of task is that?" Big Brother Chu put on a mysterious smile. "It's not bad news. Something good awaits you. Come with me." After exchanging glances with Yin Ji-yong, Yang Kai sheathed his weapons as they followed the captain. As they navigated through the Meng Manor behind Big Brother Chu, they soon arrived at a grand hall. In front of the grand hall stood an old man with a goatee. He was the chief steward of the Meng Manor. Seeing Captain Chu, he nodded gently. Yin Ji-yong suddenly felt his legs trembling slightly, for he finally recognized this grand hall. Although he had been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he had never had the right to come to such an important place as he was just an outer court's private guard. Captain, Yin Ji-yong looked inquisitively at the captain in the hope that he would be given a hint. Big Brother Chu muttered quietly, "Don't say anything unnecessary after going in." Yin Ji-yong nodded repeatedly. After having a small talk with Big Brother Chu, the steward with a goatee turned to Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong, "Come with me." Upon finishing his words, he shuffled into the grand hall. Yin Ji-yong stuck close to Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Little brother, I believe we're going to meet the patriarch. You have to be cautious." The grand hall was where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. No one could go near this place without his permission. Yang Kai nodded gently to show that he understood. After entering the grand hall with the chief steward, Yang Kai looked up and saw a man who was going through some documents behind a desk. There was nothing special about the man, who was about 50 years old. Nevertheless, since he had taken good care of himself, he looked slightly younger than his age. He was supposed to be the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Deyi. The chief steward told the two of them to stop, then walked up to Meng Deyi in light steps and said, "Sir, I've brought them." Meng Deyi grunted and continued handling his business. Since he never said anything, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong could only remain standing there. About a cup of tea later, Meng Deyi put the documents aside and stamped them with a seal before falling into his thoughts with a frown. He seemed to have finally recalled the presence of these two private guards as he looked up at them. "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Yang Kai greets the patriarch." Yin Ji-yong saluted him as well. "Outer court guard Yin Ji-yong greets the patriarch." Meng Deyi stared fixedly at Yang Kai and said impassively, "I heard that you were badly injured." Yang Kai replied in a firm voice, "As a guard of the Meng Manor, it is my duty to ensure the eldest young lady's safety even if it costs me my life." Admiration was written all over Yin Ji-yong's face as he thought that Yang Kai was usually taciturn, but the latter could tactfully fawn over someone in power when it was necessary. Good. There was no doubt that Meng Deyi was pleased with his reply. Others might not be sincere when they said such a thing, but Yang Kai had proven his loyalty in the previous incident as he was willing to protect the eldest young lady even with his life on the line. Meng Deyi had heard others talk about the incident, so he knew that Yang Kai really almost died that day. Although he had no idea why this new private guard was so bold and loyal, he reckoned that no more tests were needed. The inner court is supposed to be the place where the security is the strictest in the Meng Manor, but Ruer was almost harmed this time. It's because of this incident that she doesn't trust the personal bodyguards in the inner court anymore. Meng Deyi didn't intend to beat around the bush as it wasn't necessary to do so in front of his own private guards. Therefore, he directly told them the reason he had summoned them. "However, since you've saved Ruer's life, she has total trust in you. It could be said that she only trusts you of all the private guards in the Meng Manor." Yang Kai hung his head low. "It is my honor to have gained the eldest young lady's trust. I want you to go to Ruer's side and be her personal bodyguard. Are you willing to take on this task?" Meng Deyi asked. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before cupping his fist. "Rest assured, patriarch. I am willing to be punished if the eldest young lady loses even a single strand of hair." Meng Deyi nodded. "I have faith in your loyalty and capabilities. I'll not mistreat you if you work hard." He paused for a moment. "Do you have any requests?" He can even make a request? Yin Ji-yong was shocked, thinking that the patriarch truly regarded Yang Kai as important. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I want a good saber and sword." The sword previously given to him by those from the Meng Manor was mass-produced, so it couldn't be considered a good weapon. It soon became bent and chipped, making it all but unusable. The saber he randomly took from a dead bandit from Hidden Treasure Peak was just an ordinary weapon as well. In a world where the martial Tao was so low, one's power would be enhanced greatly by having a good weapon. If Yang Kai had an incredible weapon in his hands at that time, he wouldn't have become so battered. Meng Deyi nodded lightly. You may leave now. Someone will get the weapons ready. Many thanks, Patriarch. To the side, the steward with a goatee saluted Meng Deyi before leading Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong to leave the hall. An elated Yin Ji-yong still had no idea what was going on. Just now, the Patriarch told Yang Kai to be the personal bodyguard of the eldest young lady, but he never mentioned anything about Yin Ji-yong. If he didn't also become a personal bodyguard, why was he summoned to this place? While leading the way at the front, the steward with a goatee said, "Congratulations, both of you. Only the most powerful and loyal private guards have a right to enter the inner court of the Meng Manor. Most private guards are not allowed to even approach the inner court." Instantly, Yin Ji-yong became ecstatic as the steward's words suggested that he was also a part of the inner court now, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. Now that he could enter the inner court, he found it to be surreal while feeling excited. Many thanks, steward. With a smile, Yin Ji-yong walked up to the steward and stuffed a money pouch into his hands. Fully aware of what was going on, the steward discreetly took it as he was pleased with Yin Ji-yong's gesture. Yin Ji-yong then asked, "Are there any taboos in the inner court, sir? Although I've been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, I've never stepped into the inner court before. Please grant us some instruction." The steward replied with a smile, "There's indeed some taboos, but the most important thing is that men and women understand their stations. Both of you are men after all, and most of the people living in the inner court are women. Hence, when you're in the inner court, don't listen to anything you shouldn't listen to, and don't look at things you're not supposed to see. Also, don't go to any places as you please without the Patriarch's permission. You'll be fine as long as you fulfill your duties." "Yes, yes, yes." Yin Ji-yong nodded repeatedly. "Little brother Yang and I will protect the eldest young lady regardless of what happens. We'll do whatever she tells us to do, and we won't make any mistakes." "I'm glad that's what you think, and you'd better remember what you've said. Although you've made significant contributions this time, the Patriarch will not forgive you if you make any mistakes in the inner court." As they spoke, they finally arrived at the inner court. A maidservant with a bun was already waiting in front of the courtyard. Yin Ji-yong walked up to her and cupped his fist, "Lady Qian Qian." She was none other than the maidservant who worked for the eldest young lady, Qian Qian. When Yang Kai was recuperating in the past, the eldest young lady would send her to visit him every day, hence, Yin Ji-yong recognized her. Qian Qian seemed to be a timid woman. Although she had come into contact with Yin Ji-yong and Yang Kai many times before, she still started blushing at this moment. She couldn't help but take a step back and fall silent with her lips pressed together. The steward stepped forward and said, "Lead the way for them. The eldest young lady will make some arrangements." "Yes," Qian Qian replied. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, she quickly hung her head low and turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong followed her closely. The inner court was vast and beautiful. A lot of small bridges, ponds and rockery gardens were built among the various courtyards. Yin Ji-yong looked around and tooted in amazement. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but it was the first time he came to the inner court, so he was curious about everything here. He was especially enamored of the pleasant fragrance that lingered in the air that reminded him of the times when he was on a woman's bed. When he came across any women in the inner court, he quickly hung his head low as he would never forget that he was just a guard. Of Meng Deyi's 3 daughters, 2 of them were already married. Only the eldest daughter, Meng Ru, was still single. The Patriarch had more than 10 wives though, so there were a lot of women in the inner court. If Yin Ji-yong caught a glimpse of anything he was not supposed to see, his eyes would probably be dug out. After making many turns, they finally arrived at the eldest young lady's residence. Qian went inside to inform the eldest young lady about their arrival while Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong waited outside the building. It was a building with 3 stories. Many busy servants continuously entered and left the place. Perhaps they had heard the news, so they would look curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong when passing them by. Seeing that these 2 men appeared anxious, they covered their mouths and giggled while whispering among themselves. A moment later, Qian stepped out and said to them gently, "Come in. The eldest young lady is waiting for you." Yin Zhiyong replied in a fawning manner, "Many thanks, Lady Qian." They entered and arrived at the lobby on the ground floor. It was supposed to be the place where the eldest young lady received her guests as it was lavishly decorated. At this moment, the eldest young lady, Meng Ru, was seated by a round table as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-24, Qian. The eldest young lady appeared flustered when she saw the young private guard, who steadfastly stood in front of her to fend off all the danger for her previously. Although there was no part of his body that was left intact, he still never moved away. Behind her stood a pretty woman, who was supposed to be Meng Ru's maidservant. She looked curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong, though most of her attention was drawn to Yang Kai. Yin Zhiyong was older and not very handsome, so there was nothing worth seeing about him. "Greetings, eldest young lady." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong saluted her at the same time. Meng Ru nodded and gazed at Yang Kai with concern. "How are you feeling? Did you use the healing medicine I told Shui'er to send to you?" Yang Kai lowered his head and replied, "I am well. Many thanks for your concern, eldest young lady. It is thanks to your medicine that I have recovered sooner than expected." "That's good." Meng Ru put on a smile. "I didn't know what medicine would work for you, and they didn't allow me to visit you. I wish I could have done so." Yang Kai quickly said, "Eldest young lady, you are a noble woman, so it is not appropriate for you to step into the outer court where the men live. Your reputation would be tarnished if word got out." Meng Ru sighed. That is what they all said. She appeared dejected. However, she soon put on a bright smile. "I can be at ease now since you're fine. I was frightened when I saw you looking so horrible. I thought you would die." Yang Kai lifted his head and flashed a smile at her. "Well, it is not so easy to kill me." Seeing that he was so impudent, the maidservant, who was standing behind Meng Ru, frowned with displeasure and shot him a glare. She interrupted their conversation by saying, "Since you two have made a contribution, the eldest young lady has asked the patriarch to transfer you to this place. You must fulfill your duties and ensure the eldest young lady's safety at all costs." "We will remember." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong cupped their fists. The maidservant then whispered to Meng Ru, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late. You must take your medicine now. Isn't it still being prepared?" "Just wait a while longer," Meng Ru replied. The maidservant shook her head. "The medicine is indeed being prepared, but you were quite frightened previously. The doctor has said that you must recuperate without being disturbed for the time being." A helpless eldest young lady let out a sigh. "Fine." With the help of the maidservant, she rose from the chair and spoke to Qian, who had led Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to this place. "Show them around the inner court and find a place for them to live." "Yes." Qian saluted her in an elegant manner. The maidservant then helped the eldest young lady Meng Ru walk up the stairs while Qian said to the 2 of them in a small voice, "Please come with me." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong thanked her before taking a stroll around the surrounding area with Qian leading the way. The place where the eldest young lady lived wasn't large, but there were still some places that they had to pay attention to lest they failed to discover some ill-intentioned people who hid there when the enemy struck again. While following the maidservant, Yang Kai looked around and memorized the terrain. Since he was now responsible for protecting Meng Ru in the inner court, he had to put in his best effort. Furthermore, he had to find a way to win the eldest young lady's heart in order to break the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up before this reincarnation. A moment later, Qian brought them to a tile-roofed house. "This is where you will be living," as it is not far away from the eldest young lady's room. When you're not on duty, you can just remain here and be ready for any emergencies. Many thanks, Lady Qian Qian. Yin Ji-yong thanked her and passed her a package as a gesture of friendliness. Qian Qian apparently had no idea what was going on as she took the package. When she realized what was inside, she quickly passed it back to him and waved her hands. There's no need for that. Yin Ji-yong said with a smile, we'll need your advice in many areas in the future. Please don't turn me down as it's just a small gift. There's really no need for that. Qian Qian was flushing. I just joined the Meng Manor not long ago, so there's no advice I could give you. Yin Ji-yong was startled. You just joined the Meng Manor not long ago? Yes, Qian Qian nodded repeatedly as she appeared uneasy. Yin Ji-yong's interest had been piqued. Supposedly, the maidservants by the eldest young lady's side must have passed a lot of tests and proven their loyalty to the Meng Manor. The new servants didn't even have the right to enter the inner court, let alone serve the eldest young lady. When did you join? Yin Ji-yong asked curiously. About a month ago, Qian Qian replied in a small voice. Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded as he gave her a thumbs up. You're truly lucky to have the right to serve the eldest young lady after only a month. Qian Qian hung her head low. I don't understand either. After the previous incident, I was told to send some medicine to the eldest young lady. When she saw me, she decided to make me stay. I see. Yin Ji-yong thought that she was extremely lucky. He was a private guard while Qian Qian was a maidservant. In the past over 10 years, he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. If not for the contribution he had inadvertently made, he wouldn't have been transferred to the inner court. On the other hand, Qian Qian had only been working here for a month, but she could get into the inner court just because the eldest young lady was fond of her. In comparison, his journey was much tougher, which made him feel a bit bitter. With that said, Qian Qian was indeed beautiful and innocent looking, so it was no wonder that the eldest young lady was fond of her. Upon learning that Qian Qian wasn't a long-time maidservant of the eldest young lady, Yin Ji-yong became much more at ease. At the very least, he didn't have to fawn over her. Yang Kai, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the woman beside the eldest young lady is named Chui'er. Qian Qian's figure shook a little, as though Yang Kai had scared her by talking suddenly. With a blushing face, she replied, yes, she's big sister Chui'er. She has been serving the eldest young lady since she was a child. They grew up together. Yang Kai nodded his head then fell silent. A short while later, Qian Qian left. Yin Ji-yong closed the door and asked in a small voice, little brother Yang, is there anything wrong the eldest young lady's maidservant, Chui'er? He thought that Yang Kai had discovered something when the latter asked that question suddenly. He couldn't help but speculate that Chui'er might be a mole sent to this place by those from Hidden Treasure Peak. Would they make another contribution not long after coming to the inner court? There's nothing wrong with her. Yang Kai didn't know what was on his mind. It's just that the eldest young lady said she had told Chui'er to send some healing medicine to me. After giving it a thought, Yin Ji-yong replied, yes, that's what she said. Had you ever met Chui'er before that? Yang Kai asked. Yin Ji-yong shook his head, no. He suddenly realized something. You've saved the eldest young lady, and judging from her reaction today, there's no doubt that she's grateful to you. In that case, she would definitely send the most important maidservant to visit you. However, it was Lady Qian Qian who had been visiting you every day when you were recuperating. He initially thought that Qian Qian was someone important to the eldest young lady, but it was apparently not the case. It had only been a month since she joined the Meng Manor, and she had only begun serving the eldest young lady's side after the incident. The most important maidservant to the eldest young lady should be Chui'er, who grew up with her. Why was that? Yin Ji-yong was puzzled. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I suppose Lady Chui'er received the eldest young lady's order, but she was too lazy or frightened to visit a person who was horribly injured, so she told Lady Qian Qian to visit me instead. After Lady Qian Qian reported everything to her, she would then report to the eldest young lady. Upon learning what had happened, Yin Ji-yong gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. You're indeed clever since you're able to figure out so many things from what the eldest young lady had said. It was no wonder that you decisively ran after the bandits that night. To be honest, when I saw you leaving, I thought that you were escaping. Yang Kai put on a smile without responding to him. Yin Ji-yong asked curiously, little brother, how did you know that the eldest young lady was kidnapped? Yang Kai replied, I didn't know. I just speculated that someone was taken away from the inner court. I had no idea she was the eldest young lady. That's incredible enough. Admiration was written all over Yin Ji-yong's face as he chuckled, I am incredible as well. I followed you as soon as I saw you running after the bandits. In fact, he didn't have the confidence to ward off the enemies on his own after Yang Kai left the place, so he had no choice but to follow him. With a frown though, he said, this incident shows us that it's not easy to deal with Lady Chuyer. We'd better be cautious so that she won't be able to find fault with us. Yang Kai nodded. He had a feeling that if he wanted to win the eldest young lady's heart, Chuyer would be an obstacle. Certainly, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not the only private guards in the inner court. In fact, there were a lot of private guards, and they were significantly more powerful than the ones in the outer court. After the previous incident, the eldest young lady no longer trusted the personal bodyguards in the inner court though. It wasn't that she was willful, but she was taken away by the bandit under the watch of so many personal bodyguards, so trust had indeed been lost. That was the reason she wanted Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong by her side. Patriarch Meng doted on his eldest daughter, so he directly agreed to this request. Despite that, he had still told some personal bodyguards to hide around the eldest young lady's residence. All of them had profound auras, however, the eldest young lady and the maidservants were unaware of their presence as they had never cultivated before. When Yang Kai came over from the building earlier, he detected some people who secretly examined him. Of course, he didn't react despite knowing what was going on. When Yang Kai agreed to become the eldest young lady's personal bodyguard, he also made a request to the patriarch, and it seemed the Meng family was as efficient as they were wealthy. They entered the inner court in the morning, and by the afternoon a sword and a saber were presented to Yang Kai. The saber was similar to the ones given to the private guards in the Meng manor. The characters stirring clouds were engraved on the hilt. When he pulled out the weapon, a dazzling glint flashed through the blade. The simple-looking sword was about 1 meter long, but the blade was shiny and sharp. When he flicked at the blade, a sword cry rang out for quite some time. The characters, covering rain, were engraved on its hilt. Yin Ji-yong was dumbstruck when he saw these two blades. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-25, Learning Martial Arts. The stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword are real treasures. They're said to have been left behind by a powerful cultivator several hundred years ago. They last appeared 30 years ago when they were obtained by a rogue cultivator. I didn't expect that they were in the Meng manor. With a fervent expression, Yin Ji-yong fiddled with the saber and sword. He was also a cultivator, so he loved treasures like these. The average cultivator would see his power increase by 30% by wielding these exquisite weapons, not to mention that Yang Kai was a very powerful cultivator. Moreover, given Yin Ji-yong's eyesight, he was certain that the stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword before his eyes were genuine, not counterfeits one could easily find on the streets. He reluctantly put the weapons back into their sheaths and said with envy, "Little brother Yang, the patriarch must regard you highly if he gave you such treasures. I suppose only someone like you deserves such an incredible sword and saber though." In the battle to protect the eldest young lady Meng Ru, Yang Kai did not only prove his loyalty but also his incredible strength and skill. In fact, Meng Deyi had sent his trusted aide to examine the battlefield, and the conclusion was that there were fewer than 10 people in the world who could fight against 100 bandits on their own and cause such casualties. Since Yang Kai was both loyal and powerful, it was expected that Meng Deyi regarded him highly. Yang Kai's power would increase significantly as he now possessed the stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword. It was not tiring to work in the inner court because Meng Ru stayed in her residence most of the time. She would rarely step out of the building. It wasn't certain whether it was because she loved staying indoors or she was still frightened following the previous incident. Therefore, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong just had to remain hidden when they were on duty and paid close attention to her to prevent any accidents from happening. With that said, rarely would any accidents happen in the inner court. Other than the two of them, there were a lot of personal bodyguards hiding in different places. Those who were untrustworthy would never be allowed to enter the inner court. Nevertheless, Yang Kai now faced a conundrum as he was unable to get into any close contact with the eldest young lady. This was giving him a headache. There was no doubt that he had left a lasting impression on her, and he was now lucky enough to become her personal bodyguard in the inner court. However, if he was unable to strike while the iron was hot, his efforts might all go to waste. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was just a personal bodyguard in the inner court while Meng Ru was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. There was a huge difference between their statuses. If he crossed the line, he would only invite trouble to himself. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a plan to get closer to the eldest young lady. One day, Meng Ru was in a good mood as she led her two maidservants to take a stroll around the garden. Although it had only been a short time since Qian Qian entered the inner court, she had gained the eldest young lady's favor for some reason. Only 1 month had passed, but she was now one of her trusted maidservants. Despite the fact that she was on an equal footing with Chui'er, she wasn't as close to the eldest young lady as the latter. After all, Chui'er and the eldest young lady grew up together. Having said that, many of the maidservants in the inner court were envious of Qian Qian's luck. No one knew why the eldest young lady was fond of this new maidservant. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong followed them without revealing themselves. The eldest young lady and the maidservants had no idea where they were. However, Meng Ru knew that Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not far away from her in order to prevent any accidents from happening. That was because she had given it a try before. Regardless of where she was, she just had to call out to Yang Kai, and he would appear from a random corner and stand in front of her, as though he was her shadow. For a few days, she never got tired of this little game. As soon as she found a reason, she would call out to Yang Kai. As a result, Chui'er's displeasure with Yang Kai increasingly intensified whenever she saw him. On this day, the eldest young lady was in a jovial mood. In fact, she had been cheerful recently as she was no longer traumatized by the kidnapping incident. She would always keep an alluring smile on her face. Nevertheless, she was just a young woman who rarely stepped out of her residence, so after about 2 hours, she started panting and declared, "I'm tired." Chui'er said, "In that case, we should go back and get some rest. It's pretty windy here, so you might catch a cold if you stay here any longer." The eldest young lady tilted her head and fell into her thoughts. Suddenly thinking of something, she giggled and called out, "Guard Yang." The next moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Yang Kai appeared like a phantom and stopped in his tracks in a spot that was 10 paces away from Meng Ru before cupping his fist. "Eldest young lady. Oh, you're here." Meng Ru turned around and pouted with disappointment. "I thought you would appear from over there. I didn't expect that you were behind me." When Chui'er saw that the eldest young lady was acting so happily, she asked gently, "Eldest young lady, why did you call out to guard Yang again? He has to stay hidden to protect you." She then glowered at Yang Kai, "You may go now." The eldest young lady, however, interjected, "There's not really any danger in the inner court. Moreover, Guard Yang is strong. Even if there's any danger, he can protect me regardless of whether he is hidden or not. Am I right, Guard Yang?" Yang Kai hung his head low. "It's my duty to protect you, eldest young lady." "All right, the eldest young lady knows that you're loyal. You may go." Chui'er waved her hand. Instead of leaving though, Yang Kai asked, "Do you have anything to tell me, eldest young lady?" "Yes." Meng Ru nodded happily, "I want to learn martial arts." "Why don't you teach me?" Chui'er was astounded and asked, "You want to learn martial arts, eldest young lady? You've never been interested in them since you were a child." Meng Ru replied with a smile, "That was in the past. preferences can change over time. Chui'er dissuaded her by saying, I'm worried that it's too late for you to start learning martial arts. You won't become a powerful cultivator. Furthermore, Meng Ru cut her off by saying, it's not like I want to become a powerful cultivator. I just want to strengthen my body. Isn't that one of the benefits of learning martial arts? I feel tired after just walking for a short time, which must be because I'm weak. Moreover, I found it difficult to hold a sword previously as I almost couldn't lift it. If I had learned martial arts, that wouldn't have happened. Even if I come across any danger again, I'll have the strength to protect myself. Seeing that the eldest young lady was insistent, Chui'er wouldn't dare to refute her. After giving it a thought, she offered a suggestion. If you want to learn martial arts, you can ask a martial arts instructor in the manor to teach you. Guard Yang has his own duties, so it might not be convenient for him. Meng Ru snorted, the martial arts instructors in the manor are not as strong as Guard Yang. You have no idea how bold he was. At that time, he easily killed those bandits with the sword and saber in his hands. The blood formed into a puddle and dyed my shoes red. Chui'er had never heard of anything so ruthless before, so she turned pale in an instant and wouldn't dare to say anything. Meng Ru then turned to Yang Kai and asked, will you teach me, Guard Yang? Certainly, Yang Kai was more than willing to do that as he would have a chance to come into close contact with the eldest young lady repeatedly, so after pretending to ponder for a moment, he nodded, I am your subordinate, so I will definitely obey your orders. Meng Ru clapped her hands with joy, let's start now, then. Here? Yang Kai asked. Oh, let's go back first. Meng Ru came to her senses and shuffled forward. Yang Kai followed her closely. Chui'er snapped back to reality and frowned. After telling Qian something, she pulled up her dress and dashed out of the inner court. The eldest young lady wanted to learn martial arts, and she insisted that Yang Kai had to teach her. This matter had to be reported to the patriarch. Since Chui'er was powerless to stop her, she reckoned that she would ask the patriarch to intervene. Upon leaving the inner court, Chui'er arrived at the grand hall where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. After waiting for a bit, she was allowed to see him. Chui'er quickly told him what was going on. With his back leaning against his chair, Meng Di placed his hands on his belly and gave it a thought. If Ruer wants to learn martial arts, just let her be. I suppose she just wants to learn it for fun. She won't persevere for long. Tell Yang Kai that he must not let Ruer get injured. If she loses a strand of hair, I'll not spare him. Chui'er had never expected that the patriarch would agree to it. Although it was obvious to everyone that he had been doting on the eldest young lady over the years, she thought he would stop her this time. She had the urge to say that after the previous incident, there was something wrong with the way the eldest young lady looked at Yang Kai. She had been by her side for many years, but she had never seen Meng Ru looking at a man with such a gaze before. That was a gaze with a sense of longing. However, she wouldn't dare to say such a thing out loud. First of all, she was worried that she was mistaken. Secondly, it might ruin the eldest young lady's reputation. You may leave now, Meng Di waved his hand. Left with no choice, Chui'er left the hall. Upon returning to the inner court, she realized that the eldest young lady had changed into some tight-fitting clothes. There was a wooden sword in her hand as she wielded it following Yang Kai's instructions. The move was monotonous, but the eldest young lady seemed joyful and serious as she kept asking Yang Kai whether she was doing it right. Yang Kai was just standing in a spot not far away from her as he gave her instructions from time to time. Meanwhile, Qian was standing silently to the side. Chui'er walked up to her and complained, "Why didn't you stop her?" A flustered Qian lowered her head and remained silent. Chui'er snapped, "You're so useless. I'll chase you out of here sooner or later." Qian hung her head even lower. Just a quarter-hour later, the eldest young lady was drenched in sweat. A well-prepared Chui'er walked up to her with a wet towel and helped her wipe herself off. With a hopeful gaze, Meng Ru asked, "How was I doing, Guard Yang?" Yang Kai nodded his head. "As a beginner, you are doing very well. You have the talent to learn martial arts. That was to be expected, after all, she was Chu Huashang's reincarnation. Although she had lost her memory, her instincts were ingrained in the deepest part of her soul. It wasn't surprising that she had shown exceptional aptitude in learning martial arts. Meng Ru was elated. Really? You'd better not lie to me. If you do, I'll. As she spoke, she balled up her fist and shook it as though she was going to punch him. However, she soon realized that she was acting rather coquettishly, so she quickly retracted her hand and wiped her face to conceal her embarrassment. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "Would never dare to lie to you. It's the truth." Upon hearing that, Meng Ru put on a bright smile. Chui'er pressed her lips together. "You'd better be cautious, eldest young lady. Men's words cannot be trusted." "What are you talking about? It's not like you've had a man before." Meng Ru pinched the other woman's nose. A blushing Chui'er stomped her foot on the ground. "How could you even say such a thing? I have to tell the patriarch about it." "No, don't do that." "I'll keep my mouth shut, Chui'er," Meng Ru quickly pleaded with her. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-26, Young City Lord. Everyone thought that Meng Ru was just learning martial arts for fun, which was why she pestered her personal bodyguard to teach her. After she became exhausted and lost interest in it, she would give it up. Therefore, after she persevered for a few days, the women in the inner court were shocked, including her maidservant Chui'er. Every day, the eldest young lady would get out of her bed before the sky turned bright. Unlike in the past when she would dress up patiently, she just had to tie up her hair and put on some tight-fitting clothes now before heading to the courtyard with a wooden sword. Yang Kai would always be waiting for her there. She would be soaked in sweat every day, but she was still high-spirited. Even just by monotonously wielding her sword, she increasingly became better with the movements. The two maidservants were asked to learn martial arts as well. The main reason was that the eldest young lady was annoyed by Chui'er, who always tried to stop her from practicing. If Chui'er could learn with her, perhaps she would keep her mouth shut. However, not everyone had the eldest young lady's perseverance. Chui'er gave it up barely 2 days later. Other than the fact that the moves were monotonous, her entire figure would ache every day. Although she was a maidservant, she grew up with the eldest young lady and enjoyed the finer things in life. She had never gone through such hardship before. With that said, after she gave it up, she rarely dissuaded the eldest young lady from learning martial arts again. Perhaps she no longer had the nerve to do so. On the other hand, even though Qian appeared timid, she had impressive willpower. Moreover, Yang Kai discovered that she was just as talented as the eldest young lady when it came to learning martial arts. Time went by quickly as he taught martial arts with an ulterior motive while the two women learned attentively. 2 months had passed. Yang Kai and the eldest young lady had become much closer to each other through their contact every day. He could clearly notice that whenever the eldest young lady looked at him, her gaze was filled with a sense of longing. Only when a woman was in love with a man would she gaze at him in such a way. Back then, after he risked his life to save her, she started treating him favorably. The contact and guidance over the past few months had just pulled them closer to one another. Yang Kai had a feeling that he was close to breaking senior sister Chu's heart barrier, but he had no idea how much more he had to do before he could succeed. He could only play it by ear now. After all, he didn't have similar experiences that he could refer to. This samsara world had its own rules. One day, after Yang Kai was done teaching the eldest young lady, Chui'er came over with a wet towel and helped wipe her face. All of a sudden, the eldest young lady said, "Guard Yang, I'm leaving the city tomorrow. Please come with me." Yang Kai became startled for a moment before nodding, yes. He had no idea why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Since she returned to the Meng Manor some time ago, she had never left her residence. She would only take a stroll in the garden at most. She must have a matter to attend to for leaving the city. However, as a private guard, he wasn't in a position to ask her anything. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked. No, you just have to follow me. The eldest young lady forced a smile. I'm a little tired now, so I'll get some rest. Please rest early as well, guard Yang. Yang Kai nodded his head and stepped back into the darkness. The next day, the eldest young lady was dressed in some simple clothes. A carriage was ready outside the Meng Manor. Besides that, there were a group of personal bodyguards with sabers who would escort her. Yang Kai and Yin Ji Yong were on either side of the carriage. Beside Yang Kai was Qian Qian while Chuyer was leading the way at the front. With his left hand on his hilt, Yang Kai looked around to prevent any ill-intentioned people from coming near. Although the crisis caused by the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had been resolved previously, he had no idea whether the Meng Manor had dealt with those from Hidden Treasure Peak in any way recently. He had to be ready for a fight at any moment. There was one time when he turned his head, he realized that Qian Qian was looking at him. He nodded at her and put on a smile. In an instant, Qian Qian started blushing and hung her head low. She lost her balance and almost stumbled over. A dexterous Yang Kai quickly took her arm. Watch out. A flustered Qian Qian retracted her arm and said in a small voice, Thanks. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. He was pleased with this maidservant who was timid but hard-working. She was unlike the annoying Chuyer, who loved to boss others around just because she was the eldest young lady's trusted maidservant. What happened? The eldest young lady lifted the curtain and revealed her alluring face. She must have heard the noise just now. Nothing, Yang Kai shook his head. The eldest young lady shot him a doubtful look and gazed at the blushing Qian Qian before snorting, Don't bully Qian Qian. If you do, I won't let you off. I would never dare to. Yang Kai secretly smiled in a helpless manner, thinking that the eldest young lady was the one he wanted to bully. However, he couldn't say such a thing for the time being as he was just a personal bodyguard. The eldest young lady pretended to be fierce and showed him her fist before letting the curtain down. A moment later, she was heard saying in a melancholic voice, It's the anniversary of my mother's death. I visit the gratitude shrine to pray for her every year. It was only then that Yang Kai found out why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city where a lot of believers would pray to the heavens. Shrines were rarely seen in the 3,000 worlds. There were no shrines in the universe worlds where Yang Kai had stayed before. With that said, he was aware of such places. It had something to do with a kind of faith. Furthermore, over the past couple of months, Yin Ji Yong had given Yang Kai some information about the Meng Manor. Although Meng Ru was the eldest young lady, she wasn't a legitimate child. Her mother wasn't Meng De Ye's wife. Instead, the two apparently got to know each other when they were still very young. Even though Meng De Ye had many wives, he loved this woman, who had started following him since childhood and would never leave him, the most. Unfortunately, she didn't enjoy a long life. She passed away when the eldest young lady was still a young child. Perhaps Meng De Ye felt guilty as well as a sense of longing, so he doted on Meng Ru the most out of all his children. Despite the fact that she was pretty mature now, he had never forced her to marry anyone. In this samsara world, women who were still not married by the age of 26 or 27 would be treated like jinxes. However, the eldest young lady was still doing perfectly well in the Meng Manor, which was a wealthy family to begin with. Despite the fact that she was a noble lady, Meng De Ye still allowed her to learn martial arts. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from White Jade City where there were a lot of believers. While going up the mountain, they saw a lot of people walking along the path. Seeing the formation of the Meng Manor, these people would move to the sides. The ordinary people would never dare to offend those from the Meng Manor. 1 hour later, they arrived at the peak. Yang Kai looked up and saw a magnificent shrine. In front of them stood an old monk with a scar on his head who was clad in a simple robe. Apparently, he had been informed in advance that the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor was coming over. Meng Ru and the old monk obviously knew one another. After all, she would visit Gratitude Shrine once every year. After getting out of the carriage, she saluted the old monk and followed him to enter the shrine. The personal bodyguards followed her closely. After exchanging glances with Yin Ji-yong, Yang Kai hid among the crowd. While one of them was conspicuous, the other was hidden. Moreover, with the protection of other personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor, there were no worries about Meng Ru's safety. After following the old monk to an altar where ceremonial lamps were placed, Meng Ru poured some oil into it for her mother and headed to another grand hall where she would light some incense sticks, pray, and perform divination with sticks. Suddenly thinking of something, Meng Ru cheered up instantly and put on a smile. After walking around for a bit, she was a little tired, so she found a stone pavilion and had a seat. Shui'er quickly fished out the cakes and tea she had prepared earlier while the personal bodyguards dispersed and guarded the stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Ru was having a joyous chat with the maidservant while looking around. She was a little disappointed when she didn't see the person she had been longing for. However, when she thought of the fact he would protect her at any moment, she became at ease. Right then, a young man clad in white clothes was sauntering towards them. He was followed by a servant who had a sword in his hand. He was a tall and handsome young man who sported a harmless smile. There was no doubt that he was a gentle and good-looking nobleman. When Shui'er caught a glimpse of the young man, she could not move her eyes away from him again. "Stop right there. The eldest young lady of the Meng Manor is resting here." The responsible personal bodyguards tried to stop them from coming closer. Despite the fact that the young man was a noble, he wasn't infuriated at their rudeness. He just cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Please tell the eldest young lady that Feng Qingxi of the Feng family would like to see her." The personal bodyguards were shocked as they finally recognized this young man and they quickly put away their arrogance. Despite his gentle voice, Meng Ru could hear him as she wasn't far from him to begin with. When she heard the name Feng Qingxi, she turned her head and appeared surprised. Then, she beckoned to Shui'er and spoke to her in a small voice. Shui'er nodded and walked up to Feng Qingxi before saluting him in an elegant manner. "Young city lord, our young lady would like to see you." Feng Qingxi smiled and nodded his head, "Many thanks." Shui'er stole a glance at him and hung her head low with a blushing face. After leading him to the stone pavilion, she stood behind Meng Ru. Meng Ru examined Feng Qingxi and put on a smile. "It's really you, young city lord. Why are you here?" It wasn't the first time they met each other. Previously, when she was in danger, it was Yang Kai who stood in front of her and became exhausted from fending off all the enemies while in the end, Feng Qingxi came to the rescue with the soldiers from White Jade City. Nevertheless, Meng Ru was concerned about Yang Kai on the way home, so she wasn't in the mood to talk to Feng Qingxi. Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, "The weather is lovely today, so I decided to leave home for a walk. I didn't expect to see you here, little sister Ru." What a coincidence. Meng Ru reckoned that he was older than she was, and he had done her a favor previously, so she only felt awkward but not disgusted by the fact that he called her little sister Ru. With a smile, she said, "I should have personally thanked you for helping to save me previously, but I haven't had a chance to do so. Please don't take offense, young city lord." Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-27, Proposed Marriage. It was all thanks to the personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor. "This Feng didn't really do anything, so I don't deserve your gratitude." Feng Qingxi put on a faint smile. Meng Ru shook her head, "Young city lord, if you hadn't come to the rescue in time, the consequences would have been dreadful." Seeing that he was still standing, she quickly invited him to have a seat. Feng Qingxi thanked her and elegantly took a seat. They went on to have a chat in a joyful manner. 1 hour later, Meng Ru appeared fatigued, so Shui'er promptly said, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late now, so we should head home, otherwise, the patriarch will be worried about you." Following a nod, Meng Ru rose from the seat and bid Feng Qingxi farewell. The latter didn't make her stay as he watched them leave. It wasn't until Meng Ru and her personal bodyguards were out of sight that Feng Qingxi put on a smile and called out, "Junior brother Yang." The sword-holding young man beside him appeared doubtful as he had no idea why the young master suddenly shouted at the air. Just when he wanted to ask him about it, a figure emerged from the shadow all of a sudden like a phantom. He wasn't even aware of his presence this whole time. Flabbergasted, the sword-holding young man dexterously hid behind Feng Qingxi and stuck out his head before yelling, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Yang Kai stared at Feng Qingxi and cupped his fist, "Senior brother Feng." As their eyes met, there seemed to be sparks flying in the air. The sword-holding young man appeared puzzled. Judging from the way the young master and this strange man called each other, they seemed to be fellow brothers. However, at this moment, they appeared to be in a conflict for some reason. What made the sword-holding young man feel even more perplexed was that this man surnamed Yang was apparently a personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor, so how was it possible that he and the young city lord were fellow brothers? "I've heard a lot about you, junior brother Yang. We've finally met each other. You're indeed a handsome man." Feng Qingxi flashed a smile at him. "Many thanks for the compliment, senior brother," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. Sensing his impassiveness, Feng Qingxi said with a frown, "It wasn't my idea to come into this world. However, since I've received the order from my honored master, I have to do my best. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." Yang Kai nodded, "We'll do our best in our own ways, then. However, I still have to persuade you to quit as early as possible so that you'll be spared the embarrassment." Feng Qingxi asked with a smile, "Do you have so much confidence in yourself, junior brother?" Yang Kai lifted his head and replied arrogantly, "Don't you get it? I'm very close to her now." He found it somewhat laughable that he was competing against another man to win over a woman's heart. Feng Qingxi said, "I'm fully aware of the advantages you have, but you'd better not underestimate me. I have my own advantages as well. I'll be looking forward to it." Then, Yang Kai turned around and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, the sword-holding young man, who was hiding behind Feng Qingxi, looked around curiously. "Young master, is that ghost gone?" An annoyed Feng Qingxi knocked on his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? We're heading back now." "Yes." The sword-holding young man responded as he kept looking back at the stone pavilion, as though a saber and sword-wielding ghost would reappear at any moment. Yang Kai would soon find out what Feng Qingxi's planned to do. That guy showcased his advantage with just one move and forced Yang Kai onto the defensive. The day after they returned from Gratitude Shrine, the eldest young lady and Qian Qian were learning martial arts from Yang Kai when Chui'er rushed over with an excited expression and shouted, "Eldest young lady! Eldest young lady! Something major has happened." Meng Ru, who was wielding the wooden sword, was shocked as she stopped what she was doing and looked at her. However, upon seeing Chui'er's expression, she glared at her. "Why are you shouting?" "I was frightened." Chui'er stood in front of the eldest young lady and stuck out her tongue before saying in a hushed voice, "Eldest young lady, something major has really happened." "What's the matter?" Meng Ru asked with a frown. While trying to be mysterious, Chui'er glanced at her and replied, "It's something great." A helpless Meng Ru rapidly extended her hand and pinched the other woman's waist. "How dare you keep me on tenterhooks? Are you going to tell me or not?" Chui'er giggled and begged for mercy, after which Meng Ru let her off. Qian Qian picked up a towel and passed it to Meng Ru, who wiped her face with it and listened attentively. It was then that Chui'er said, "Those from City Lord's mansion have sent us several gift carts. It's said that the young City Lord is proposing marriage." Meng Ru froze for a moment before taking a glance at Yang Kai with anxiety and asking nervously, "Propose marriage? What are you talking about?" Chui'er replied with a smile, "What else could it be? It's the marriage between you and the young City Lord. You saw him yesterday. He's handsome and good at martial arts. Moreover, he's wealthy and mild-tempered. Everything about him is good. He's a perfect match for you." An anxious Meng Ru asked, "Did my father agree to it?" Chui'er shook her head, "I have no idea, but the patriarch looks pleased. He's having a chat with the young City Lord in the reception hall right now." Upon hearing that, Meng Ru quickly tossed the towel away and sprinted off. A shocked Chui'er asked, "Where are you going, eldest young lady?" Meng Ru ignored her. Nevertheless, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and stood there for a moment before turning around. With a conflicted expression, she gazed at Yang Kai. "Guard Yang, I'm a little tired now, so let's call it a day." Yang Kai nodded. "Since you're tired, you should get some rest, eldest young lady." Following that, Meng Ru shuffled into her room and closed the door. All of a sudden, Chui'er glared at Yang Kai, her eyes full of hostility. 1 hour later, the Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi arrived at the inner court and entered Meng Ru's room. It wasn't certain what the conversation was about, but when he left the room, he shook his head and sighed in a helpless manner. Chui'er followed him, but she was soon captured by the patriarch's personal bodyguard and brought to Meng Deyi. She could be completely at ease in front of the eldest young lady. After all, they grew up together, so they were as close as sisters. However, in front of the patriarch, she would never dare to cross the line. That was because there were initially 3 other girls who grew up with the eldest young lady, but eventually, she was the only one left. The eldest young lady was innocent and kind-hearted, so she thought that the 3 maidservants had found decent husbands. Nevertheless, Chui'er knew that they had already lost their lives. While working for the eldest young lady, one might be killed for making even a small mistake. Kneeling in front of the patriarch, Chui'er was trembling. "Patriarch, there's something I need to tell you." With his hands behind his back, Meng Deyi said impassively, "Speak." After hesitating for a moment, Chui'er replied in a shaking voice, "I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but the eldest young lady. She seems to have developed some feelings for Guard Yang." Then, she quickly added, "I don't know if it's just a misunderstanding. I'm not certain about anything." The patriarch didn't respond in any way. However, Chui'er knew that it was how the patriarch reacted when he was furious, so she became increasingly anxious. A moment later, the patriarch asked, "When did you discover it?" A terrified Chui'er replied, "After the eldest young lady was rescued." Meng Deyi questioned, "It has been months since she was rescued. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chui'er pressed her head against the ground. "I wouldn't dare to." "You wouldn't dare to?" Meng Deyi sneered. "Cut her into pieces to fertilize the plants." Chui'er felt her entire figure turning limp. It wasn't until 2 personal bodyguards took her arms and dragged her out of the place that she started begging for mercy. "Please have mercy on me, patriarch. Please spare my life. I'm the only long-time maidservant by the eldest young lady's side now. If I'm killed, she'll be sad." Her words just barely saved her. After receiving an instruction, the 2 personal bodyguards dropped her. Meng Deyi's voice could be heard saying from a distance, "Watch over the eldest young lady and inform me immediately whenever something happens. If anything goes wrong again, I will personally kill you." Chui'er hurriedly agreed. When she looked up, there was no one in front of her. After that day, the eldest young lady was back to her usual self. Yang Kai didn't ask how the young city lord's proposal was dealt with, but Yin Ji-yong had found out quite a bit of information. In fact, the young city lord had personally come over to propose marriage, and Meng Deyi was apparently pleased with him. After all, Feng Qingxi was of noble background and was a perfect match for the eldest young lady of the Meng family. Meng Ru was not getting any younger, and it was impossible for her to stay in the Meng manor forever. If there was a suitable man for her, Meng Deyi wouldn't reject him. Nevertheless, Meng Deyi didn't seem to have given a positive reply regarding the proposal. This made Yin Ji-yong realize that the patriarch truly treasured the eldest young lady. Even in families that were wealthier than the Meng family, the parents held the right to make an arrangement for their children's marriages, not to mention in ordinary families. Rarely would any woman decide for herself what man she wanted to marry. However, in the Meng family, the eldest young lady had the final say in this matter, and even the patriarch, who was known to be iron-fisted, didn't try to force her. With that said, Yang Kai clearly noticed that there were now more people who were hidden around the eldest young lady's residence. Other than paying close attention to the eldest young lady, they were also watching over him. Recently, Chui'er had been acting weirdly as well. In the past, he could sense that she detested him, but it seemed to have turned into resentment now. She could barely contain the hatred in her eyes. Yang Kai had a feeling that something was amiss. One day, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were told to see the patriarch. Inside the grand hall, Meng Di gazed at them and said, "I have some goods that have to be sent to Great Abundance City tomorrow. These goods are extremely important, so I want you two to escort them." Upon hearing that, Yin Ji-yong was startled. What about the eldest young lady? He and Yang Kai were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, so supposedly, they would have to send goods to another city. Hence, he was puzzled by Meng Di's order. Meng Di replied, "I've made arrangements for her, so you don't have to worry about her." He paused for a moment. "She'll marry someone sooner or later. You two are loyal to the Meng Manor. After she gets married, I'll need you two to work in other areas. So, try getting used to it now." An excited Yin Ji-yong cupped his fist. "Many thanks for trusting us, Patriarch." Meng Di waved his hand, after which they respectfully left the hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-28, from the Meng Manor. It would take a person about half a month to travel from White Jade City to Great Abundance City. He would pass through a lot of desolate places where bandits might appear at any moment. The average person had to be escorted by powerful cultivators if he wanted to take this journey, otherwise, he would most likely be killed. On the other hand, this was one of the major business routes for the Meng family. Every year, countless goods would be sent to or dispatched from the Meng Manor through this route. There were more than 20 people who were tasked with escorting the goods this time. Other than Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong, who were personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor, the rest were from Grand Abundance Bureau, an armed escort service provider from White Jade City. The chief armed escort was surnamed Gua. He was a straightforward and well-built man. The Meng Manor had worked with Grand Abundance Bureau many times before, so they were on good terms. Therefore, after accepting the order, the chief armed escort immediately made an arrangement and even personally led the best armed escorts in the bureau to protect the goods to show that they truly valued this partnership. The task assigned to Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong was simple. They just had to follow the people from Grand Abundance Bureau and escort the goods to Great Abundance City. After the other party accepted the goods, they could return. Yin Ji-yong had been confined to the eldest young lady's side recently. Upon leaving the Meng Manor, he was as happy as a bird that had been released from a cage. With a wine bottle in his hand, he went everywhere to look for people who could drink wine with him. Besides that, he also boasted to Yang Kai that the women in Great Abundance City were beautiful and promised to take Yang Kai to a brothel when they arrived at the destination. The armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were professional. The scouts were regularly sent out in pairs to gather information and return with useful news. It had been peaceful for the first 5 days. On the 5th day, the team had to sleep the night in a place named Upward Mound. It was an open-air area with no places for anyone to hide. It wasn't possible for there to be any ambushes. Even if an emergency happened, it would be easy for them to flee. Those from Grand Abundance Bureau were careful when looking for a place to rest, and after they were done with dinner, most slept while the rest stood guard. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai awakened in shock as he caught a whiff of a metallic tang. This faint smell of blood was imperceptible to those who hadn't had a lot of experience in battle. However, Yang Kai had experienced countless carnage in his life. Although his strength had been significantly weakened after he was incarnated into this world, he remained sensitive to the smell of blood. Right then, the sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. In the darkness, sharp arrows broke through the sky and poured down on them like rain. Enemy attack! Yang Kai got to his feet and shouted. At the same time, he picked up Yin Ji-yong, who was sound asleep, and rolled away before hiding behind a tree. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air were heard amidst the grunts and shrieks. After just a short moment, the armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all either killed or injured. Yin Ji-yong had had some wine before going to sleep, but he was completely sober at this moment and asked in horror, "What's going on?" There wasn't a need for Yang Kai to answer the question. Presently, all the tents were on fire. The arrows were aflame as they turned the tents and carriages into pyres. The horses neighed in shock as the entire place descended into chaos. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Yang Kai pulled a dead-armed escort towards himself and covered his body with the corpse. Upon seeing that, Yin Ji Yong did the same. The arrows that poured down like rain only stopped a cup of tea later. The entire place was ablaze as all 20 armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all dead. It wasn't until this moment that horses were heard approaching them from a distance. Hiding beneath a corpse, Yin Ji Yong looked around in horror with the help of the flickering fire. More than 100 people on horses had appeared from all directions. The burly bald man at the front was holding a saber with a hideous expression. Yin Ji Yong felt his heart skipping a beat, for he recognized the bald man. The person was none other than the head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. After those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and took the eldest young lady away, their managers were put on wanted lists, and their faces became known to everyone in the city. That was the reason Yin Ji Yong could instantly recognize this man. However, why were the people from Hidden Treasure Peak here? This was a route that led to Great Abundance City, which was in the south, while Hidden Treasure Peak was in the north. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak didn't have any business in this. Nevertheless, he didn't have any time to ponder on it as the head manager wielded his saber and shouted, "Find the corpses." His subordinates then dispersed and searched around. Yin Ji Yong had no idea what corpses they were looking for. He only knew that he would be doomed if he couldn't come up with a solution. He turned to look at Yang Kai's hiding place and became dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only the dead armed escort, who was previously used to fend off the arrows, was left behind. That stinking brat is too much. How could he run away without telling me? Yin Ji Yong had the urge to howl in misery. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had left. He only knew that when he was sound asleep, Yang Kai picked him up and rolled away to dodge the first round of arrows. Seeing that those from Hidden Treasure Peak were about to find him, Yin Ji Yong was struggling internally between begging for mercy or fighting to the death. Right then, someone was heard exclaiming, after which something heavy thudded on the ground. The next moment, everyone was heard yelling, "Head manager! Don't move!" The head manager bellowed. Yin Ji Yong had no idea what was going on, but with the help of the fire, he looked up and faintly saw a figure standing behind the head manager, holding a sharp blade to the latter's neck. Stirring Cloud Saber. Yin Ji Yong was ecstatic. Even though he couldn't make out the person behind the head manager, he could recognize the incredible weapon. After pushing the corpse away, Yin Ji Yong, who was drenched in blood, got to his feet. His action stunned the bandits around him. The head manager took a glance at him and grinned, "You two are indeed martial arts experts. I didn't expect you to survive. Thanks for the compliment." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming behind him. The next moment, Yin Ji Yong saw Yang Kai sticking out his head as the latter asked, "Are you all right, brother Yin?" "I'm fine," pretending to be tough, Yin Ji Yong wiped the blood off his face. In fact, he wasn't injured one bit as even his skin was still intact. "What about you, head manager? What should I do about you now?" Yang Kai asked impassively, not moving the saber away. The head manager chuckled, "This is how I usually hold a woman. I hadn't expected to be embraced in such a way one day. It's a new experience." Just then, a glint flashed through the weapon as 2 fingers were sent flying away. The head manager grunted while his hand, which had secretly reached for the dagger at his thigh just now, was covered in blood. At that moment, the head manager turned ferocious while the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were agitated. "Nothing good will ever come out of your mouth, huh? Only say something after thinking it through and don't do anything unnecessary. My blade is pretty sharp. If I cut off something important, you won't be able to put it back." Yang Kai threatened him in a hushed voice, "Tell your people to back up. I'm a timid person. My hand will shake with so many people around me." The head manager sported a hideous expression, then raised his hand, "Move back 300 meters. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak exchanged glances before they stepped backwards and disappeared into the darkness. Despite the fact that the head manager was held captive while his blood was dripping from where his fingers were cut, he remained calm and collected. Yin Ji-yong couldn't help but think that this man was really something. "I think we can have a talk now," the head manager said. Yang Kai sheathed Stirring Cloud's saber and leaped off the horse before shuffling towards the carriages where the goods were kept. When the head manager saw Yang Kai facing away from him, he had the urge to unsheath his saber. However, as he recalled Yang Kai's mastery of martial arts, he stifled his urge to do so. When he held Meng Ru captive previously, he led more than 100 bandits to launch an attack on Yang Kai. Nevertheless, a lot of his subordinates were killed while the other party persevered until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. This time, the head manager was captured by Yang Kai while he was unsuspecting, which was why he became at a disadvantage. He still couldn't believe that those from the Meng Manor had found such a powerful guard. "Tell me. Who told you to do this?" Yang Kai asked with narrowed eyes while standing in front of the carriage. Upon hearing that, the head manager sneered. "Do we need anyone to tell us to avenge the death of Hidden Treasure Peak's second manager? How did you find out our route and exact location? I'm guessing you have been hiding here for more than a day." The head manager replied impassively, "That's what we do for a living. Of course we have our own ways of gathering information." While facing away from him, Yang Kai said, "It was those from the Meng Manor, right?" Upon hearing that, Yin Ji-yong was astounded. "Little brother Yang, what are you talking about?" The head manager flashed a smile at Yin Ji-yong. "Your little brother is pretty interesting. Is there something wrong with his head?" Yang Kai unsheathed his covering rain sword. As a glint flashed through his weapon, the carriage fell apart and revealed the goods inside. When Yin Ji-yong took a glance, he became flabbergasted. What's going on here?" The valuable goods that the two of them and those from Grand Abundance Bureau had been escorting were just stones placed in crates. He couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly went over to examine the stones. In the end, he confirmed that they were just rocks with nothing else hidden inside them. It was the same case for the other carriages. How could this be? Yin Ji-yong found it hard to accept the truth as he still had no idea what was going on. More than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau had lost their lives just to protect a few carriages of stones. If not for Yang Kai's quick response, the two of them would have perished tonight as well. "There's something I don't understand." Yang Kai turned to look at the head manager. Previously, those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and kidnapped the eldest young lady from the Meng family. There were quite a few casualties on both sides, and even the second manager lost his life. Supposedly, those from the Meng Manor would never work with you, but this is exactly what happened. Can you tell me the reason behind it? The head manager was no longer as calm and collected as before because he felt helpless at the fact that the other party had seen through everything. However, he chose to say nothing and simply stared at Yang Kai with a grim expression. Yang Kai held both the saber and sword in his hands while shuffling towards him. With his gaze lowered, he said, "A person who doesn't speak is no different from a corpse." The head manager replied grimly, "I can only tell you that I received a piece of information that you would pass through this place while escorting goods. However, the person who told me this has nothing to do with the Meng Manor." "Who is that person associated with, then?" Yang Kai asked while standing in front of him. The head manager shook his head, apparently unwilling to reveal anything. "Farewell, then." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed out his saber and sword at the same time. Although the head manager had put his guard up, he was still unable to ward off both weapons. His head was sent flying away while blood spurted out from his neck. On the other hand, Yang Kai leaped onto a horse and picked up the dazed Yin Ji-yong before clenching his thighs. The next moment, they galloped off in a particular direction. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-29, One Step Too Late. After the head manager was killed, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak madly chased after Yang Kai and Yin Ji Yong while the latter killed those who pursued them. It wasn't until the break of dawn that they were finally safe. Yin Ji Yong was already soaked in blood, and there were cuts all over his figure. With that said, those were not comparable to his mental fatigue. In front of a river, Yang Kai cupped some water with both hands and washed his face. After that, he leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Unable to contain the doubt in his mind, Yin Ji Yong gazed at him and asked, "Little brother, just what is happening?" The incident on this night was too strange. He wasn't really a bright person, so he was unable to figure it out. He just had a feeling that he and Yang Kai were sold out. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "It's me who has dragged you into this." Yin Ji Yong replied, "What are you talking about?" "That's really the case," Yang Kai reiterated. "Those from the Meng Manor want me dead. That was why they told us to escort some goods and orchestrated an attack in the middle of the night." Yin Ji Yong parted his lips, not knowing what to say. They were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, but they were suddenly tasked with escorting some goods to Great Abundant City. However, the goods from the Meng Manor were just a bunch of stones. On the other hand, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak lived in the opposite direction from their route, but they had laid an ambush around this business route in advance. Moreover, before the head manager's death, he said that someone told him Yang Kai would pass by Upward Mound while escorting some goods. All of this showed that Yin Ji Yong had been dragged into a scheme. Is there a partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? Yin Ji Yong found it hard to accept the notion. It wasn't that he was surprised that those from the Meng Manor were in contact with bandits. As a wealthy family, it was expected that those from the Meng family had contacts in both the authorities and the underworld. Nevertheless, just like what Yang Kai had said the day before, those from Hidden Treasure Peak had kidnapped the eldest young lady, so there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. Given how the Meng family patriarch doted on the eldest young lady, there was no room for partnership between the two. That might not be the case. Yang Kai shook his head. There is something in between that connects the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak. Yin Ji Yong came to his senses. Are you saying that there is no direct partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? Instead, there is a middleman between them? Yang Kai nodded. Regardless, I've dragged you into this mess. Yin Ji Yong still couldn't figure it out, but why do those from the Meng Manor want you dead? Did you do anything wrong? Yang Kai shook his head as he didn't want to explain anything. He finally understood why there were more people who were hiding around the eldest young lady's residence recently, and the reason Shui'er's gaze was filled with resentment whenever she looked at him. It was apparent that they were the patriarch's spies. The fact that the eldest young lady and Yang Kai were in love must have been exposed, which was why the Meng family patriarch wanted him dead. There was no way Meng Deyi would allow his treasured daughter to fall in love with a mere guard. As for Yin Ji Yong, he was really innocent in this matter. Yang Kai rose to his feet and declared, "Brother Yin, you'd better leave now. Stay away from White Jade City and go to a place where the Meng family can't find you." Yin Ji Yong was startled. "What about you?" Yang Kai leaped onto the horse and turned around. "There's a matter I have to settle." Upon finishing his words, he drove the horse to leave. Yin Ji Yong called out to him from behind, but upon getting no reply, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. There was no way he could return to White Jade City. Those from the Meng Manor hadn't managed to achieve their goal this time, so if he dared to show up, he would certainly lose his life. Just like what Yang Kai had said, he could only go to a place where no one would recognize him. A few days later, a young man covered in dust passed through the city's gates. When he looked up, he saw two new faces on the wanted list on the wall. Both of them were private guards of the Meng Manor. One of them was named Yang Kai while the other was Yin Ji Yong. The painter was pretty skillful as the two pictures were quite lifelike. On the wanted list, it was said that both of them were the private guards of the Meng Manor, but they had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and ruthlessly killed more than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau at Upward Mound before stealing a lot of goods that belonged to the Meng Manor. They were cold-blooded and unforgivable. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked away and directly entered the city. He had put on a disguise, so he could easily fool the people who were looking for him. He had lived for many years and killed countless people, so it was expected that he had learned various skills and techniques. He wasn't particularly good at disguising himself, and in the eyes of the experts, he must have made a lot of mistakes. However, his skill was good enough for him to deal with this kind of situation. Nevertheless, not long after he entered the city, Yang Kai realized that he was being stalked. This surprised him quite a bit. When the stalker barged into the alley, Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the dark, instantly appeared and clenched his neck. The stalker was apparently shocked as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm just following orders, and I don't intend to harm you." "Who gave you the order? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai questioned coldly. Seeing that the stalker shook his head, Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand. The person widened his eyes in horror, but he still wouldn't expose anything. Just when he thought he was about to get killed, Yang Kai suddenly tossed him away. Having just escaped from death's door, the stalker coughed violently and panted. "Speak. What's going on?" Yang Kai asked. The stalker got to his feet with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai with a terrified expression. With his head lowered, he replied, "Sir said that he wants you to follow me to another place." Before Yang Kai even replied to him, he went on to say, "Sir also said that you don't have to worry about anything as he has no intention to harm you. If he wanted that, I just needed to shout loudly, and you wouldn't be able to leave White Jade City. There's no point in going to such trouble. I would kill you before you could shout," Yang Kai threatened. The stalker trembled. "Even if I can't shout, someone else will." "Is your sir threatening me?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The stalker shook his head. "No, no, no. It's just his way of showing his sincerity. That was exactly what Sir said, so please don't blame me." Yang Kai was suddenly interested in the so-called Sir. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you know who I am?" The stalker shook his head again. "I have no idea. I'm just following orders." "Lead the way, then," Yang Kai nodded. The Sir behind this person must be aware of Yang Kai's identity, and he had found out that the latter had entered the city. It meant that someone could recognize him just now. Perhaps that Sir had been observing the surroundings somewhere near the city's gates. However, just like the stalker had said, he could expose Yang Kai's identity by simply shouting it out loudly. By then, Yang Kai would never be able to leave White Jade City. In that case, he could only play it by ear. He wanted to find out who was behind all this and what their intentions were. They took countless turns as Yang Kai followed that person. He suddenly realized that White Jade City was currently bustling with noise as the sounds of drums could be heard from time to time. As though noticing his doubt, the person at the front said in a small voice, "In 3 days, the Meng Manor's eldest young lady and our young city lord will be getting married. It's wonderful news for all of us in the city." "They'll be married in 3 days?" Yang Kai was astonished upon hearing that. "That's right. The young city lord has personally proposed marriage, and the Meng family patriarch agreed to it. It could be said that the Meng family has found a powerful backer." Yang Kai's face fell as he realized he was one step too late. Feng Qingxi had made a quick and decisive move. During the encounter at Gratitude Shrine, Yang Kai said that he had a better chance of winning the eldest young lady's heart as he was close to her. However, he was soon asked to escort some goods following the Meng family patriarch's order. Eventually, there was an ambush that awaited him. Now, he had lost all his advantages while Feng Qingxi had gained the upper hand. He didn't think that Feng Qingxi was a despicable person. He had his own motives for coming to this samsara world, so he had to do his best to achieve his goals. The person with better methods would have the last laugh. The fact that he was ambushed should have nothing to do with Feng Qingxi. He reckoned that it was the Meng family patriarch's doing. However, Yang Kai had no idea who the middleman between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was. From Yang Kai's perspective, he naturally wouldn't allow the wedding to take place. However, He didn't have enough time to come up with a solution in just 3 days, and he was now faced with this situation that was shrouded in mystery. "We've arrived at our destination." The man stood in front of a house and extended his hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the house, but there was no one inside. He turned to look at the man, who appeared embarrassed. "Sir told me to bring you to this place, and there were no further instructions. He said that you'll realize he really means no harm after you enter." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai went further into the house and saw a red invitation card on the table. While feeling doubtful, he picked it up and realized that it was an invitation card from the Meng Manor. With this invitation card, he would be able to attend the eldest young lady's wedding in 3 days. Yang Kai arched his brow as he felt a sense of discomfort that his intentions had been seen through. This invitation card was apparently targeted at him. The mastermind realized his thoughts and even created an opportunity for him. There was no doubt that this invitation card was difficult to come by, as the average person wouldn't be able to get his hands on one. Fewer than 100 people in White Jade City had the right to receive such an invitation card. The mastermind left behind one invitation card here for him, which suggested that the person had a powerful background. The person who led Yang Kai to this place secretly fled while the latter was going through the invitation card. Yang Kai didn't bother stopping him. Since the mastermind had made such an arrangement, he naturally wouldn't harm Yang Kai in the short term. It was obvious that this person wanted Yang Kai to make a scene at the wedding. His scheme would definitely be revealed by then. Yang Kai didn't intend to be led by the nose as he pocketed the invitation card. In the middle of the night, he put on some dark clothes and secretly left. He had to head to the Meng Manor to see whether he could enter the inner court and see the eldest young lady. Yang Kai had been a personal bodyguard in the Meng Manor for several months, so he was fully aware of the arrangements within the manor. He felt that he had a chance to sneak in. However, the reality was that the security in the Meng Manor had become far stricter. He still hadn't found a chance even after waiting for a long time, so he could only give up in the end. In that case, he could only look for an opportunity in 3 days. With the invitation card, he was supposedly able to enter the Meng Manor safely. The problem was how he was going to see the eldest young lady in that situation and ask her about her intentions, thus allowing him to bring her out of that place. He had snatched a bride during a wedding before, so this was not a new experience for him. At that moment, he was torn between tears and laughter. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48:30, Will you come with me? There was no doubt that the most noble great force in White Jade City was the City Lord's mansion, which ruled over several 100,000 citizens. No one in the city would dare to be disrespectful to them. On the other hand, the Meng family was one of the most prestigious families in White Jade City and was extremely wealthy. Therefore, when word got out that both parties would soon be connected through marriage, it sent a shockwave across the entire city. It was rumored that the Meng Manor's eldest young lady was a stunning beauty that was rarely seen in the world, while the young city lord was handsome and talented. They were undoubtedly a perfect match. On the wedding day, the entire White Jade City was bustling with noise as countless buildings were decorated with red ornaments on the outside to celebrate the occasion. All the citizens seemed to have been infected by the jolly atmosphere of this wedding, as the entire city was engulfed in a festive atmosphere. The team that would fetch the bride departed from the city lord's mansion and headed to the Meng Manor with sounds of music playing along the way. The bridegroom, who was clad in red clothes, was riding a well-built horse, which was also decorated with red ornaments, as befits the occasion. In the meantime, Yang Kai, who had put on a disguise, showed the invitation card at the entrance and easily got into the Meng Manor. While pretending to be taking a stroll around the grounds, he surreptitiously got closer to the inner court. He had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, so he was fully aware of the situation inside, including the places where the personal bodyguards would hide. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly attempted to sneak into the Meng Manor. However, due to the stricter security, he was unable to achieve his goal. It was an important day for the Meng Manor, and they were short of staff everywhere, so although the security in the inner court remained strict, it was still within Yang Kai's ability to grasp. Hence, it was a great chance for him. After avoiding some of the personal bodyguards who were hiding in the dark, he flipped over a wall the height of a person and entered the inner court. He was as agile as a cat while ensuring that he made no noise. Without stopping, he made a turn and hid behind a rockery garden. A moment later, he stepped. A private guard had been knocked out within the rockery. Like a gecko, Yang Kai climbed up the wall and reached the roof. When he jumped down more than 10 breaths later, another private guard from the inner court was knocked out on the roof. More and more private guards were knocked out. In just a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had incapacitated all the private guards around the eldest young lady's residence. After that, he headed straight to the building where the eldest young lady resided. In front of the building stood 2 stern-looking personal bodyguards. With their hands on the hilts of their weapons, they looked around vigilantly. With the smell of alcohol wafting from his body, Yang Kai staggered forward and covered his mouth, as though he would throw up at any moment. This alerted the 2 of them. It was apparent to them that this person was a guest at the wedding, but it puzzled them as to how he even reached the inner court. Even if he had lost his way, the personal bodyguards outside should have stopped him. How did anyone even arrive at this place? The 2 personal bodyguards exchanged glances, after which one of them raised his hand and snapped, "Stop right there. You're not supposed to be here." With his hand covering his mouth, Yang Kai waved at them with his other hand. At the same time, he stumbled over and crashed into them. The personal bodyguard who spoke earlier frowned and stepped forward in an attempt to stop this mannerless guest. As soon as they came into contact though, the personal bodyguard froze on the spot while Yang Kai was heard throwing up. The other personal bodyguard soon realized that something was off. Just when he was ready to go over, the drunk guest appeared right in front of him the next moment like a phantom. His clear eyes suggested that he was not intoxicated at all. Flabbergasted, the personal bodyguard unsheathed his saber, but it was too late. Yang Kai hit the other person's neck with the side of his palm. The personal bodyguard turned limp and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the other personal bodyguard behind him fell to the ground as well. Yang Kai let out a breath and adjusted his clothes. Then, he stepped into the building and walked up the stairs. Although he had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, it was actually the first time he stepped into this building. He just knew that the eldest young lady usually lived on the 2nd floor. The room door on the 2nd floor was closed, but someone could be heard speaking in a small voice inside. It was Chuyer. "You look stunning today, eldest young lady. Don't you agree, Qian Qian?" The next instant, Qian Qian was heard replying in a gentle tone, "Eldest young lady has always been good-looking." Chuyer said with a smile, "But she looks especially beautiful today. It's said that a woman looks her best on her wedding day." As she spoke, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. "Please stop smiling like a fool, eldest young lady. You make me feel worried. What's good about Guard Yang? He's just a private guard in the Meng Manor. He's not comparable to the young city lord at all when it comes to his status. Only the young city lord can give you the happiness you deserve." Haha. Meng Ru was heard laughing. "Am I smiling like a fool?" "Yes," Chuyer replied. "Moreover, the patriarch said that Guard Yang had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. He killed many of the armed escorts and took away the Meng Manor's goods. Now, those from the city lord's mansion are hunting him down. He must have had an ulterior motive for coming to the Meng Manor all along." Meng Ru refuted, "The man I love is not such a despicable person. He didn't do any of that. Furthermore, he'll come back to look for me. Are you out of your mind, eldest young lady?" Chuyer was furious. "You're getting married today, and you'll be the young city lord's madam. He is supposed to be the only man you love." Meng Ru said in a calm voice, "The man I love must be a hero who will go against the entire world for me. He's being hunted down. He'll never come back to White Jade City. Will you please wake up to reality, eldest young lady?" Just then, a creak was heard. The ladies inside the room turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, who had restored his original appearance. The next moment, the color drained from Chui's face while Qian was astonished. Only Meng Ru seemed to have expected it as she rose from the chair with a joyful smile. She was clad in red clothes with a phoenix coronet on her head. Her beauty was out of this world. As their eyes met, Yang Kai put on a smile. Meng Ru could see nothing else as her vision was filled by this man. Yang Kai asked, "Will you come with me?" Without hesitation, Meng Ru lifted her dress and dashed towards him with a joying expression. It wasn't until this moment that Chui came to her senses and exclaimed, "Eldest young lady." All of a sudden, she felt someone striking her neck, after which she collapsed to the ground. Equally shocked, Yang Kai and Meng Ru gazed at Qian, who had made a move just now. Even Qian was astounded. Although she had learned martial arts from Yang Kai for several months, she had never attacked anyone before. It was all her subconscious reaction just now, so it surprised her that she had actually knocked the other maidservant out. With a pale face, she stammered, I didn't mean to hurt her." Yang Kai took a glance at her and examined the unconscious Chui before comforting her, "It's fine. She's just passed out." Qian nodded and felt slightly at ease. "We have to leave White Jade City as soon as possible," Yang Kai took Meng Ru's hand and said in a small voice. With a contented smile, Meng Ru bowed her head, Over the past few months, they had never expressed their love for each other or done anything that crossed the line. They only exchanged glances at most, however, at this moment, they seemed to have known each other for several lifetimes. It was as though they were able to read each other's thoughts with just one gaze or movement. There was no gap or obstacle between them. They seemed to be fully aware of each other's habits like a couple who had been married for years. After summoning her courage, Qian said, "I'll follow you, eldest young lady." Meng Ru looked inquisitively at Yang Kai, who remained silent for a moment and nodded. The three of them then snuck out. The private guards around the building were still unconscious, so it was easier to leave this place than when he came in. After passing through some doors, they arrived at the back street behind the Meng Manor. Yang Kai had already gotten a carriage ready. After telling Meng Ru and Qian to get inside, he drove the horses forward. He had successfully brought Meng Ru out of the Meng Manor, and his next step was to leave White Jade City, which would be a little difficult. Because of the wanted list, everybody who wanted to pass through the city gates of White Jade City had to be scrutinized. It would have been easier if he were on his own. He could just put on some disguise and walk out, however, this wouldn't work as he now had Meng Ru and Qian with him. Moreover, Meng Ru was still clad in a wedding dress, which was naturally quite conspicuous. Everything would be fine if he could pass through the gates. If he couldn't, he had no choice but to fight his way out. Of course, Yang Kai was certain that the soldiers at the gates wouldn't be able to stop him. To his surprise, when he drove the carriage and emerged from the alley, several similar-looking carriages appeared from the sides and moved forward at the same time. It was apparent that they were leaving the city as well. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something was amiss, but at this moment, he could only follow them. The team from the city lord's mansion was supposed to arrive at the Meng Manor soon, so the fact that Meng Ru had gone missing would quickly be exposed. They had to leave White Jade City before that happened. Soon, the carriages arrived at the city gates. Just when the soldiers were ready to examine them, a coachman at the front fished out a token and waved it. Seeing that, one of the soldiers shouted, "Let them pass." The carriages drove past the gates without any obstacles. Yang Kai followed them and easily left. After leaving the city, Yang Kai furrowed his brows while following the carriages. He had a feeling that it was the mysterious mastermind's doing. In a place that was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city, the carriages suddenly dispersed. There stood a figure in silence as though he was waiting for something. Yang Kai's carriage stopped in front of that person as he turned his head. "Wait a moment." Meng Ru grunted in response. It was then that Yang Kai leapt off the carriage and walked up to that person before cupping his fist. "Senior brother Feng." Feng Qingxi looked smilingly at him. "You don't look surprised at all." Yang Kai nodded. "I had a speculation, though I was not certain about it." Many doubts are resolved now that I see you here. Given his disguising technique, he was still discovered after entering White Jade City, and he was subsequently followed. The only person he could think of capable of such things was Feng Qingxi. The events that followed also proved that his speculation was right. Feng Qingxi was the young city lord of White Jade City, so it wasn't surprising that he could easily get an invitation card from the Meng Manor. After Yang Kai left the Meng Manor with Meng Ru, several carriages appeared all of a sudden to help cover him up, otherwise, his plan wouldn't have worked out smoothly. Since you're here, who is the one going over to the Meng Manor? Yang Kai appeared puzzled. Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, you've met him before. The brat beside me previously. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-31, Cornered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai recalled that there was a sword-holding young man who hid behind Feng Qingxi at that time. The young man and Feng Qingxi had similar-looking builds. Although their temperaments were different, the young man just had to put on a disguise and remain silent. The people who were not familiar with Feng Qingxi wouldn't find out. Moreover, even though Feng Qingxi was the young city lord, it wasn't until recently that he returned to the city. Not a lot of people in White Jade City could recognize him, let alone be familiar with him. No one could have expected that on his own wedding day, the bridegroom would tell his servant to dress up as him and head to the bride's house in his place. On the other hand, he was helping another man to flee with the bride. Why are you doing this, senior brother Feng? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The last time they met in Gratitude Shrine, they were pretty hostile to each other, therefore, when Yang Kai speculated that the events in the past 3 days had something to do with Feng Qingxi, he couldn't really believe it. Feng Qingxi didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, do you know how long I've stayed in this world, junior brother? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, Martial Aunt, you told me that you came in not long after senior sister Chu did. It's supposed to have been 7 or 8 years now. Feng Qingxi nodded, that's right. It's been about 8 years. During this period of time, I never stopped looking for junior sister Chu, but it wasn't until a few months ago that I finally found her. At that time, you were soaked in blood as you stood in front of her to protect her. Although she was discomfited, she wasn't harmed one bit. The Samsara world is an interesting place. Since Martial Aunt you sent you here, she must have told you about its wonders. What do you mean exactly? Feng Qingxi looked smilingly at him and pointed at his own chest. Sincerity is of utmost importance in this place. The more sincere a person is, the more likely his wish will be granted. When I came across junior sister Chu for the first time several months ago, I lamented that life was unfair to me. I came here several years before you did, but you were the first one to approach her and protect her. The heavenly way can truly be cruel. However, after giving it a thought, I realized that this was one of the wonders of the Samsara world. Please enlighten me, senior brother, Yang Kai said humbly. Feng Qingxi explained, you came here for junior sister Chu. Although she has lost her memory during the reincarnation, the heart barrier she has set up has something to do with you, therefore, even though you're late to the game, you could still immediately appear beside her and have a chance to win her heart. On the other hand, I'm different. I came here to execute my honored master's orders, so I haven't managed to achieve my goal despite the fact that I've been here for a few years. I would have stood a chance if you had never appeared, but nevertheless, since you're here, I can only be a foil. I suppose that was the reason I suddenly had the urge to return to White Jade City a few months back. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Feng Qingxi went on to say, sincerity will affect the events that take place in this samsara world. Junior sister Chu is lucky enough to have someone like you who is willing to protect her even if your life is at stake. I believe that even if you two come across the same kind of danger in the real 3,000 worlds, you will still make the same decision and will never betray her. Therefore, in this life, it's pointless for me to keep staying here. To do so will go against my true heart. Yang Kai saluted him, many thanks for helping us, senior brother. Feng Qingxi waved his hand, there's no need to thank me. I've just realized what it is I should do. However, you have to work harder. Although I have no idea what kind of heart barrier junior sister Chu has set up for herself, I suppose it won't be easy to pass the tests. If you can't help her shatter the heart barrier, she'll be lost in the Samsara pavilion forever. If that happens, Enyang Cave Heaven won't let you off. I'll do my best to bring her out of this place safely. That's for the best, Feng Qingxi nodded. I have another thing to ask you, though. Go ahead. Yang Kai took a glance at the carriage. It seems that I still haven't managed to help senior sister Chu shatter the heart barrier. What can I do to help restore her memory? Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, it's different for everyone. In fact, you have already done more than enough, but junior sister Chu still hasn't retrieved her memory. It seems that her expectations of you are quite high, so you'll have to work harder. I'll lend you a hand as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned. Certainly, he would work hard, but the other man didn't specify how much more he had to do. Instead, he felt that Feng Qingxi's smile was somewhat ominous, especially when the latter said that he would lend Yang Kai a hand. Yang Kai had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Also, it's the City Lord's mansion that has partnered up with Hidden Treasure Peak, Feng Qingxi said. It's also the City Lord's mansion's arrangement that you were attacked when escorting goods. I already had such a speculation. Yang Kai dipped his head. Feng Qingxi appeared surprised. It seems that you've seen through everything. Yang Kai replied impassively. A few months ago, those from Hidden Treasure Peak easily barged into the Meng Manor while the soldiers from the City Lord's mansion were unusually slow to react. That in and of itself was ridiculous. If White Jade City had always been this unsafe, the City Lord's mansion would have lost its authority long ago. Feng Qingxi nodded, indeed. The Meng family is extremely wealthy, so the City Lord's mansion would like to have a share of that. That's why they worked with Hidden Treasure Peak to kidnap the eldest young lady so that they could have a talk with Meng Di. At that time, I happened to return to White Jade City. When I heard about the matter, the first thought that came into my head was that she might be the one I had been looking for. Hence, I took the initiative to lead the soldiers to chase after the bandits. However, it was too late at that time. One night had passed since the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak took the eldest young lady away, so even if I ran after them, I wouldn't have stood a chance to save her. He then added, however, no one could have expected that there was an outer court's private guard from the Meng Manor who risked his life to protect the eldest young lady and persevered until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. In that case, the plan between the City Lord's mansion and Hidden Treasure Peak was foiled. Left with no choice, I had to personally propose marriage to the eldest young lady. If we could get married, the City Lord's mansion would be able to get their hands on the Meng family's wealth given their power. He went on to say, Meng Di is fully aware of that, but he can't resist. Moreover, I'm a young man with a promising future, so I'm more than good enough to be his son-in-law, and the eldest young lady is mature enough to get married. Hence, he decided to just agree to it. Yang Kai nodded as everything was just like what he had speculated. The connection between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was the City Lord's mansion, which was why Feng Qingxi was aware of what was going on behind the scenes. After agreeing to the proposal, Meng Di told Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to escort some goods to another city while the Meng Manor provided some information to those from City Lord's mansion, who would then contact Hidden Treasure Peak in order to have the two of them killed. Nevertheless, no one could have expected that Yang Kai wasn't a native in this world. Instead, he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was incarnated into this place, so he had some skills and strength that were simply unimaginable to others here. Many thanks for enlightening me, senior brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he figured out the things that had been puzzling him. Alright, we should stop talking. You're supposed to flee now. The Meng Manor must be in chaos, and they'll soon be after you. Feng Qingxi waved his hand. Yang Kai thanked him again and leaped onto the carriage before driving the horses forward. Certainly, Meng Ru and Qian Qian, who were inside the carriage, must have heard their conversation just now, but Meng Ru didn't ask anything. As a maidservant, Qian Qian naturally wouldn't be nosy. In the meantime, not only the Meng Manor, but the entire White Jade City was in chaos. The bride had gone missing on the wedding day. The young man, who replaced Feng Qingxi to head to the Meng Manor, was drenched in cold sweat as he didn't know what to do. Meng Deye's expression was as gloomy as the weather right before a storm. The people around him could hardly breathe. Just now, they poured a basin of cold water on Chui'er to awaken her. Upon learning that it was Yang Kai who took Meng Ru away, Meng Deye flew into a rage. He ordered the personal bodyguards of the Meng Manor to chase after them. They must capture him regardless of whether he was dead or alive. There was no doubt that the Meng Manor was embarrassed as such an incident happened on the wedding day of their eldest young lady. It was equally humiliating for the city lord's mansion. They worked together and soon found some traces, and 1 hour later, a large group of people set out from White Jade City, following the traces to hunt them down. The speed at which the carriage moved forward was slow, so both Yang Kai and Meng Ru knew that they would be caught sooner or later. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were people in front of them that attempted to stop them. As though they had already expected that Yang Kai would come to this place, they were well prepared as several dozen riders charged forward. Yang Kai instantly recognized that they were the soldiers from the city lord's mansion. As he recalled Feng Qingxi's devious smile, he had the urge to curse. Only Feng Qingxi was able to do this. Yang Kai had no idea what was on the other man's mind. Earlier, Feng Qingxi had a frank talk with him and said that he would back down from the competition. However, he had brought some people to intercept Yang Kai at this moment. What was he trying to achieve? It was unlikely that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were so hypocritical. Moreover, Feng Qingxi appeared sincere when he said those words. Yang Kai believed that he wasn't lying. There were several dozen people over there, so if Yang Kai were on his own, he could have chosen to fight with them or flee. However, with Meng Ru and Qian Qian behind him, he didn't have a choice. After killing the knights that tried to block his path, he turned the horses around and headed in a different direction. These people must have heard that Yang Kai was strong, so they wouldn't dare to go near him again after losing some of their companions. They only chased after him while keeping a safe distance. Nonetheless, barely an hour later, another group of knights, about several dozen of them, came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Feng Qingxi's arrangements were impeccable, as though he had expected all of the moves that Yang Kai would make. These groups of people came at Yang Kai from both sides. He could only choose to avoid them as he drove the carriage in a different direction. When darkness descended, the carriage stopped. They could no longer keep moving forward as there was a cliff in front of them. As the clouds weltered, stones could be heard rolling down the steep slope. The horses were exhausted from all the running, so as soon as they stopped, they knelt down and kept snorting. Two groups of knights that were more than 100 strong came together and surrounded them. They didn't make any moves though, as though they were waiting for something. Soon, Yang Kai found out what they were waiting for. Torchlights could be seen flickering from the bottom of the mountain as another group of people came over. The person leading the way was handsome and heroic. He was none other than Feng Qingxi. The Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi had also tagged along. The knights separated to the sides and revealed a passageway. The two of them passed through the knights and looked at the cornered Yang Kai. One of them sported a smile and winked at Yang Kai while the other's expression was extremely gloomy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-32, I'm glad that you're okay. On the edge of the cliff, Yang Kai stood in front of the carriage while facing the knights that had surrounded him. There was nowhere else he could go. It could be said to be a death trap. Meng Deye's eyes were fuming as he glared at Yang Kai. On the wedding day, his daughter was snatched by a private guard, which was humiliating for both the Meng Manor and himself. If this matter couldn't be settled in a perfect manner, he would never be able to face anyone again in White Jade City. He secretly swore that he had to rip this private guard into 10,000 pieces in order to vent out his fury. How dare you, you bastard! Meng Deye said through clenched teeth while glowering at Yang Kai, is this how you repay the Meng Manor for nurturing you? You're such an ungrateful brat. Give Ruer back to me and this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Please forgive me, Patriarch. I have no choice but to do this. Eldest young lady and I are in love with each other. Please let us go. Like a cat whose tail had been stamped on, Meng De was enraged. Shut up. Who do you think you are? A noble lady like Ruer would never fall in love with someone like you. Stop slandering her. He then turned to Feng Qingxi, young city lord, please don't believe his nonsense. He must have forcefully taken Ruer away, otherwise, she would never have left the Meng Manor. With a smile on his face, Feng Qingxi didn't respond to him. The next moment, with the help of Qian Qian, Meng Ru got out of the carriage with a sorrowful expression. Meng De was elated upon seeing that and quickly asked, Are you hurt, Ruer? Like a child who had made a mistake, Meng Ru wouldn't dare to look her father in the eyes as she shook her head. After letting out a breath, Meng De comforted her by saying, Don't be afraid, Ruer. I'll save you now and let this thug know the consequences of bullying you. Also, the young city lord is here. He'll never let you feel aggrieved in any way. Father, Meng Ru called out. Meng De quickly replied, I'm here. Meng Ru hung her head low, Father, please let big brother Yang and me go. As if struck by lightning, Meng De instantly sported a livid expression as he stared at his daughter with a pair of piercing eyes. What did you say? He could reprimand Yang Kai for spouting nonsense just now and dismiss it out of hand, but it was a different case when Meng Ru said it. The eldest young lady of the Meng Manor had basically just admitted that she was in love with her bodyguard right in front of everyone. The revelation sent a shockwave across all the knights. Upon receiving the order, they started pursuing Yang Kai, thinking that the eldest young lady was kidnapped by her personal bodyguard. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Instead, the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor had willingly left with him. Rather than a kidnap, it was two lovebirds who had eloped together. These were two very different scenarios. The eldest young lady of Meng family had not only humiliated the Meng Manor, but also the city lord's mansion. Many of them cautiously glanced at Feng Qingxi, only to realize that the young city lord remained calm and collected with a faint smile still on his face, as though the fact that the bride had fled with another man didn't concern him one bit. Father, you've doted on me over the years, and you've never forced me to marry anyone. I've also repeatedly told you that I've been waiting for the man who is destined to be with me. Meng Ru initially hung her head low. Despite her frail figure though, she seemed to have summoned enough courage as she looked up at him and declared, Now, the wait is over. Big brother Yang is the man I've been waiting for. Meng De trembled with fury, which was about to erupt like a volcano. Meng Ru had indeed repeatedly told him that she was waiting for someone, but he never took it seriously and thought that she was just being perfunctory with him. Certainly, he wouldn't believe it when she brought it up again. You're sick, Ruer, Meng De said in a grim voice. Come home with me. I'll get a doctor to treat you. Meng Ru shook her head. I'm not sick. Meng De took a glance at Yang Kai and said impassively, If you're not sick, you should be concerned about his safety. If you come home with me, I'll spare his life, but if you're obstinate, he will die today. Meng Ru instantly turned pale. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, there was no way he could deal with so many people. She also was flustered at the fact that Meng De threatened her with Yang Kai's life. When she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes though, she saw the man flashing a smile at her. In an instant, she cast away her hesitation and turned to look at her father with determination. Father, please let us go. Meng De appeared to be heartbroken as he didn't have the final say in this situation. Only a small number of people around here were from the Meng Manor. Most of them were soldiers from the city lord's mansion, and they only listened to Feng Qingxi. Although he had the intention to forgive his daughter, he was unable to do that. The young city lord was right beside him, and as the patriarch of the Meng family, he had to behave appropriately in this situation. With difficulty, he shook his head and said, You're being fooled by him because you're young and naive. The young city lord is a magnanimous person, so I'm sure he'll forgive you. Come home with me and serve the young city lord with all your heart in the future. The last bit of hope in Meng Ru's eyes went out as she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground 3 times in front of her father. Meng Deyi was flabbergasted. What are you doing? After getting to her feet, Meng Ru turned to Yang Kai and put on a bright smile. Since we're not able to get married in this life, we will die together at the very least. Big brother Yang, I'm really pleased to have finally found you. Yang Kai let out a breath and took a step forward before unsheathing his saber and sword. Standing in front of Meng Ru with his sturdy figure, he clanged his weapons together. Before I die, no one can harm you. Both of you have gone mad. Meng Deye's eyes turned bloodshot. Feng Qingxi, who had kept a smile on his face, seemed to have gone crazy all of a sudden as he roared, "Kill all of them and let them know the consequences of offending this young city lord." Meng Deyi was astonished and shouted, "Please wait, young city lord." Just when he wanted to stop them, he was kicked off the horse by Feng Qingxi and fell to the ground in pain. The knights crisscrossed one another and came at Yang Kai from all directions, ensuring that he would not be able to flee. As glints flashed through Yang Kai's weapons, grunts and shrieks were continuously heard. Limbs were sent flying away while blood dyed the ground crimson. As more corpses piled up, Yang Kai didn't take a single step while his back remained straight, just like how he protected the eldest young lady in front of the cave back then. He wielded his weapons and killed his opponents like he was cutting through straw. Just a moment later, many corpses lay strewn across the ground. Usually, this kind of carnage was enough to make anyone feel frightened. Despite the large number of people on their side, they might not have the courage to keep going forward. After all, no one could be certain whether they would be the next to get killed. However, Feng Qingxi was on top of everything here. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were terrified, they wouldn't dare to back down. Only by killing Yang Kai would they be able to live to see tomorrow. There would only be one outcome to this intense battle: either Yang Kai was killed, or all of them would perish. Feng Qingxi had brought a lot of people with him this time, some 200 or 300 in total, which was more than twice as many as the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak that Yang Kai had to face back then. Yang Kai's energy was not infinite, so despite being powerful, there was no way he could persevere forever in this situation. Stirring Cloud Saber and Covering Rain Sword were extremely useful in this battle. Even though Meng Deyi tried to kill Yang Kai by telling him to escort some goods to Great Abundant City and then ambushing him, he had indeed regarded him highly before that. Stirring Cloud Saber and Covering Rain Sword were 2 of the best weapons in this world. The opponent's weapons would be cut through or snap as soon as they came into contact with Yang Kai's, which saved him a lot of energy. Meng Deyi was still begging Feng Qingxi to spare his daughter's life, but the infuriated young city lord simply ordered someone to tie him up and toss him aside. The personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor wouldn't dare to protest despite being furious. They also had to deal with Yang Kai following Feng Qingxi's order. As time passed, a blood river formed at the edge of the cliff, and Yang Kai was already drenched in blood. He was covered in the opponent's blood as well as his own. Despite being strong, he was unable to perfectly protect Meng Ru when faced with so many opponents. Feng Qingxi did not only order to kill him but also Meng Ru. Seeing that Yang Kai was too formidable, those from the city lord's mansion attempted to harm Meng Ru instead to distract Yang Kai, thus allowing them to achieve their goal. Even incredible weapons like Stirring Cloud Saber and Covering Rain Sword were unable to last forever in such an intense battle. The blades of both weapons were bent and chipped, rendering them less useful. Yang Kai was already on his last legs as he staggered. Despite that, he was determined to stand strong. Just then, he saw a sword coming at him from the left, but he was unable to dodge it. If he did that, Meng Ru would definitely be harmed. He could only tense up his body as he got ready to be stabbed. At the same time, he had to ensure that his vital parts wouldn't be hit. When a grunt was heard next though, everyone was shocked. Yang Kai didn't feel any impact or pain. Someone seemed to have blocked the sword for him. As he turned his head, his pupils contracted. It was a petite figure that had blocked the sword, which had pierced through her chest. It was a fatal injury. Qian, who was usually timid and bashful, spread her arms and stood in front of Yang Kai at this moment. Summoning all her courage in the last moments of her life, she bravely looked Yang Kai in the eyes. Then, she put on a bright smile while blood streamed out of her mouth. "Big brother Yang, I'm glad that you're okay." The smile was like an invisible hand that clenched Yang Kai's heart, making it impossible for him to breathe. His encounters with Qian over the past months flashed through his eyes as he always remembered her to be a bashful and obedient woman. Both of them joined the Meng Manor at around the same time, and although she was a newcomer too, she instantly gained the eldest young lady's favor and became her trusted maidservant. When she learned martial arts, she showed an aptitude that was just as great as Meng Ru's. Whenever their eyes met, she would become flustered like a frightened rabbit. Yang Kai suddenly recalled seeing the same kind of expression on another woman's face. She was a woman he was not familiar with, but it was destined that he would be tangled up with her forever. As two figures overlapped in his mind, he suddenly called out, "Junior Sister Tao." Qian was already on her last breath, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, she seemed to have been infused with a new stream of energy as her eyes brightened instantly. All the sorrow and doubts in her heart were cast away as she called out, "Senior brother Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 48-33, Live or Die Together. Senior brother Yang. Qian called out with a satisfied smile, "Thank you." Yang Kai had no idea why she thanked him, nor did he know whether she would really pass away like this. With that said, it was just a samsara world that she had reincarnated into, so the real her wouldn't be affected when she was killed here. However, he had never expected that Tao Lingwan had also come to this samsara world, and she had been by his side without him knowing the whole time. At the critical moment, she had even blocked a fatal sword strike with her body for him. Both Feng Qingxi and Yuxiang Dai had said that sincerity was of utmost importance in the samsara world. The more sincere a person was, the more likely his or her wish would be granted. Furthermore, everything that happened here reflected one's true heart. Tao Lingwan was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead in this samsara world. In other words, she would make the same decision in the outside world if she was faced with the same situation. Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain in his heart. He wielded his stirring cloud saber and cut off the attacker's arm. Then, he wrapped his arm around Qian's waist and stepped backwards. When he looked down, he realized that Qian had closed her eyes. Despite the trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, she sported a contented smile. Feng Qingxi, who appeared to have gone mad shouting orders to his subordinates, suddenly became startled and muttered, "Junior Sister Tao." Nevertheless, he soon realized what had happened and sported a bitter smile. Honored Master made a move in the end, but not only did he fail to catch the chicken, he even lost his rice in the process. He couldn't imagine how his honored master would react upon learning what happened in this place, but he was certain that the latter wouldn't be pleased. Qian's death didn't give Yang Kai a chance to breathe. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were surprised at the maidservant's bravery and determination, it ultimately didn't change anything. Before Yang Kai could even lay Qian's corpse down, he was faced with another round of attacks. Despite his anger, he had nowhere to vent it out. He staggered and dealt with the enemies with difficulty as blood spurted out of his wounds. Meng Ru picked up a sword and wielded it at the enemies with gritted teeth, determined to fight alongside Yang Kai. She had never fought with anyone before, let alone killed a person. However, after learning martial arts from Yang Kai for a few months, she had built a solid foundation, so she was in a far better state than when she was saved by Yang Kai previously. At that time, she found it hard to even pick up a sword. Nevertheless, at this moment, she was somewhat intimidating when wielding her blade. Furthermore, she was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor as well as the young city lord's future wife, so no one dared to really kill her. Qian's death seemed to have shocked Feng Qingxi, so while riding his horse, he simply looked up at the sky and sighed. It was getting late, so it was time everything ended. Despite the fact that he hadn't managed to achieve his goal after staying in this world for a few years, he never lost hope as he was determined to complete the task given to him by his honored master. However, the moment he realized his true heart, he discovered that all he really felt was fatigued. Everything he had done in this samsara world seemed to be nothing more than a farce. The young city lord leaped into the air and flew over everyone like a bird. With a dazzling light flashing through his weapon, he came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw the attack and knew it would be fatal. Although he wanted to ward it off, he was powerless to do that. Just like what happened to Qian Qian, the sword penetrated his chest. However, Feng Qingxi apparently didn't intend to kill him. The sword didn't pierce into his heart, thus allowing him to survive. Yang Kai was already on his last legs with countless wounds on his figure. After getting struck by the attack, he fell backwards and collapsed into Meng Ru's arms. Despite the fact that blood was streaming out of his mouth, he looked gratefully towards Feng Qingxi. All of a sudden, he realized how he was supposed to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. He had also figured out the reason Feng Qingxi had done all of this. Feng Qingxi didn't say anything as he gently nodded. "Big brother Yang," Meng Ru said in a choking voice. She covered the wound on his chest with her fair hand, but she was unable to stop the blood from spurting out. Soon, her hand was dyed red. Yang Kai took her hand. "It's useless. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." Meng Ru's face was already soaked in tears as she repeatedly shook her head. "It's me who has dragged you into this." She knew that given Yang Kai's strength, he would have been able to flee if he were on his own despite being surrounded by so many people. However, with her around, he could not run away. The soldiers gathered around him, but did not immediately make a move. They were horrified by the power Yang Kai had showcased earlier, but at the same time, they mourned for a dying hero. All of a sudden, Meng Ru stopped crying and put on a smile. As she stroked the man's face, she said gently, "I'm sorry for what happened in this life. Let me protect you in the next." Upon finishing her words, she carried Yang Kai up and turned around before leaping off the cliff without hesitation. Under the moonlight, they looked like two lovebirds that sought eternal freedom. When the tied-up Meng Deyi saw this, he instantly passed out. Feng Qingxi let out a breath while feeling exhausted. Everything had finally ended. As Yang Kai heard the wind howl, he started losing consciousness. He could feel his figure plunging rapidly as this life was finally coming to an end. All he could do was wait for Chu Huashang to break her own heart barrier. Fortunately, Chu Huashang didn't let him wait for a long time. While he was in a daze, he heard the woman calling out to him, "Junior brother?" Yang Kai coughed out some blood and put on a helpless smile. "You've finally regained your memory, senior sister." All of a sudden, Chu Huashang hugged him tighter as she appeared to be reeling from the shock. In a shaking voice, she said, "I knew that you'd be all right." Before she started cultivating in seclusion, she heard that Yang Kai had followed a giant spirit god to enter the chaotic dead territory. Everyone from Yin Yang Cave Heaven was certain he was dead, but she firmly believed that he was still alive. Therefore, she entered the Samsara Pavilion and set up a heart barrier as she waited for him to come for her. This was the only way she could resist the pressure from the sect's seniors, who wanted her to marry another man. "Senior sister, we have no time to spare. Please tell me how many more lives I'll have to keep looking for you," Yang Kai asked in a hurry while wiping the blood from his lips. However, Chu Huashang remained calm and collected as she winked at him. "Take a guess." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "You do realize we're dying, right?" Chu Huashang snorted. "It won't be easy, so you'll have to work hard, okay? However, I can tell you that the first life is the easiest but also the hardest. What I mean is that you could easily win Meng Ru's heart, which was why everything went smoothly for you." Yang Kai asked humbly, "Where's the difficult part, then?" Chu Huashang put on a smile. "The hardest part was that we'd have to live or die together. I told myself that only when you managed to achieve that in the first life would my heart barrier be shattered and my memory restored." Yang Kai nodded. It was because of this heart barrier she had set up that her memory wasn't restored even though he had won Meng Ru's heart some time ago. The moment they jumped off the cliff together, they managed to share life and death, thus breaking the heart barrier. However, the more times we are reincarnated, the tighter our memories will be sealed. It's the same case for both of us. If you are reincarnated too many times, you might even lose yourself in this samsara world and never find your true self again. So, junior brother, you must always stay true to your heart, Chu Huashang said with a solemn expression. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded. When he suddenly felt a pinch on his waist, he put on an aggrieved expression and asked, "What are you doing, senior sister?" Chu Huashang had actually pinched his waist and twisted it. She had crossed the line by treating a dying person in such a way. Humph. What's going on with you and junior sister Tao? Chu Huashang appeared to be jealous. Yang Kai parted his lips, but he had no idea how to explain it to her. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior sister Tao must be Tao Lingwan, right?" Yang Kai nodded, N. He didn't know why Tao Lingwan had also come here and even entered the same samsara world as Chu Huashang. Suddenly, Chu Huashang let out a long sigh. Although I have no idea what happened between you two, she would have been doomed if you hadn't recognized her. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned. I'm sure you know a thing or two about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion. A disciple who enters this place will set up a heart barrier for herself. If the heart barrier isn't broken, she will be lost in this place forever. My heart barrier was that I wanted you to find me and make me fall in love with you. You were aware of that, so you had a target regardless of what you did. Despite the difficulties, you knew the kind of goal you had to achieve. Yang Kai nodded. The heart barrier she had set up was definitely different. Chu Huashang, I guess the heart barrier might be that you had to recognize her without knowing who she really was. It wasn't hard for Chu Huashang to come up with this speculation. After all, Tao Lingwan only recovered her memory after Yang Kai called her junior sister Tao earlier. What would have happened if I hadn't recognized her? Yang Kai asked. All her memories were sealed within Qian Qian. If you hadn't managed to help her restore her memory when Qian Qian passed away, she would never have had a chance to awaken. It was the same for me. Yang Kai was instantly soaked in cold sweat as he felt somewhat horrified. He couldn't figure out why Tao Lingwan would do such a thing as he had no idea that she had also entered the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason he could recognize her was that Tao Lingwan and Qian Qian were so similar when it came to their temperaments. At that time, he was focused on breaking Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so he didn't pay much attention to Qian Qian. It wasn't until Qian Qian was killed in his stead that he recalled everything about her. What is she trying to do? Perhaps she's trying to prove something. Chu Huashang shook her head. Women can be foolish and unreasonable sometimes, but she succeeded, didn't she? Tao Lingwan was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead, and although they were in a samsara world, she had still risked her life just by coming here. Regardless of what Yang Kai thought of her, he now knew that this woman was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Will we see her again? Yang Kai asked. I'm not sure. Chu Huashang shook her head. Maybe we'll see her, but I doubt it. Her heart barrier is different from mine. You have recognized her, and she has expressed her sincerity. It's pointless to go through the same thing again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-34, I'll protect you. Senior sister, I'm sleepy, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Get some rest. You'll see me again when you open your eyes. Chu Huashang pulled him closer to her embrace. In the meantime, Yu Xiangdai and Chen Xiu were waiting patiently outside the Samsara Pavilion. This place was where hearts were trained, not where one would cultivate. Therefore, even though the Samsara Pavilion was amazing, it didn't have the same advantage as small source worlds in which time would pass by quicker. The speed at which time flowed in the Samsara worlds and the outside world was the same. It had been 3 months since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion, and no one knew what was going on with him inside. It wasn't certain if he shattered Chu Huashang's heart barrier or had even found her. Certainly, they were worried, but as outsiders, their worries were meaningless. It all hinged on Yang Kai's own capabilities. It was because of this matter that Yu Xiangdai and Chen Xiu, who had been fellow brother and sister for thousands of years, got into a conflict. Presently, they were dozens of meters apart as they sat on empty clearings and waited patiently. Just then, a figure stepped out of the shopping district just outside of the Samsara Pavilion. Sensing something, Chen Xiu immediately opened his eyes and glanced at that person. Following that, he let out a breath almost imperceptibly. Yu Xiangdai noticed the person as well. There was a surprised expression on her face as she watched Tao Lingwan coming over. This couldn't be helped, as Tao Lingwan came out too soon. No one had ever managed to leave the Samsara Pavilion so soon after entering it. However, Yu Xiangdai recalled something as she narrowed her eyes and put on a smug smile. Honored Master. Tao Lingwan walked up to Chen Xiu and saluted him in an elegant manner. Chen Xiu examined her to make sure that she was completely fine and healthy. He parted his lips in an attempt to express his concern, but he was not able to say anything. In the end, he just nodded. I'm glad that you're back. I'm sorry for worrying you. Tao Lingwan hung her head low. Yu Xiangdai approached her and asked, Did you meet Yang Boy? Tao Lingwan nodded gently. How was it? After giving it a thought, Tao Lingwan replied, I believe he must have helped junior sister Chu restore her memory. Yu Xiangdai's eyes brightened when she heard that. Then, she let out a breath. That's good. That's good. Chen Xiu asked, Did you see him? Tao Lingwan nodded her head, yes. Chen Xiu stopped asking further. Since Yang Kai had helped Chu Huashang restore her memory, it meant that he had broken her heart barrier, hence, he had succeeded in this life. On the other hand, Feng Qingxi had not managed to achieve his goal even though it had been 8 or so years since he entered the Samsara Pavilion. Although Chen Xiu had already expected it, he was still disappointed upon learning the outcome. As they spoke, Feng Qingxi stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion and saluted Chen Xiu and Yu Xiangdai. Like a friendly senior, Yu Xiangdai patted the young man's shoulder and comforted him by saying, Sincerity can never be forced. You must not think that you're inferior to the other party just because you've lost this competition. You're a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven after all, and a bright future is ahead of you. However, love is not something which one can control at will. Feng Qingxi obediently saluted her. Many thanks for your teaching, martial aunt. A gleeful Yu Xiangdai then shot Chen Xiu a glance and mocked, So what if you've done everything you can to set others up? Look at the outcome now. You're the one who has suffered a setback in the end. I suggest that you stop being so short-sighted, senior brother. A dispassionate Chen Xiu glanced at her. Wanner is my disciple as well as a member of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yu Xiangdai batted her eyes and suddenly said through clenched teeth, It's basically a buy one get one free deal. We have made a loss. Tao Lingwan started blushing furiously. She found it hard to deal with Yu Xiangdai, who could be unrestrained in her words sometimes, and when she thought of the fact that she had to face Chu Huashang in the future, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Although she was just executing her honored master's orders, she was the one who had acted in the end. After struggling internally for a bit, Yu Xiangdai made up her mind, Senior brother, be prepared. When that brat exits the Samsara Pavilion, we'll let him marry Xiao Huashang and Wanner. Chen Xiu arched his brow. How are they going to get married? Yu Xiangdai snorted. Of course he has to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. No core disciple has ever left the sect after getting married. There was finally a smile on Chen Xiu's usually stern-looking face. He nodded and said, That's wonderful. You should stay here then. I'll tell the higher-ups about it and let them make a decision. Yu Xiangdai bowed her head, after which Chen Xiu left the place with his disciples. The conflict between them was resolved after they came to an agreement. Some heavy things seemed to have pressed against Yang Kai's body as he realized that it was pitch black around him. He tried his best to break free from this situation but to no avail. He even found it increasingly difficult to breathe. For a moment, he thought that he was going to lose his life here and now. After falling off the cliff alongside Chu Huashang, he moved on to the next life. However, he had not the foggiest idea about the situation in this place. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that he was buried beneath some things. The sounds of people wailing and dying could faintly be heard, but they soon quieted down. Just then, a ray of light came into his sight as the heavy things on his figure were taken away. He got to his feet with difficulty and immediately examined his body. When he was beneath the heavy objects, Yang Kai already felt that something was off, and upon first examination, he realized what was wrong. Presently, he was just a boy around 12 or 13 years old. It was no wonder that he didn't have much strength as his body had shrunk. What the? Yang Kai secretly cursed. The reason he entered this samsara world was to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In order to do that, he had to win her heart. How was such a young brat supposed to do that? Did he have to grow up first? At this moment, he was standing on some debris. It was apparent that he was pressed under a collapsed house just now. He caught a whiff of a pleasant scent as a figure came into his sight. Looking up, he instantly saw the familiar face. The words "Senior Sister Chu" almost spurted out of his mouth. Presently, Chu Huashang was just standing in front of him. She was clad in tight-fitting clothes with a sword at her waist. She tapped the dust off his shoulder and asked gently, "Are you all right, little one?" Little one, Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Where are your parents?" Chu Huashang asked. Yang Kai didn't know how to reply to her. Thinking that he was still reeling from the shock, Chu Huashang hesitated for a bit before letting out a sigh. Then, she bent her back and took his hand. "Don't be afraid. You should follow me from now on. I'll protect you." Yang Kai had the urge to curse. This would definitely be a life that he would never want to look back on. He could already imagine that when he and Chu Huashang got out of the samsara pavilion, she would certainly tease him whenever she remembered this. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. With that said, he felt fortunate that he saw Chu Huashang as soon as he opened his eyes. He could grow up by her side and slowly get closer to her heart. All of a sudden, he recalled what Meng Ru said to him when she carried him up and jumped off the cliff. "I'm sorry for what happened in this life. Let me protect you in the next." Her wish had been granted. In this life, it would be her turn to protect him. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed an amazing place where sincerity was of utmost importance. When Meng Ru jumped off the cliff, she must have had a strong desire to protect Yang Kai in the next life, which was why her wish was granted after the reincarnation. In this life, Chu Huashang was one of the brightest disciples in a major sect. Not only was she talented and powerful, she was also beautiful. She had countless admirers within the sect, and even the rising stars from other sects had heard of her. There was never a lack of people who proposed marriage to her, which made Yang Kai feel apprehensive as he was worried that the sect's elders would pressure her to accept one of those proposals. Fortunately, she was an important figure in the sect, so she had a say in this matter. If she didn't agree, no one could force her. After Yang Kai was brought back to the sect, he became a disciple and started cultivating under her tutelage. They rapidly became closer to each other. In this life, Chu Huashang was like a master or elder sister to him. As time passed, Yang Kai grew up to be an adult. Unfortunately, in this life, his aptitude was terrible. Regardless of how hard he cultivated, he was still much weaker than Chu Huashang. Perhaps it had something to do with Meng Ru's last wish. He reckoned that he would really have to be protected by Chu Huashang in his life. Additionally, since he was an adult now, he realized that she started looking at him with a different kind of gaze, which was filled with a sense of longing. This made him feel secretly pleased. As she continued to protect and take care of him, her love for the man became increasingly conspicuous. However, due to the difference between their age and seniority, she wouldn't dare to cross the boundary. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to take the initiative to pursue her. She would always blush and feel her heart pounding against her chest whenever he approached her. When he turned 20 years old, there was finally a breakthrough in their relationship. Following Yang Kai's years of pursuit, she finally cast away the worries in her heart and accepted the man, who was 10 years younger than she was and who she had saved all those years ago. The heart barrier was shattered, and Chu Huashang once again recovered her memory. There wasn't really any difficulty to speak of in this life. It just took Yang Kai a lot of time to win her heart. With that said, he once again experienced the abstrusity of the Samsara Pavilion this time. As one's memory was repeatedly sealed, they could realize their true heart and train it more effectively. This was true for both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. Every reincarnation and success meant a new start. For the first 3 lives, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai. Be it Meng Ru in the first life, his senior sister in the second life, or the little sister in the neighboring village in the third life, he could immediately find Chu Huashang and start taking action. As long as he could find her, the rest wouldn't be hard. That was because her heart barriers had something to do with him, so he had a natural advantage when it came to breaking them. However, after the third life, the difficulty began to increase. In the fourth life, it took him half a year before he found Chu Huashang, and during that period of time, he came across a lot of danger and almost lost his life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-35, The Ninth Life. It was the same case in the fifth life, and it became even more difficult to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. It was no longer easy to win her heart. After they met each other, they even got into a fight due to some misunderstandings. The level of difficulty further increased in the sixth life. She no longer looked like her original self. Instead, she appeared with an entirely different face, just like what happened to Tao Ling Wan, who was reincarnated as Qian Qian in her first life. However, Tao Ling Wan's situation was unique. Her heart barrier was that Yang Kai had to recognize her true identity without knowing who she actually was, therefore, she wouldn't appear before Yang Kai with her original appearance. It was different for Chu Huashang. Her appearance didn't change in the first 5 lives, so Yang Kai could instantly recognize her after finding her. Nevertheless, in the 6th life, she had turned into an entirely different person. If Yang Kai hadn't repeatedly made sure she was Chu Huashang, he would have missed her. The more reincarnations one went through in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult the challenge would be. One's memory was greatly affected during reincarnation, and for every reincarnation, Chu Huashang's memory would be sealed. Yang Kai was fine initially, but as he went through rounds of reincarnation, his memory began to be affected as well. They moved on to the 7th life, 8th life, and finally arrived at their 9th life. There were a lot of grand halls in the Grand Shi Temple where many powerful cultivators resided. The fight between the forces of righteousness and evil had persisted for hundreds of years. Due to the never-ending war, countless people had lost their lives. As a result, the entire continent had turned into living hell where blood rivers had formed. About 100 years ago, Grand Shi Temple was born from an alliance of 7 sects. Only the most powerful and upright person had the right to become the temple master of Grand Shi Temple and lead all the righteous great forces in the world. On the other hand, there were those from White Lotus sect who were good at bewitching people and causing trouble in the world. In this chaotic world, they had taken on innumerable disciples to fight against Grand Shi Temple, becoming their greatest enemy. There were victories and losses on both sides following years of fighting between the righteous and the wicked. Evil had steadily gained the upper hand over the past few decades, but perhaps the righteous would gain an upper hand in the decades that followed. However, regardless of which side was at an advantage, they couldn't completely destroy the other. There were the top 7 sects on the continent, which were Divine Method Hall, Grand Battle Sect, Swaying Willow Sect, Hidden Sword Villa, Shooting Star Palace, Emerald Smoke Sect, and Lion Hall. These were the 7 sects that had propped up the righteous side and jointly founded Grand Shi Temple. It had been about 130 years since Grand Shi Temple was born. There had been 4 temple masters in the past who had all died in the battle against the powerful masters from White Lotus sect. Yang Kai, who was in his prime, was the fifth temple master of Grand Shi Temple. He was from one of the 7 sects, Divine Method Hall. His mastery over the spear was unrivaled, and he was an upright and honest man. After the 4th temple master passed away 3 years ago, he single-handedly saved Grand Shi Temple, which was on the brink of falling apart. In comparison, the 5th temple master was much stronger than the previous 4 temple masters when it came to raw strength, determination, and intelligence. In fact, as the temple master, he had launched dozens of attacks on White Lotus sect in the past 3 years and been victorious every time. As a result, White Lotus sect had suffered immense losses. Everyone believed this was an opportunity for Grand Shi Temple. Under the leadership of Temple Master Yang, they might stand a chance to finally destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai awakened from his dream in shock. A figure appeared beside his bed like a phantom and examined him before giggling. "Did you have a dream again?" After shooting her a dispassionate glance, Yang Kai sat up on the bed and nodded. The person was his personal bodyguard, Luo Tinghe from Emerald Smoke sect. Although she was a bit petite, she was extremely powerful. 3 years ago, she was the one who competed against Yang Kai for the position of temple master. Nevertheless, she was defeated by Yang Kai in the end. It wasn't certain what was on her mind at that time. Given her strength, she was more than good enough to be the vice temple master even though she had lost the competition to be the next temple master. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she requested to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea. After all, if a person from their sect could become the vice temple master, they would have a bigger influence in Grand Shi Temple. Nevertheless, Luo Tinghe obstinately wanted to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard, and no one could change her mind. Although she was a personal bodyguard on paper, she was more like a friend to Yang Kai now. She could be at ease in front of the man. As they had spent the past 3 years together, she was fully aware of all the man's secrets as well. Therefore, she knew that this temple master, who was the hope of Grand Shi Temple's future, had a problem. He would always have strange dreams in the middle of the night. In those dreams, he would see a woman with a vague appearance. He had no idea who the woman was, nor had he met her before. However, he had a feeling that she was very important to him. "Have you not recalled it?" Luo Tinghe suddenly asked. A speechless Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you even know what you're asking?" Luo Tinghe shrugged. "I don't know. I just wanted to ask." The problem with Temple Master Yang Kai was that he would always have strange dreams. On the other hand, his personal bodyguard also had a problem. Whenever Yang Kai awakened from his dream in shock, she would always ask this exact question. Yang Kai had a serious discussion with her the first time around, but she was unable to explain anything. Furthermore, after 3 years of getting along with one another, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong with his personal bodyguard's head. She would always do things that were unexpected. For example, she would suddenly laugh for no reason, but sometimes, she would weep in silence. Her mood swings were pretty drastic. "What time is it?" Yang Kai looked out the window. Just after midnight, as Luo Tinghe spoke, she soaked a towel in a basin of water and wrung it before passing it to Yang Kai. After taking it, Yang Kai wiped his face and felt refreshed. However, the vague image of that woman in his dream still lingered in his mind. He had a feeling that the woman in his dream was someone very important to him, but as he went through the past experiences in his life, he was certain that he had never met her before. This strange matter puzzled him. Just then, a slight noise was heard coming from outside. Yang Kai's gaze turned ferocious while Luo Tinghe's petite figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A cold breeze swept through the gap of the door. A moment later, Luo Tinghe returned to the room with blood still dripping from her sword. Yang Kai looked up while a calm and collected Luo Tinghe said, "Some of the conceited disciples from White Lotus sect wanted to assassinate you. How many of them are still alive?" Yang Kai asked in a grim voice. 3. Luo Tinghe chuckled. "You must do whatever it takes to find out everything they know." Yang Kai snorted. "Don't worry." Luo Tinghe nodded repeatedly, I'll dig out everything from their heads." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. The next day, powerful cultivators gathered together in the main conference hall of Grand Shi Temple. There were 6 vice temple masters under Temple Master Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai was from Divine Method Hall, which was one of the 7 sects, the other vice temple masters were the ones who were in charge of the remaining 6 sects. Under the vice temple masters were the hall masters. There were about 30 of them. These were the managers of Grand Shi Temple that had gathered together. They could command all the cultivators in the world who belonged to the righteous path. At this moment, all of them were gazing at Yang Kai. The past 3 years were more than enough time for Yang Kai to build sufficient authority as the 5th temple master. Presently, he remained silent, and even though there were a lot of people in the grand hall, no one dared to say anything. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "In 10 days, those from White Lotus sect intend to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City and refine a 10,000 soul banner." All of them had their expressions changed drastically upon hearing that. Vice Temple Master Gan Wenshan, who was from Grand Battle sect, asked in horror, "Are you serious, Temple Master?" Yang Kai nodded. Shao He personally obtained the information from the assassins last night. At the mention of Shao He, all of them shuddered, including Vice Temple Master Xia Hongtao, who was also from Emerald Smoke sect. Although Luo Ting he appeared to be crazy sometimes, all of them knew how ruthless she was. She was the oddest one in Grand Shi Temple. If not for the fact that she had never done anything wicked, and that she was really from Emerald Smoke sect, many would have condemned her as the things she had done were no different from, if not worse than, those from the wicked path. No one could hide any secrets following her interrogation. Yu Xingzhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace, frowned. "Can we believe what the assassins have said? Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City to refine a 10,000 soul banner is no small matter. It's supposed to be a top secret that only the leaders of White Lotus sect have the right to know." Yang Kai explained, "It's a major event to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City, so they will need a lot of people to carry it out. Even if White Lotus sect wanted to hide this news, some people might still be able to figure out what's going on." Shao He has already speculated that something like this was about to occur, so this conclusion is not entirely based on what the assassins have said. Upon hearing that, Yu Xingzhou nodded. "In that case, East Star City will be in danger." Yang Kai rose from the seat and declared, "Although East Star City is not big, there are still around 100,000 residents, all of whom are innocent. If those from White Lotus sect succeed in refining the 10,000 soul banner, many more innocent people will be affected. We have to stop them. Moreover, the 10,000 soul banner is very important to White Lotus sect, so the White Lotus matriarch might personally host the sacrificial ceremony. If we can kill the White Lotus matriarch in East Star City, White Lotus sect will definitely collapse. The fight between the righteous and wicked path that has spanned hundreds of years will come to an end, and peace will be restored to our world." Upon hearing that, all of them felt their blood boiling as they got up and said, "We will follow your lead, Temple Master." With a satisfied expression, Yang Kai nodded. He calmly gave the orders as it was apparent that he was well prepared. When all the arrangements were made a moment later, Yang Kai swept an authoritative glance over them. "This is a great opportunity for Grand Shi Temple. If we succeed, we'll be able to destroy White Lotus sect. All of you should lead your own people and wait for further orders. Any leak of information will be punishable by death." Martial Peak, Chapter 48-36, Unable to recognize each other. In the middle of the night in East Star City, only the sounds of dogs barking and babies crying could be heard from time to time. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was standing on top of a tower and looking down with a pair of eagle-like eyes. Below the calm surface was a violent undercurrent. The people from Grand Shi Temple and the disciples from White Lotus sect had hidden themselves in this small city, but they seemed to be aware of each other's presence. An hour to midnight, the first conflict broke out. It ended just as quickly as it started though, and nothing much had been affected. However, the second and third conflicts soon followed. An hour after midnight, the battle was in full swing and carnage could be seen on every street of East Star City. All of the citizens shut their doors and wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just then, a high-pitched sound was heard coming from a particular direction. Yang Kai's eyes turned ferocious as he looked in that direction. Booms were continuously heard coming from over there. As the world energy surged, more than 10 figures engaged in an intense battle. Lights flickered following the use of different secret techniques. Despite the long distance, Yang Kai could immediately see a middle-aged woman who was clad in white robes. She was none other than the White Lotus Matriarch. White Lotus sect was founded a long time before Grand Shi Temple. The current sect master of White Lotus sect was this White Lotus Matriarch, who was known for her ruthlessness. Countless sects had been destroyed on the continent because they had offended White Lotus sect. Although those from Grand Shi Temple had launched several attacks to kill White Lotus Matriarch, they hadn't managed to achieve their goals so far as she was cunning and elusive. Just like they had expected though, the White Lotus Matriarch had really appeared to host the sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. At this moment, she was leading some of the powerful masters from White Lotus sect to break through the siege. Unfortunately, several vice temple masters from Grand Shi Temple had joined forces to stop them, so they were unable to break free for the time being. With that said, the White Lotus Matriarch was one of the most powerful cultivators on the continent. Although the vice temple masters from Grand Shi Temple were fairly strong themselves, they were unable to keep her trapped for long. After several exchanges of moves, one of the vice temple masters was wounded by a sword. A violent force exploded in his body, rendering him powerless to fight. It wasn't certain if he could survive. Yang Kai leaped off from the top of the tower and flew towards them like an eagle. While in mid-air, he lifted his spear. In that instant, the White Lotus Matriarch felt cold all over her body. When she turned her head, her expression changed drastically. She threw the people around her away without any hesitation, and as a glint flashed through her blade, a sword wave slashed at Yang Kai. As Yang Kai flourished his spear, and the sword wave shattered. Blood started streaming out of a wound on his face that was caused by the remnant sword chi, yet he did not even bat his eyes as he continued with his attack. The next moment, the White Lotus Matriarch was sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Technically speaking, both Yang Kai and the White Lotus Matriarch were equally matched as they were some of the most powerful cultivators in the world. However, Yang Kai had basically launched a sneak attack while the White Lotus Matriarch was unsuspecting, which was why she suffered a serious setback. Before the enemy even landed, Luo Tinghe appeared right on the spot where she was falling. No one knew when Luo Tinghe had appeared. She was just as silent as a phantom, but a sword cry was heard coming from her weapon. From the looks of it, it was as if the White Lotus Matriarch took the initiative to throw herself onto the sword. At the most critical moment, the White Lotus Matriarch forcefully twisted her figure to make sure her vitals wouldn't be pierced. Despite that, she was still greatly harmed by Luo Tinghe as the sword penetrated her chest. However, the White Lotus Matriarch had also managed to land a palm on Luo Tinghe with all her might and sent her flying away. Luo Tinghe crashed into a house, and it wasn't certain whether she was dead or alive. After getting struck by two powerful cultivators consecutively, the White Lotus Matriarch had managed to survive, but she was in a terrible state. Her face was as pale as a white sheet, and her white dress had been dyed red. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a hideous grin. As she performed different hand seals, she said through clenched teeth, "Activate." The next moment, she crouched down and pressed her hands against the ground as a violent force burst forth. It was too late for Yang Kai to stop her. The entire East Star City shook as everyone found it hard to keep their balance. The blood flowing on the ground seemed to have been infused with life as it squirmed and formed a gigantic spirit array. An eerie red light engulfed the entire East Star City as everyone could hear the sounds of crying and howling, and the cold wind which was whipped up made them shudder. The expressions of the Vice Temple Masters changed drastically. Xia Hong Tao from Emerald Smoke Sect exclaimed, "The 10,000 Souls Array." Seizing the chance, the White Lotus matriarch escaped and disappeared into the darkness. Her voice could be heard saying from a distance, "I'll remember what all of you from Grand Shi Temple have done to me today. I'll make you pay a price that's 100 times greater than this." After hesitating between chasing after the enemy and saving lives for a moment, Yang Kai made a decision as he ordered, "Break the array and save the people." If this spirit array was allowed to fulfill its purpose, all 100,000 innocents in East Star City would be sacrificed. The White Lotus matriarch certainly shouldn't be allowed to escape, but they still had a chance to kill her in the future. The most important thing for them now was to save lives. There were other remnants of White Lotus sect in the city who still steadfastly guarded the array nodes. However, since the White Lotus matriarch had fled, the disciples from White Lotus sect were now leaderless. On the other hand, those from Grand Shi Temple were still moving forward in an orderly manner following the temple master's instructions. The array nodes were occupied by those from Grand Shi Temple one by one, causing the spirit array's operation to become increasingly sluggish. Yang Kai charged towards the center of the 10,000 souls array on his own, where the most important array node of the spirit array was located. As long as it was destroyed, the spirit array's efficacy would be halved. To his surprise, no sounds of fighting could be heard coming from over there. Instead, the place was in dead silence. With that said, the stench of blood here was the strongest. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai arrived at the array node, only to see the corpses of White Lotus sect's disciples scattered across the ground. In front of the array node stood an alluring figure. As she performed different hand seals, she used some fairly powerful secret techniques at the array node. She must have been at this for quite some time as she was soaked in sweat. Her damp clothes stuck close to her back. Looking at the woman's figure, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. He recognized this figure. The vague image that had appeared in his dream countless times perfectly overlapped with this woman's back. Sensing the man's presence, the woman turned her head and revealed a strikingly beautiful face. With sweat still streaming from her forehead, she bit her lip and said, "Help me quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Step aside." Yang Kai came to his senses and shouted. The next moment, he thrust his spear towards the array node. The woman hurriedly moved out of the way. As innumerable spear shadows surged out, a violent force exploded. In an instant, the array node that no one was guarding collapsed. The next moment, the red light that had engulfed the entire East Star City turned dim. Yang Kai let out a long breath as he could finally be at ease. He had been apprehensive for the entire night. Thinking of the woman beside him, he turned around as he wanted to ask which sect she was from. However, he soon felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that a sword had penetrated his chest while a fair hand was clenching the hilt. The owner of the sword sported a strange expression. It was a combination of excitement, guilt, and even a sense of agony. The power in his body exploded as the muscles in his chest locked the sword in place. He raised his hand as his force gathered together on his palm before he pushed it towards the woman. As the temple master of Grand Shi Temple, it was expected that Yang Kai was extremely powerful. Even if there was a boulder in front of him, it would turn into dust following his attack. The woman wanted to dodge the attack, but it was too late for her to do so. The next moment, the hand that could shatter a mountain gently landed on the head of the sword's owner, but no force could be felt bursting forth. "Are you from White Lotus sect?" Yang Kai asked gently, as though he was worried that he would frighten her if he spoke too loudly. The sword's owner sported an even stranger expression now. The moment she received her mission, she knew that she was bound to lose her life. After all, she was aware that the temple master of Grand Shi Temple was formidable. Even if she could achieve her goal, there was no way she could survive. However, that was really what had happened. The temple master of Grand Shi Temple didn't kill her. In the meantime, the hand that rested on her head gave her a sense of warmth for some reason. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The sword's owner pressed her lips together, "Chu Hua Shang." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her, "My name is Yang Kai." Upon finishing his words, he frowned and turned his head. Following that, he said to Chu Huashang, run quickly. Or else it will be too late. Chu Huashang had apparently noticed company was approaching as she looked in the same direction. The next instant, she released the hilt and ran away. A short while later, a petite figure arrived with a sword in hand. Luoting he could immediately see that Yang Kai was seated on some rubble while holding his spear. There was a sword that had jabbed into his chest. She walked over and took a glance at him. Then, she grabbed the hilt with one hand and pressed her other hand on the man's shoulder. It may hurt a little. Yang Kai nodded. The next instant, the sword was pulled out while blood spurted from the wound. Yang Kai's figure shook a little. A dexterous Luoting he struck some of the man's acupoints to stop his blood from streaming out. Then, she said, the White Lotus matriarch escaped. The White Lotus matriarch ran away after activating the spirit array. Luoting he chased after her, but despite her injuries, the White Lotus matriarch was as agile as ever when fleeing. After pursuing for more than a dozen kilometers, Luoting he realized that the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Left with no other choice, she could only return to the city. Following that, she saw that Yang Kai was hurt. We'll have another chance to kill her in the future. Yang Kai nonchalantly nodded. Since the White Lotus matriarch had been badly injured, it would take her about a year for her to recuperate. He then asked, have you heard of the name Chu Huashang? Luoting he shook her head, no. She furrowed her brows while staring at the wound on the man's chest. Given her eyesight, she could see that Yang Kai was directly facing the opponent when he was hurt. However, she couldn't think of anyone in the world who could harm this man while facing him head-on. Even the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't be able to do that. Nevertheless, she didn't intend to ask him about what had happened. Yang Kai would tell her about it if he wanted to. Ask around, Yang Kai ordered. Luoting he said, you'd better recuperate first. Yang Kai nodded, there's poison on the tip of that sword, so I'll probably pass out soon. Before I wake up, the vice-temple masters will handle the affairs in the temple while you'll assist them from the side. Got it, Luoting he replied. When she took a glance at Yang Kai, she realized that he had already lost consciousness. She let out a sigh and carried Yang Kai up before dexterously leaving the city at full speed. She intended to return to Grand Qi Temple first. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-37, Shao He. Strange images kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind. The name Chu Huashang seemed to have a special power as it repeatedly resonated across his head while he was unconscious, knocking on his sealed memory. There came a moment when the seal was broken as he went through the experiences in his previous lives in his dream. The figure that had always been vague in his dreams finally became crystal clear. As she turned her head, a joyful and coquettish face came into his sight. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes. He was still weak due to the injury and poison he had suffered from. Even though he was strong, it was impossible that he could fully recover as soon as he awakened. Everything around him looked familiar to him. He supposed he was in his own bedroom in Grand Qi Temple. A person was seated beside his bed. The only person who could enter his bedroom as she pleased and protected him while he was unconscious was none other than Luoting he. At this moment, she was looking at him with a weird expression. As though realizing something, she once again asked the question she had asked countless times before, have you recalled it? Yang Kai nodded his head. An energized Luoting he asked, what did you recall? Many things. Yang Kai struggled to sit up, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing that, Luoting he quickly helped him up and placed a pillow behind his back. Then, she stared at him with a longing expression, tell me all about it. Yang Kai shook his head, then gazed at her with an awkward expression and asked, have you recalled it? In an instant, Luoting he appeared puzzled, what am I supposed to recall? I don't know. In the dream, he finally shattered the shackles that had locked his memory and remembered who he truly was. He recalled where this place was and his reason for coming here. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear in his heart and realized once more how mysterious the Samsara Pavilion was. It was already his 9th life. After living in this world for so long, he had forgotten about who he was, not to mention the fact that he was supposed to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier. After many rounds of reincarnation, his memory had been greatly affected. If he hadn't come across Chu Huashang by chance this time, his memory wouldn't have been restored. He would have still regarded himself to be the temple master of Grand Shi Temple who strived to achieve victory for the righteous path. The challenge he had to face in this life was unusually difficult. Now, he was the temple master of Grand Shi Temple while Chu Huashang was a disciple of White Lotus sect. Both parties had been arch-nemeses for a very long time. During their first encounter, Chu Huashang thrust her sword into his chest and almost killed him. This wasn't a good sign. He reckoned that he had to come up with a good plan in order to win her heart and shatter her heart barrier in this kind of situation. Besides that, the existence of Luo Ting he concerned him. After his memory was restored, Yang Kai realized that his personal bodyguard was no ordinary person. That was because she had been by his side since the 6th life. In the 6th life, he saved a starving beggar, who was none other than Luo Ting he. The person had the same name and appearance as his current personal bodyguard. He initially thought that she was just an illusory figure in the samsara world, so he wasn't bothered by it. However, in the 7th life, she once again appeared by his side. This time, she was no longer a beggar. Instead, she was a valiant general who had made countless contributions on the battlefields. On the other hand, he was the king of the country. In the 8th life, she became a sect master while he was a disciple of that sect. After so many rounds of reincarnation, he finally figured out a thing or two about the samsara worlds. These samsara worlds were born on the foundation of Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In other words, her heart was the key to solving the mystery in the samsara worlds. The reason Yang Kai could always smoothly appear in these samsara worlds was that Chu Huashang's heart barrier had something to do with him as it connected both of them. Therefore, regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation he went through, he would always appear in the samsara world where she was located. While that was the case for him, what was going on with Xiao He? Since the 6th life, she had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were born on the foundation of Chu Huashang's heart barrier, which suggested that she had something to do with the latter. Was she someone important to Chu Huashang? Was that the reason she had always been around in the previous few lives? However, Yang Kai had never heard Chu Huashang mention this person before. What was even more puzzling was that Xiao He would always be by Yang Kai's side every time she appeared. Now, he wasn't certain whether Xiao He was someone who had entered the samsara pavilion and become reincarnated into the samsara worlds just like himself or an illusory figure created by these samsara worlds. If it was the former, it meant that Luo Ting He was training her heart in the samsara pavilion while her true body was hidden in one of the trees. If it was the latter, she should be a manifestation of Chu Huashang's memories somehow. She repeatedly asked him if he had recalled anything, which seemed to suggest that she was aware that her memory had been sealed too. In that case, she was probably not an illusory figure. Instead, she was a real person who had barged into these samsara worlds somehow. However, she was muddle-headed and even acted somewhat crazed most of the time, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to ask her anything about it. Luo Ting He stared at him with a tilted head for a moment. Upon realizing that he didn't intend to delve into this topic, she stopped asking. Instead, she said, "I found out what you want to know. Chu Huashang is one of the saintesses under the White Lotus matriarch. She had only stopped cultivating in seclusion some time ago. The White Lotus matriarch has very high hopes of her." "She's a saintess?" Yang Kai was rendered speechless. He initially thought that Chu Huashang was just an ordinary disciple of White Lotus sect, so it surprised him when he learned that she was a saintess. This was a knotty issue. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, but there were only a small number of saintesses who all had the right to become the next sect master. Every saintess had extraordinary aptitude and influence. Moreover, they were all loyal to White Lotus sect and regarded Grand Shi Temple to be the arch-nemesis. In this kind of situation, it was close to impossible for him to win Chu Huashang's heart as the temple master of Grand Shi Temple. Furthermore, it was already the 9th life. He reckoned that the last round of reincarnation was also the hardest, as even his memory had been sealed for several dozen years. It wasn't until he came across Chu Huashang that his memory was unsealed. It must be even worse for her. Unlike the first life, she wouldn't fall in love with him just because he had saved her life. Therefore, it was practically hopeless to wait for Chu Huashang to fall in love with him. When they met again, she would only try to kill him without hesitation, just like how she steadfastly thrust her sword into his chest during their first encounter. From what we've gathered, it was just a pretense that those from White Lotus sect wanted to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. Their original intention was to kill you. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao He took the initiative to report the information that Grand Shi Temple had gathered recently. Yang Kai nodded. I figured. In fact, the White Lotus matriarch had made an incredible move. Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City might not be entirely a pretense. If those from Grand Shi Temple were unable to stop them, they would achieve something great by successfully refining the 10,000 soul banner. If those from Grand Shi Temple decided to interfere, they could attempt to kill Temple Master Yang Kai. In reality, they had almost succeeded. Yang Kai was fully aware of who the saintesses in White Lotus sect were, but those from Grand Shi Temple were completely clueless about this new saintess, Chu Huashang. Moreover, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state when he saw the familiar figure, therefore, he was unsuspecting when Chu Huashang made her move. The people outside are flustered. They thought that you might not ever awaken, Xiao He said. The vice temple masters have had some arguments. Do you want to go out and placate them? There's no need for that, Yang Kai shook his head. Okay, Luoting. He appeared nonchalant. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the only person in the world that she cared about. She wasn't even concerned about her own master sect, the Emerald Smoke sect. That was the reason she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard back then instead of one of the 6 vice temple masters. The fact that the temple master of Grand Shi Temple was badly injured wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Basically, every cultivator would become wounded at some point in their lives. However, the injury Yang Kai had suffered was not ordinary, and there was fatal poison on the sword that had wounded him. Everyone thought that the temple master was doomed. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his strength would diminish significantly. In fact, that was indeed the case. The temple master was lucky enough to have escaped from death's door, but he had rarely stepped out of his room since he awakened. When he did show up sometimes, he was seen with a pale face, and it was apparent that he had difficulty walking. This was a sign that his condition had deteriorated. 1 month later, all 6 vice temple masters came to an agreement. During a meeting in Grand Shi Temple, they implicitly suggested that Yang Kai step down from the position of temple master. After all, the temple master of Grand Shi Temple was supposed to be the most powerful cultivator of all 7 great sects. The temple master wasn't just a symbol, but also the spiritual support of Grand Shi Temple. Every year, those from White Lotus sect would make countless attempts to kill the leaders of Grand Shi Temple. If the temple master was weak, the entire Grand Shi Temple would be greatly impacted if he was assassinated. By then, everyone would be flustered, and those from White Lotus sect would seize the chance to destroy them. Faced with the vice temple master's implicit request, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to step down as the temple master. As for who would be the next temple master of Grand Shi Temple, it was none of his business. If his memory hadn't been restored, he wouldn't have easily made a concession. After all, he was a disciple from Divine Method Hall in this life, and he had always been involved in the fight against White Lotus sect. Furthermore, his biggest wish had been to destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. However, since his memory had been restored, he knew what he was supposed to do. Yang Kai turned down their invitation to become one of the vice temple masters, and one fine morning, he simply left Grand Shi Temple with a horse and some belongings. Luoting. He followed him closely. Although those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea, they were powerless to stop her. As far as they were concerned, she was a crazy woman, and only Yang Kai was able to communicate with her. She wouldn't bother to talk to others at all. Barely after 3 years, she seemed to have perfectly accepted the fact that she was Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Even though he had stepped down from the position of temple master, she still followed him wherever he went. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.